Chapter 1964. Lin Fei was just that straightforward. His time and space bloodlines had reached the phenomenal success stage, so his eyesight was amazing. Practically no activity in the world could be hidden from the current Lin Fei. Hairball was sent flying by Tian Ba, not because he was weak, but because he had a special ability. In other words, it was a type of bloodline power. His bloodline power was actually confinement. It was a special power brought by heaven and earth. After all, there was really no one who could resist this kind of confinement ability. A long time ago, Lin Fei heard that God's son had a magical ability, but he didn't pay much attention. Now that he saw it, he realized that God's son was extraordinary. However, no matter whether God's son Tian Ba was powerful or not, he had to accept his anger for hitting Hairball. God's son Tian Ba was indeed very arrogant. Although it was just a bloodline ability, God's son Tian Ba had the confidence to be arrogant. So what if he was a divine beast? He was still easily sent flying by him. Tian Ba wanted everyone to know that none of the divine sons were people that they could fight against. That was because they were favored by the heavens and were blessed by the heavens. Haha, I like arrogant people like you. I will let you know that no matter how arrogant you are, you have to behave yourself in front of me. God's son Tian Ba laughed. Lin Fei moved. His figure disappeared just like that. There were no spatial fluctuations, no traces at all. Where is he? God's son Tian Ba spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't find any traces. His expression changed slightly. Come out, will of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The will of heaven and earth descended and attacked everywhere. The people watching from afar felt helpless in front of the will of heaven and earth. Why was God's son so powerful? Apart from his natural bloodline, it was also because of the will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth wreaked havoc mercilessly. He still didn't appear. This also made God's son Tian Ba lose his target. Slap! An arm stretched out and slapped God's son Tian Ba's face. Half of his face was swollen. Then, he disappeared again. God's son Tian Ba's face turned green and his heart shook again. He still didn't find any traces of Tian. It was as if he didn't exist in this world. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, the arm slapped again without any warning. It was as if Tian Ba was right in front of him. There was no time to block it. He slapped Tian Ba 3 times in a row and sent Tian Ba flying into a mountain in the distance. The mountain collapsed on the spot and rocks flew everywhere. Hee. It seems like the divine son is just SOSO. Lin Fei's figure reappeared. God's son Tian Ba, who had smashed the mountain peak, felt incomparably sullen. Tian was dead calm. You are shameless. If you have the ability, let's fight openly. Don't hide. Bang. A ferocious punch landed on God's son Tian Ba's face. His face was covered with blood, and his nose was dented. If you want to be open and above board, then I will be open and above board with you. Bang! Another punch landed on God's son Tian Ba. Don't you like to fight head-on? I'll satisfy you now. Come on. Lin Fei punched God's son Tian Ba again and again. The God's son Tian Ba was like a falling leaf, sent flying. Before he could recover, the other party's fist would follow up, giving the God's son no chance to retaliate. Roar! Hairball suddenly dashed out and bit God's son Tian Ba, tearing off a large piece of flesh. The God's son's flesh isn't that tasty either. Hairball shook her head in disappointment and said unhappily, on the main continent, the God Kings who were paying attention were secretly shocked. In a short period of time, Tian's spatial ability had improved again. They couldn't catch any traces of it, and there was no fluctuation in the space. How could they deal with Tian now? God's son Tian Ba was beaten to death and didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was not just a normal kind of pitiful. They couldn't help but secretly gasp. If it were them, how could they deal with Tian? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of a suitable way. Tian, I will be back. God's son Tian Ba flew around like a sandbag. His body was badly mutilated. They were all bitten by Hairball. No matter how he defended, he couldn't defend against the space divine beast's sudden attack. He had no choice but to escape with hatred. This was too much. He didn't even get to use his confinement ability and was beaten up like a sandbag. After God's son Tianba left, Lin Fei glanced around casually, and the people who were watching in the dark all disappeared without a trace. They wouldn't make a move before they found a way to crack it. Let's go. Lin Fei stood on Hairball's back again and flew away. In a flash, they passed through the mountains and arrived in front of the main gate of the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect is indeed the richest sect in the divinity. The resources they have are considerable. Lin Fei's gaze passed through the main gate of the Xianxia sect and fell on the continuous mountains behind it. He couldn't help but be amazed. This was dozens of times better than the immortal Civ continent. Dtion, what are you doing in the Xianxia sect? A group of people came out of the Xianxia sect. As soon as this group of people came out, the main continent was filled with exclamations. Because these people were all God King elders of the Xianxia sect. All of them were famous. Now that they came out together, it was obvious how much they valued Dtion. The Xianxia sect doesn't welcome you. The eyes of these God King elders were cold. The Xianxia sect saw the defeat of God's son Tianba. In fact, they also had the ability to observe Dtion, but this untraceable way of moving was completely beyond their imagination. Divine senses couldn't capture any traces except for speed. Another reason was that Dtion had mastered a way to shield space. The God King elders of the Xianxia sect were even more afraid of Dtion. If they couldn't capture any traces of his movements, how could they attack him? This was the most troublesome thing. Ask your Xianxia Divine Emperor to come out. Lin Fei laughed. You're not qualified to talk to me. The God King elders present were all very strong. Lin Fei didn't take them seriously. Dtion, don't be too arrogant. How can a junior be qualified to see our patriarch? A holy god emperor elder sneered and said with a murderous look, whether I'm arrogant or not, that's my business. If you're so capable, come out and be arrogant too. Lin Fei sneered. I'll say it again. Ask your Xianxia Divine Emperor to come out. An old friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and meet him? This made the God King elders very angry, and they all glared at him. Who is the ancestor? How could a junior like you meet him just because you wanted to? Not everyone could meet the ancestor. Look at your murderous looks. Are you unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll go in myself. Lin Fei ignored their stares. I've never been to such a good place in my life. How dare you? A group of God King elders shouted angrily. I've always been bold. If I say I'll go in, I'll go in. No one can stop me. Chapter 1965. In fact, many people were guessing. Was Dtion here to cause trouble for the Xianxia sect? Ever since Dtion rose to fame, his infamy came with it. Everyone would feel a headache whenever they heard his name. When he first appeared, no one paid much attention to him. No matter how arrogant a junior was, that was all. But now no one dared to think that way. He had grown too quickly. Now, just a divine beast of the ancient evil dragon was enough to make everyone pay attention to it. Moreover, it was a man-eating ancient evil dragon. Just thinking about it made them shudder. Apart from that, Dtion was not easy to deal with. Even God's son Tianba had suffered small loss. Dtion was now a threat to everyone. Now, Dtion was even more arrogant. He wanted to go to the Xianxia sect as a guest. This was forcing his way in. Who knew what would happen next? The deity emperors who paid attention to the Xianxia continent felt lucky that the cruel Dtion didn't go after them. As long as he didn't harm them, they would be relieved. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor from the celestial Civ continent stared coldly at Dtion and thought to himself, Divine Emperor, even Dtion has barged in. You better kill him. Otherwise, your Xianxia sect. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor naturally wouldn't remind the Heaven sect of anything. What a joke. Since he was in pain, he had to find someone to experience this pain. There was no doubt that Xianxia Divine Emperor was a very good choice. In any case, Xianxia Divine Emperor had been arrogant for a long time. That was how selfish people were. The celestial Sifting Divine Emperor would rather hide at the side and watch the show. Elder Ming, should we stop them? Dtion has destroyed a sect in the celestial Civ continent. We can't let him in. Now that the patriarch isn't in the sect, we can't let Dtion go in and cause trouble. Should I inform the old ancestor to come back? One by one, the elders looked at Elder Guoming, who was the sect's heaven-splitting divine emperor. As a heaven-splitting divine sovereign powerhouse, Elder Guoming originally didn't need to fear Junior, but ever since the celestial Luo divine sovereign fell, he couldn't help but fear Dtion. What worried Elder Guoming the most was what trump card Dtion was hiding. That was what he was most concerned about. Unfortunately, the celestial Civ divine emperor and the others didn't spread any news. Those who knew the truth chose to remain silent, and Elder Guoming couldn't threaten the other party to reveal the truth. Elder Guoming saw how easily God's son Tian Ba was defeated. Dtion became more and more mysterious in his eyes. Let's open the restriction on the mountain gate first and block Dtion outside. Elder Guoming didn't want to fall into Dtion's hands, so he just kept Dtion outside. In fact, the divine emperor elders all had their own ideas. Now that they were asked to go out and deal with Dtion, they didn't have the confidence to do so. It was enough to make them extremely fearful. It's good to open the mountain gate restriction. Let's activate the formation. Everyone agreed verbally. Elder Guoming sneered inwardly. A bunch of cowards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The restriction on the mountain gate was immediately opened. It shrouded the entire Xianxia school. Dtion, I advise you not to barge in. Our Xianxia sect doesn't want to bully the weak and be laughed at by others. Don't be so ungrateful. Elder Guoming warned after the restriction on the mountain gate was opened. Lin Fei was very disappointed in Xianxia school. Is this still the Xianxia sect? None of them fought with me. On second thought, wasn't this the result he wanted? He was able to scare the divine emperor of the Xianxia school so much that he did not dare to make a move. It was indeed very impressive. Lin Fei looked down on the divine emperor of the Xianxia school. The Xianxia school is really thick-skinned. How dare you say that you don't want to bully the weak? Why did your patriarch's clone deal with me in person? Don't say it's a misunderstanding. Today, I'm really going to enter your Xianxia school. Lin Fei stepped forward. The formation on the mountain gate was opened. Lin Fei disappeared from everyone's sight with one step. Bang! Hairball's huge body hit the restriction on the mountain gate, startling the entire restriction. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Hairball. Hairball was dismissive. His figure flickered, and he appeared at another location before crashing into the mountain gate's restriction once more. Elders, hurry up and guard the array formation. Elder Guoming had a bad feeling in his heart. Dtion had the space bloodline and was best at breaking the restriction on formations. Go and deal with the primordial evil dragon outside. Elder Guoming ordered again. He turned around and went to the center of the formation. He would personally control the restriction on the mountain gate to prevent Dtion from entering. Boom, boom, boom. Hairball kept hitting the restriction on the outside, almost never stopping. One moment, she was here, and the next moment, she was on the other side. She kept moving back and forth. At the foot of the mountain, she created a huge pit. It was dark and creepy. Hairball was still intact. The divine emperors who came out did not gain any advantage. Instead, they were bitten off by Hairball. Under Lin Fei's guidance, Hairball also became more cunning. When she encountered powerful enemies, she would choose guerrilla warfare. She came and went, and her whereabouts were uncertain. The divine emperors almost vomited blood. There was no way they could fight her. I'm coming in. Lin Fei's voice echoed in the restriction on the mountain gate. Lin Fei walked parallel to the huge restriction on the mountain gate. No one stopped him. The restriction on a mountain gate seemed to be wide open. No matter how good the restriction on a mountain gate was, it was built on space to prevent outsiders from entering. Now that Lin Fei's spatial energy had reached great perfection, he would end up with the same result no matter which mountain gate's restrictions he entered. Oh no, Dtion broke through the first restriction. He broke through the second restriction. He broke through the third restriction. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The restriction on a mountain gate was fully opened. The divine emperor elders also went to control it. In fact, they could not wait for Dtion to come in and die. With the power of the restriction, they might be able to teach Dtion a lesson. But the idea was good. Reality was cruel. The array formation attacks that filled the sky were actually unable to do anything to DTon. DTon barged in like there was no one there, breaking through the layers of array formations and restrictions. The Divine Emperor Elders controlling the restriction were dumbfounded. How could it be like this? For a moment, they even wondered if the restriction was useless. Otherwise, how could DTon break through so easily? Elder Guoming, who was controlling the restriction in the center, also revealed a trace of helplessness. It was very easy for DTon to break through the formation restrictions. Regardless of whether the formation was fully activated or something else, nothing could stop DTon. Could it be that DTon's space bloodline has reached the phenomenal success stage? Suddenly, a thought came to mind. Yes, that must be it. Elder Guoming's expression became extremely grave. It is said that after the space bloodline reaches the phenomenal success stage, one can go anywhere in the world, even in dangerous places. Only with the space bloodline at the phenomenal success stage can we not catch DTon's traces. This time, Elder Guoming was completely uneasy. The righteous sect was doomed if the space bloodline reached the phenomenal success stage. Chapter 1966. Elder Guoming had lived for a long time, and he had the strength of the heaven-creating Divine Emperor. He was very knowledgeable, so he could see through the mystery and guess DTon's trump card in a short time. He secretly complained in his heart. Even if he used the Divine Palace to suppress DTon's space bloodline, he would not be able to suppress DTon. Forming a space of its own was also a joke. In front of the space bloodline, no space could stop DTon. Old ancestor, if you don't come back, the Xianxia sect will suffer. Elder Guoming suppressed the helplessness in his heart and activated the restriction of the mountain gate to the extreme. The sky was full of attacks, trying to stop DTon's footsteps. DTon, don't mess around. This is the Xianxia sect. You can't mess around like a junior. Lin Fei's figure moved back and forth. No matter what kind of attack it was, he could easily avoid it. In front of space, Lin Fei could always find a place to stand. Even if it was a small gap, it was enough. The space bloodline of the great success was so mysterious. So what if it's a Xianxia sect? I'm really going to be presumptuous today. Swoosh, swoosh. Elder Guoming, who was in the center of the restriction, was instantly attacked by the dense space blades. The untraceable attacks forced Elder Guoming to block them. Today, I'm really going in. Lin Fei laughed and broke through the restriction again. The sky full of attacks dissipated, and he was already inside the Xianxia sect. What is Xianxia sect? Lin Fei disappeared. Rumble. A loud noise came from the Xianxia sect, and the huge restriction of the mountain gate kept shaking as if there was an earthquake. Oh no, DTon is breaking the formation. Elder Guoming's face became even more gloomy. When he charged out of the center of the restriction, he was met with spatial blades. His powerful god-tier armor was covered in dense cracks. No one could stop Lin Fei's destruction. No matter how magical the restriction of the mountain gate was, it was nothing in the eyes of Lin Fei. Boom! Furball charged forward, smashing through the barrier around the mountain gate and charging out. Hairball, go and sweep. Lin Fei called out to Furball, and the two of them pounced on the nearest herb field. Furball swallowed the herb field in large gulps. Evil creature, don't be presumptuous. The eyes of the divine emperor elders of the Xianxia school almost popped out of their sockets. They watched helplessly as the herbal fields were devoured. Their attacks that fell on the primordial evil dragon were easily bounced off and landed on the mountains. Heaven-level divine ranges, come out. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion and pulled out the heaven-ranked divine veins from the depths of the ground, one after another. The Xianxia sect was completely enraged. No matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do at this moment. They could only watch helplessly. The space blades that filled the sky whizzed past. Some young divine emperors rushed out and were severely injured by the space blades. They couldn't even get close, let alone those divine venerables. They were dismembered as soon as they came out. The heavenly divine emperor and sacred god emperor were also very helpless. He could not stop DTon from destroying the Xianxia sect and plundering a large number of resources. Elder Guoming of the Jingyi sect was also very helpless. He could not stop Di Tian from destroying the Jingyi sect and plundering a large number of resources. A space bloodline that has reached the great success stage. How can this emperor fight against him? Elder Guoming became timid as he looked at the banished divine emperors. He was focused on by the heavenly divine range and could not rush forward. Di Tian, you shameless guy, I will not let you go. Elder Guoming looked very helpless. The mighty heaven-splitting divine sovereign was actually unable to do anything to the other party. This made Elder Guoming feel as if he had cultivated for nothing. The forces on the Jingyi continent, including those from other continents, were all dumbfounded. Di Tian had broken into the Jingyi sect. He was plundering the treasures of the Jingyi sect. Di Tian was plundering the treasures of the Jingyi sect. Even the divine emperor could not stop Di Tian. This was a slap on the face of the Jingyi divine emperor and would become a joke in the divine realm. Many people were cheering in secret. The Jingyi sect is so arrogant. Now, the juniors of the Jingyi sect have come to the sect and killed them to plunder their resources. Let's see if the Jingyi sect still has any face in the future. Lin Fei and Hairball swept away the treasures very quickly. They took away all the heaven-grade divine ranges and the herb fields. At the same time, they broke into the main hall and looted all the pills. The only pity was that they could not break into the treasure house. Retreat. Lin Fei disappeared into the Zhengyi sect with Hairball. The heavenly divine range of space blades dispersed, but at this time, the huge Zhengyi sect was full of holes and ruins. The Zhengyi sect, which was full of vitality and fairyland, was no longer what it used to be. The disciples of the Jingyi sect were all pale, as if they had walked on the edge of death. Di Tian, you bastard! Elder Guoming roared at the sky. Emperor Jingyi came back very quickly. After seeing the state of the Jingyi sect, Emperor Jingyi flew into a rage. Di Tian, I will kill you. Endless resentment spread throughout the divine realm. The voice alarmed the divine emperors. They looked over and saw the Jingyi sect. All of them had a look of horror on their faces. The Jingyi sect was founded by Emperor Zhengyi, one of the 8 divine emperors. Even the heaven-creating divine emperor couldn't break into it. Now, Di Tian had broken into it. What kind of joke was this? If Di Tian could break into the Jingyi sect, didn't it mean that the forces and sects in the divine realm would no longer be on guard against him? Di Tian should have cultivated his space bloodline to the phenomenal success realm. An ancient divine emperor sighed softly. Rumor has it that the space bloodline of the phenomenal success realm can be obtained anywhere in the world. Whether it is the array formation or something else, they're all built on space. Di Tian, who has the space bloodline of the phenomenal success realm, is like a vegetable garden. All the divine emperors were shocked again. A space bloodline of the phenomenal success realm? What kind of joke was that? It was very rare to improve one's bloodline to the godly venerable level, let alone the phenomenal success realm. Emperor Zhengyi, I, Di Tian, welcome you to come and kill me. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Lin Fei shouted in the air. Provided that you can find me, haha. This time, the divine realm was shaken again. Di Tian was openly provoking the 8 veteran divine emperors. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone so arrogant. Emperor Zhengyi never thought that one day the Jingyi sect would be in such a dilapidated state. It was like a beautiful woman turning into a fat village girl in the next second. Divine palace kill. A divine palace appeared, layer upon layer. Jing Guang flashed, turned into a sword light, and attacked through the air. Everyone was shocked when the divine palace appeared. In another continent, Lin Fei was rushing to the second sect, the demon mystic sect. The demon mystic sect had caused him trouble many times. Suddenly, Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched, and a sword light attacked. The old thing is making a move. This sword was fierce, like a king descending to the world. The space opened up, and there were many black holes around him. Lin Fei stood in the black hole. Banish! The black hole connected various spaces. In the black hole, No attack could get close to him. Lin Fei underestimated the power of the god-sealing Divine Emperor's attack. The sword light still fell on Lin Fei, and his chest was pierced by the sword, and he was injured. Rumble. Another continent was suddenly attacked by sword light, and there were countless casualties. The divine emperors of the continent were shocked, and they rushed to the sky. That bastard, attacking indiscriminately. Chapter 1967. Once his spatial bloodline reached the large success stage, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere he wanted. It could also divert all sorts of attacks. With Lin Fei's relocation, a certain continent would suffer a calamity. God Emperor Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The God Emperor roared furiously at God Emperor Xianxia. This shameless junior. Deity Emperor Xianxia's attack revealed Di Tian's true strength. Di Tian had mastered the power of space and could redirect attacks. Fellow Taoist Xian Luo, don't fall for it. Di Tian is trying to sow discord between us. Emperor Xianxia knew that Di Tian would not be easy to deal with. It would be even more difficult to stop Di Tian. Since Di Tian was able to block his attack, Divine Emperor Xianxia had placed Di Tian on the same level as him. Deity Emperor Xian Luo's strength was slightly weaker than Deity Emperor Xianxia. He was unwilling to accept this and suffered an attack for no reason. There were countless casualties on the continent, and what he lost was his strength. Before God Emperor Xian Luo could speak, Lin Fei shouted again, God Emperor Xian Luo, don't believe God Emperor Xianxia's words. That fella did it on purpose. Emperor Xianxia, who was hovering above the Xianxia sect, was furious. Di Tian, you shameless junior. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will cut off your head. Divine Emperor Xianxia stepped into the air and chased after Di Tian. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw this. That Di Tian Jr. was no longer someone they could deal with. How long had it been since a great perfection space bloodline had appeared? Everyone had clearly seen Di Tian divert the attack away. Other than someone with a large success spatial bloodline, no one else could do that. This shift diverted at least 90% of the attack's power. The remaining 10% would only injure Di Tian. We are all old. The future belongs to the young. I wonder if Di Tian can block Xianxia's attack. Oh, right. Do you guys think that Di Tian's space bloodline has reached greater mastery? Does that mean that his time bloodline has also reached greater mastery? Cultivate the passage of time. Is that even possible? For a moment, everyone was silent. It was extremely rare for a space bloodline to reach great completion. If his bloodline matured in time, who in the world would be able to block Di Tian's attacks? Once your lifespan is depleted, your qi and blood will weaken. Even if you don't die, your qi and blood will weaken, and your combat power will be even weaker. God Emperor Xianxia was personally chasing after Di Tian. Initially, Xianxia was just a junior. But now, Xianxia had grown to a level that could rival him. How could God Emperor Xianxia feel comfortable? This was especially so when Xianxia's spatial bloodline had reached major completion. Emperor Xianxia, take your time. In the void, a monstrous spatial storm swept over, and attacks came from all directions. God Emperor Xianxia coldly snorted. His divine palace opened up, shattering all the attacks in the sky. This kid is really cunning. No matter how cunning you are, you won't be able to escape from this emperor's palm in the god world. He received an attack. Lin Fei gained an understanding of divine, sovereign Feng Shun's combat strength. Large success base force is really good. When that attack landed on his body, it actually only contained about 10% of its power. It would not leave behind any serious injuries. With a thought, he could recover to his original state. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, a few more sword lights slashed over. This was an attack formed by the Divine Palace. Lin Fei's body was surrounded by a black hole. His figure kept moving, and the killer attack was left behind. Because he couldn't catch the attack, the other party's attack naturally lost its target. Damn it, really damn it. As a God Emperor Xianxia rarely got angry. But now, he couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to kill Di Tian, but the other party disappeared with a single attack. He couldn't even find a trace of the other party. This was the most helpless thing. Having strength, but not being able to find the other party's position was the most lamentable thing. Old thing, I'm here. Hurry up and attack. Who's that? This is God Emperor Xianxia's attack. If you want revenge, look for that old thing, Xingyi. Lin Fei kept provoking God Emperor Xianxia. God Emperor Xianxia's attack naturally fell on the other continents. This was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Tian, you shameless bastard. God Emperor Xianxia flew into a rage. He tried his best to calm himself down. I can't attack anymore. That guy is cunning and shameless. He wants this emperor to offend all the god emperors in the divine world. This emperor can't fall for it again. Just now, God Emperor Xianxia was really angry. Therefore, he kept attacking, causing his attack to be diverted to other continents. If it was 2 or 3 god emperors, God Emperor Xianxia wouldn't be worried. But to offend more than 10 god emperors at once, all of them had powerful backgrounds. God Emperor Xianxia couldn't help but be wary. He hated that bastard Tian more and more. He had really underestimated Tian's ability. The chase and the cursing passed through more than 10 continents. Old thing, eat my saber. God Emperor Xianxia, who was chasing, raised his eyebrows. Lin Fei suddenly attacked, and the blade of time slashed at God Emperor Xianxia. This saber came without any warning. Kid, you're courting death. God Emperor Xianxia slapped across the air, and he disappeared without a trace. Eat my saber again. Another saber slashed at his back. Similarly, he disappeared without a trace. God Emperor Xianxia suffered another saber strike. Drops of blood dripped down. God Emperor Xianxia, who was wearing divine armor, was still injured. Impossible. How could this emperor be injured? As a divine emperor who grasped a trace of heaven's will, his divine body was flawless. How could he be injured? But now he was injured, and drops of divine blood dripped down. God Emperor Xianxia was about to go crazy. Without waiting for God Emperor Xianxia to think, another saber strike came. The angle was very strange, but it was shattered by God Emperor Xianxia. Lin Fei's attack also stopped. His power of time is actually powerful to such a degree. Those saber strikes just now had used the power of time to open his wounds. Old thing, did those saber strikes feel good? Lin Fei's voice sounded out with a hint of smile in it. God Emperor Xianxia hadn't been injured in a long time. And at this time, another voice sounded out, this one mocking, Xingyi, you're already old. You can't even take care of a junior, and you still have the nerve to be a god emperor? What a joke. Primal chaos, don't be so smug. God Emperor Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Crack. At this time, Hairball came out and bit the place where he was injured. With a crack, she tore off a piece of flesh and escaped. Old thing, your flesh is smelly and old. It's really not delicious. Primordial Evil Dragon said with a look of contempt. Emperor Xingyi was infuriated. He actually had a piece of flesh bitten off by a divine beast. Primal Chaos God Emperor laughed. Good job, Taoist Tian. This kind of old thing needs to be tortured. I wonder when Taoist Tian is free. Why don't you come to my place? Lin Fei could tell that this was Primal Chaos God Emperor's voice. When I'm done with a few things, I'll definitely come to visit. Chapter 1968. Emperor Xingyi was infuriated. Back then, the 8 great divine emperors suppressed the Primal Chaos Divine Emperor, but they were unable to kill him. They dismembered his body and suppressed the various realms. After that, he personally went to hunt down the Primal Chaos Deity Emperor. Unfortunately, he did not manage to kill him. Now that the Chaos God Emperor was ridiculing him, Xingyi God Emperor wished he could go over and kill him. Unfortunately, the Chaotic God Emperor was a special life form, and it was very difficult to kill him. Primal Chaos God Emperor, you are harboring a criminal from the divine world. Don't think that I won't deal with you. God Emperor Xianxia put the label of a criminal on Tian. The lazy voice of the chaotic God Emperor sounded. If you can't catch fellow Taoist Tian, then you can't. Don't try to flatter yourself. Whether he's a murderer or not, it's not up to you to decide. Xingyi God Emperor, you're still as shameless as before. Dition took the opportunity to add another stab. That old thing is really shameless. You can't catch up to him, so you can only act fierce with your mouth. That's all you've got. God Emperor Jingyi had never thought that one day he would be ridiculed by Junior. That Junior for back then was so unbridled. Emperor Jingyi was furious. However, no matter how strong Xiaoqian's spiritual sense was, he was unable to find the other party. Xiaoqian's great perfection spatial power made him feel very helpless. God Emperor Jingyi did not dare to act recklessly. Previously, when the attack was shifted to other continents, the divine emperors who controlled those continents hated him to death. Offending the enemy for no reason was not what divine Emperor Jingyi wanted. Emperor Jingyi knew very well that Dition was provoking him so that he would lose his rationality and attack Dition continuously. If he really did that, he would offend the god emperors of the continents. Now, God Emperor Jingyi hated his space bloodline. An old thing is indeed an old thing. He can actually keep his composure. Lin Fei couldn't wait for God Emperor Jingyi to attack him so that he could have a few more enemies. Even if those people hated him, the one they hated the most was still God Emperor Xianxia. Old thing, if you're not going to chase me, then I'm leaving. Don't send me off. I won't be able to stand it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, his voice echoing in all directions. What a detestable fellow. God Emperor Xianxia's killing intent surged. At this moment, Divine Emperor Xianxia could only give up on pursuing Dition. He wasn't very good at chasing. I believe many people will be interested in a space bloodline that has reached great success. God Emperor Xianxia turned around and left. Master, where are we going now? Hairball was delighted. He didn't refuse any of the great tonics. Hairball had a great time eating the main gate and the gate. Let's go to the demon profound sect. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A few of the 8 great god emperors didn't need to go, but the others had to go as guests. This way, they would know that he wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Great! Hairball cheered. I heard that the demon mystic sect is not worse than the Xianxia sect. This time, we could have a good meal again. Just when everyone thought that Dition would be chased to the ends of the world by divine Emperor Xianxia, another piece of news came out. Dition lawlessly barged into the demon mystic sect, ignoring the restriction of the mountain gate outside, and wantonly plundered the demon mystic sect's treasures. All kinds of resources were plundered. Divine meridians were dug out, cultivation techniques were taken, and nothing good was left. The god emperors of the demon mystic sect attacked one after another, but they were all banished to other places by Dition using the power of space. The weaker god emperors were killed on the spot. His methods were as brutal as before. This time, the divine world was in chaos. Dition offended a god emperor Xianxia, and now he went to offend the demon mystic sect. His courage was not ordinary. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they thought about it. Dition was courting his own death. Sure enough, after plundering, the demon mystic emperor came out and wanted to kill Dition, but instead, the demon mystic sect was riddled with holes. In the end, Dition easily left, and the demon mystic emperor chased him for hundreds of millions of miles. The divine world was in an uproar again. All the forces in the divine world stopped. Many people clapped and cheered. The 8 great god emperors also had such a day. Some people even said that Dition was bullied by the 8 great god emperors, and now he came back to take revenge. The Jingyi school was the first, and the demon mystic sect was the second. Next, there would be the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. Maybe all the 8 Shenhuang would come. The more this news spread, the more it spread. Who was Dition? He was a lawless fellow who could do anything. Now that Dition's space bloodline was complete, he could come and go as he pleased. Even someone as strong as Xianxia God Emperor couldn't do anything, let alone others. Everyone was sure that Dition would attack the other god emperors. After barging into 2 sections, Dition disappeared without a trace, and he didn't appear for more than 10 days. Celestial Emperor sect, Thousand Goblin sect, and the other sects all felt their hearts in their mouths. Xianxia sect and the demon mystic sect were examples. Originally, they were very confident about their sex restrictions. Apart from ascended god experts, no one else could break it easily. But in front of Tian, who had completed his space bloodline, the restrictions were like decorations. The entire sect was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The 8 great god emperors didn't expect that one day, a junior would scare the entire sect into unease and fear. Stop him? How could they stop him? There was nothing they could do. The sect's patriarchs returned one after another, personally guarding the sect to prevent Tian from barging in. Tian was notorious now, especially with a ferocious primordial evil dragon by his side. It ate everything it saw, and even the sacred god emperor would want to bite off a large piece of flesh from its body. It was said that every time the primordial evil dragon attacked, it would eat a large number of people. The stronger their blood and chi, the more it liked them. For example, hierarch gods and god emperors would be devoured in one bite. No matter what the god emperor elders said, the sect was shrouded in a dark cloud. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Even the patriarchs couldn't deal with Tian. They didn't want to die in Tian's hands or even be eaten by the primordial evil dragon. Every day that Tian didn't appear, the pressure on the sect's disciples increased. At this moment, Lin Fei came to a remote continent in the divine world. The entire continent seemed very barren. There were no forces, just some cats and dogs. There were almost no god emperors, and only 1 or 2 sects established by Earth god emperors. With his space bloodline, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Brother Tian, how have you been? In the sky above the continent, the Chaos God Emperor appeared and said with a smile. The Chaos God Emperor was the same as before. He was dressed in white and looked like a young man, but his body exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. He was an existence that had lived for a long time. At this moment, the Chaos God Emperor was very enthusiastic. Back then, the 8 great God Emperors suppressed him. Now that the 8 great God Emperors were defeated, the Chaos God Emperor was very happy to see it. Junior greets the Chaos God Emperor. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Chapter 1969. Lin Fei was here to meet the Chaos God Emperor. After slapping the Zheng Yi God Emperor and Mo Xin God Emperor in the face, Lin Fei decided to lie low for the time being. If the 2 peak God Emperors attacked together, it would definitely not be a good thing. He might even suffer loss. Since the Chaos God Emperor invited him, Lin Fei decided to come over. He was indebted to the Chaos God Emperor. Whether it was the space secret technique or the time secret technique, they all came from the Chaos God Emperor. In addition, the 18 primordial clones were also obtained from the primordial chaos. A long time ago, Lin Fei actually knew why the Chaos God Emperor was not killed, but suppressed in the various worlds. His true form was a special life form, and it was impossible to kill him. Lin Fei and the Chaos God Emperor had a close relationship. Since the Chaos God Emperor invited him, Lin Fei was not afraid of the Chaos God Emperor secretly doing something. He was not in a hurry to go to the territories of the other God Emperors. Lin Fei was very clear that the Chaos God Emperor was so friendly to him. If he could not defeat the 2 peak God Emperors and not deal with him, the Chaos God Emperor would not be so friendly. Reputation was earned with strength. The Chaos Continent. It was a continent occupied by the Chaos God Emperor. It was located in a remote area. However, this was not the point. The continent was adjacent to the primordial Forbidden Zone. As long as the Chaos God Emperor entered the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 God Emperors would not be able to defeat him. This was the country of the Chaos God Emperor. This was what Lin Fei learned from the Chaos God Emperor. Then I have to congratulate Senior Chaos. With the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 God Emperors can only stare. Lin Fei looked at the Forbidden Zone in the distance and was secretly shocked. This Forbidden Zone was extraordinary. This was also the first time Lin Fei saw a Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone contained great terror. The system also calculated the danger level, reaching 5-star danger, the highest danger level. Daoist Tian, you don't have to call me Senior. Just call me Chaos or Brother Chaos. The white-robed chaos said heartily. Lin Fei was a little hesitant. This is not appropriate. The white-robed primal chaos guffawed. What's wrong with that? You've mastered your spatial bloodline. No matter where you go, not even peak god emperors can do anything to you. Lin Fei could tell that the chaos deity emperor was trying to get closer to him. All right, then I'll call you Big Brother Hundun from now on. Lin Fei would not refuse such kindness. Now that Tianming had appeared, it would be good to have another powerful ally. The primal chaos deity emperor was very happy. He was a forthright person and didn't like procrastinating people. Di Tian was to his liking. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Forbidden Zone. Big Brother Hundun, this is my first time coming to this Forbidden Zone. I wonder what's so special about this Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei had been to the immortal world a few times. Those few times, he hadn't really come to the immortal world. He had just gone on a killing spree. He didn't even know how big the immortal world was. Today was the first time he had truly arrived at the God Realm. Now, Lin Fei was very interested in the Forbidden Zone. He always felt that it was extraordinary. The primal chaos deity emperor didn't mind talking about the Forbidden Zone. He pointed to the Forbidden Zone below and said, "The Forbidden Zone is actually a land of immortality created by the Almighty. It's a place where the heavenly Tao of the immortal world is arranged. Those ancient existences that are about to die of old age will bury themselves in the Forbidden Zone. As time passes, they will become one with the Forbidden Zone and become a part of the Forbidden Zone. They will never be able to leave the Forbidden Zone. As long as the Forbidden Zone isn't destroyed, they will not die. The primordial Forbidden Zone is the Forbidden Zone of our Primal Chaos clan. All the experts of the Primal Chaos clan are sleeping there." Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually such a magical place in the immortal world. The Primal Chaos deity emperor smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? If not for the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 great god emperors would have long come to kill me." Walking in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei suddenly understood. It turned out that the primal chaos deity emperor had the support of the Forbidden Zone. In such a huge Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei didn't sense any aura. At most, he saw tombs that emitted a trace of cold and gloomy aura. At the thought of the sleepers, the ancient experts of the Primal Chaos clan, Lin Fei subconsciously became alert. Do you know what the 8 great god emperors are busy with recently? The Primal Chaos deity emperor suddenly asked. How could Lin Fei know what the 8 great god emperors were busy with? However, on second thought, he seemed to understand. Are they planning to attack the Forbidden Zone? The Primal Chaos deity emperor smiled and said, "You are so smart. The 8 great god emperors are contacting people and preparing to attack a Forbidden Zone. They're trying to kill the experts inside and obtain the treasures in the Forbidden Zone. This is also the main reason why you can break into the Xianxia school and the demon mystic sect." Lin Fei really didn't expect that they would be so bold as to attack the Forbidden Zone. I was wondering why the old thing isn't in the sect. It turns out that he is attacking the Forbidden Zone outside. Lin Fei finally understood. You have scared the other god emperors a lot recently. Now the 8 great god emperors have given up on attacking the Forbidden Zone and are guarding at home, afraid that you will come and cause trouble. The Primal Chaos deity emperor said, "Do you know what outsiders are saying about you now?" Lin Fei shook his head. "I really didn't pay attention to this. People call you the King of Destruction. Xianxia School, the Demon Mystic Sect, and the heavenly sects of the immortal Civ continent were all destroyed by you. King of Destruction?" This nickname was given to him. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two talked as they walked and landed in a palace in the Forbidden Zone. Are there many similar Forbidden Zones in the Divine World? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Primal Chaos deity emperor nodded. You guessed it right. There are many Forbidden Zones in the Divine World. For example, the most powerful ones, even I don't dare to enter. The small Forbidden Zones can be destroyed with one hand. Lin Fei couldn't imagine it. The Primal Chaos deity emperor added, "Don't think that the Divine World is big now. It is actually very small. In fact, it is occupied by the Forbidden Zones. Why do the God Emperors want to attack the Forbidden Zones? In fact, it is to expand their territory. Every Forbidden Zone has many treasures, such as Emperor treasures and even Emperor weapons. Any one of them can enhance their strength. The Divine World is still small now. Lin Fei was very surprised. During this period of time, his understanding of the Divine World could be summed up in one word: big. All the continents were bigger than the profound sky world. Could it be that it was still small? In the past, the entire Divine World had 3,000 continents and was controlled by 3,000 God Emperors. Now, there are only 200 continents left. Some of these continents are in remote locations and have been abandoned until now. No one has occupied them. Some continents have forbidden zones. Every once in a while, the corpses of the forbidden zones will wreak havoc on the continents. Currently, there are only about 100 continents that are occupied by people. 3,000 continents? Lin Fei was really shocked. Doesn't that mean that most of the original 3,000 continents are occupied by the forbidden zones now? Chapter 1970. Lin Fei listened very carefully. He was very interested in the forbidden area of the divinity realm. Perhaps the other reason why Chaos Shen Emperor invited him as a guest was to be in the forbidden area. Junior, I have learned something, Lin Fei said. Chaos Shen Emperor had a very good impression of Di Tian. Most importantly, Di Tian was a person worth cooperating with. Most importantly, Di Tian would not go with the 8 Shenhuang. After the destruction of the Zhengyi school and demon mystic sect, they had completely fallen out. Actually, you will know it sooner or later, even if I don't say it. Chaos Shen Emperor laughed. After that, Chaos Shen Emperor did not say anything else but chatted about some things. Lin Fei also listened with great interest. In the next few days, Lin Fei lived in the forbidden area. Lin Fei was also happy to relax. Lin Fei stayed for 7 or 8 days and then said goodbye to Chaos Shen Emperor. Chaos Shen Emperor personally saw Di Tian off and said, "If you don't mind, you can come and visit more often. By the way, here is a map of the forbidden area of the divinity realm. Keep it. Maybe you will need it someday." Lin Fei accepted it and left with the primordial evil dragon. "Your Excellency, aren't you going to invite Di Tian to attack the forbidden area together? Why did you let him leave?" An advisor of Chaos Shen Emperor appeared quietly with a puzzled look. "This matter is not urgent." Chaos Shen Emperor smiled. Di Tian will not take the bait in a few words. Moreover, he has not finished his business yet. How can he calm down? The advisor behind him said, "Does Di Tian really want to destroy the sects of the 8 Shenhuang?" Chaos Shen Emperor's eyes were like the sky. He said lightly, "He is smart. There must be some unlucky ones among the 8 Shenhuang. Only then can the 8 Shenhuang be afraid and not dare to act recklessly, so that they can gain a foothold." Zhengyi School. After the last destruction, the Zhengyi School suffered heavy casualties and lost a lot of vitality. In a short time, it almost returned to normal, but the dead disciples could not recover. This also made the Zhengyi School lose face in the divinity realm. Many forces secretly spread the news, so it was hard not to know. Therefore, recently, the disciples of the sect did not dare to go out because they could not bear being laughed at. In the main hall of the Zhengyi School, the 8 God Emperors sat together. There was no helping it. It was all because of Di Tian. "You still haven't found anything?" God Emperor Zheng Yi said expressionlessly. "That brat's zodiac is a rabbit. His spatial bloodline has reached great success. He can go anywhere in the world. It won't be easy to find him." Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor shook his head, feeling very helpless. Maybe he ran to the profound sky world. The immortal Emperor God Emperor said seriously, "It has been so long, and Di Tian has disappeared without a trace. Maybe he is afraid of us." The other God Emperors nodded in agreement. For the time being, nothing had happened to them, so they were not that worried. If not for the fact that the 8 great God Emperors were a group, they would not have come. Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi and Celestial Emperor Immo Xian glanced at each other, feeling very unwilling. They knew what they were thinking. They couldn't wait for their 2 sects to suffer. Don't look at how the 8 great divine emperors seem to be a group on the surface. In reality, there were many factions within. Before the mandate of heaven appeared, everyone was still together. Now that the mandate of heaven had appeared, everyone was restless. Only the superficial friendliness remained. I don't think Dtion will return to the profound sky world. Celestial Emperor Zheng, he said, maybe he is in the chaotic continent. Don't forget, the 18 primordial spiritual splits that Dtion cultivates is an absolute art of his lineage. Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor and Celestial Emperor Zheng did not get along well. If not for the fact that they suffered losses together, they would not have stood together. There was no choice. Dtion was too ruthless, tormenting their sections. If not for their wealth, the entire sect would have suffered a huge blow. Taoist Celestial Emperor Zheng, you mean that we should go to the chaotic continent and force chaos to hand over the person? Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor's eyes lit up. He was gnashing his teeth at Dtion, wishing he could eat his flesh, otherwise he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Chaos God Emperor might not hand over the person. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor frowned. He is now in control of the Forbidden Land. It is not that easy to deal with him. These Forbidden Lands are indeed hateful. If not for the Forbidden Land, we would have long suppressed and sealed the Chaos God Emperor again. Celestial Emperor Xianxia said with a murderous look. Previously, when they joined hands to hunt down the Chaos God Emperor, they were obstructed by the Forbidden Land, resulting in the current situation. This method is feasible. Dtion is notorious in the God world. If we contact the other God Emperors and force Chaos God Emperor together, let's see if he dares to refuse. If he dares to refuse, we can destroy the Chaos Forbidden Land. Profound Saint God Emperor said sinisterly. Old Ancestor, bad news. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and knelt in front of Myriad Demon Divine Emperor. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor's heart skipped a beat. What happened? 2 hours ago, Dtion barged into our Myriad Demon sect, wantonly destroyed, killed God Emperors, and ate all the battle pets we tamed. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. If I don't kill you, I am not human. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor turned around and left, not leaving a single word, disappearing into the horizon. The other God Emperors all stood up. Let's stop here for today. Dtion might have appeared for us. I need to go back and take charge. Celestial Emperor's sect cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave first. I also need to go back and take charge. The few God Emperors left in the blink of an eye. Even Mysterious Demon God Emperor couldn't sit still and left after saying a few words. God Emperor Zhengyi's face also turned gloomy. The few God Emperors left and hurried back to the sect. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor was unlucky. He was attacked by the black-robed man on the way back, his head bleeding, and he fled in a sorry state. This news quickly spread throughout the divine world. Many people were guessing who did it. Luckily, I am fine. Creation God Emperor hurried back to the sect and heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he heard about Myriad Demon Divine Emperor being ambushed. Could it be Dtion's doing? No, it's Chaos God Emperor. Creation God Emperor sent his subordinates out. He knew who the black-robed man was. In the past, Chaos God Emperor loved to stab people in the back. Creation God Emperor was also ambushed by Chaos God Emperor in the past. Creation God Emperor, long time no see, how are you? In the main hall, Lin Fei walked out. Creation God Emperor stared at the young man, not far away. Everyone says that Dtion is extremely daring. It seems like it is true. You are really daring. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot? Lin Fei laughed. You can't kill me, and if you really attack, your fortune gate won't be peaceful, and you will follow in the footsteps of Myriad Demon Sect. Creation God Emperor's face sank. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, but a warning. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a throne appeared behind him. I am just stating a fact. As for whether you want to hear it or not, That is your own business. Then why are you here? Chapter 1971. The Fortune Divine Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though Di Tian was arrogant, he had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the Fortune Divine Sovereign wanted to capture Di Tian, he wouldn't be able to. There was also the missing primordial evil dragon, which was definitely a threat to the Fortune Divine Sovereign. He didn't want to be bitten by a divine beast and end up like Divine Sovereign Zheng-Yi. The Fortune Divine Emperor was rather interested in the treasures and resources that Di Tian had plundered. Who didn't want their own sect to become stronger? Enemy? When there were benefits, they could sit together, drink tea, and talk about life. This was the benefit of benefits. Everyone says that fellow Taoist Di Tian is arrogant and ignorant, that he's all brawn and no brains. But now, it seems like everyone has underestimated fellow Taoist. The Creation Divine Emperor laughed. Well said, well said. The business discussion was very pleasant. One had needs, and the other wanted to sell. Both of them were very satisfied. The Fortune Gate did not need to be damaged by Di Tian, and the Fortune Divine Emperor would not have to worry about it anymore. The only person who knew of this matter was the Fortune Divine Emperor, and no one else was informed. For the time being, the 8 Divine Emperors were still a group. The Fortune Divine Sovereign didn't want others to know about his cooperation with Di Tian. If news of it were to spread, the other God Sovereigns would definitely find trouble with him. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. Once the transaction was completed, Lin Fei took the initiative to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the Fortune Divine Emperor spoke. Fellow Taoist, please wait, the Fortune Divine Emperor said. What's the matter? Lin Fei turned around and asked. The Fortune Divine Sovereign was indeed busy. Pardon me for asking, but how did fellow Taoist cultivate your space bloodline to the large success stage? After all, a large success stage requires a long period of time, and fellow Taoist is still so young. Lin Fei had expected this. As long as a God Emperor wasn't a fool, he would be able to tell that his space bloodline had reached the great success stage. How did he manage to cultivate his space bloodline to great perfection in such a short time? This was worthy of the God Emperor's attention. If it was someone else asking me, I wouldn't answer. Lin Fei said, however, I just cooperated with fellow Taoist creation, so it's not like I can't tell you. The Fortune Divine Emperor felt that he had gained a lot of face. Right now, he already treated Di Tian as someone on the same level as him. Everyone liked to hear compliments. It was the same for the Fortune Divine Emperor. Fellow Taoist, let's talk while we drink. The Fortune Divine Emperor pulled Lin Fei to a seat and immediately ordered someone to bring a table full of dishes and personally poured wine for Lin Fei. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist creation has a Divine Emperor controller who is infinitely close to the great accomplishment realm, right? Lin Fei said as he looked at the Creation Divine Emperor. The good Fortune Divine Emperor was straightforward. Fellow Taoist guessed correctly. Nothing can be hidden from fellow Taoist's eyes. I have an Earth controller under me who is just a step away from reaching the grand accomplishment realm. But even after cultivating for several thousand years, he is still unable to break through. A deity emperor with a great accomplishment bloodline would have a terrifying combat power. Even if his bloodline wasn't the best, it was still a powerful existence comparable to the heaven-splitting Divine Emperor or even the God-sealing Divine Emperor. The Creation Divine Emperor had to be thick-skinned enough to ask. Under the heavens, Di Tian was the only person who could cultivate his bloodline to the great accomplishment realm in such a short time. He was also the most qualified person to do so. From the moment he cultivated his space bloodline to the great accomplishment realm, Lin Fei knew that there would be deity emperors who would want to know the secret behind it. To Lin Fei, this secret wasn't too big of a secret. It was nothing more than refining his bloodline. Fellow Taoist creation, please take a look at this. Lin Fei took out an item and placed it in front of the Creation Divine Emperor. It was a ball of light, and there was a mysterious existence within it. This is the Earth bloodline. With the Creation Divine Emperor's eyesight, the moment the ball of light landed on his hand, the Creation Divine Emperor was shocked. Then, His gaze became infatuated. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. There's actually such a mysterious existence in this world. Lin Fei was also very impressed. Fellow Daoist Creation's eyesight is really good. You actually recognized it at a glance. Lin Fei said. The Creation Divine Emperor rejoiced that he didn't make a move against Di Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Di Tian had such a good thing. At this time, the Creation Divine Emperor was very excited. I wonder if fellow Daoists can sell some of this thing to me. No matter how expensive the price is, I will accept it. The Creation Divine Emperor only had one thought in his mind, and that was to buy as much as he could. Now that it was the Heaven's Mandate era, the stronger one was the better. As for snatching it, the Creation Divine Emperor didn't have such a thought. Facing a defenseless Di Tian, unless he could kill him in one strike, he would be a powerful enemy. He wouldn't be able to rest in peace. This thing is very difficult to extract, Lin Fei said awkwardly. Then he gritted his teeth and said, fellow Daoist Creation's temperament is quite compatible with mine. I'm willing to refine some of it. The price is negotiable. I only need heaven rank or earth rank divine veins. Also, God Emperor Godheads and Hierarch Godheads, the more the better. The Creation Divine Emperor was already prepared for Di Tian's exorbitant demand, but when he heard Di Tian's words, he became very excited. Who said that Di Tian was cruel? He was actually a good person. Lin Fei suddenly lowered his voice and said, I wonder what kind of bloodline fellow Daoist cultivates. If you don't have a bloodline, you can cultivate it and turn it into a trump card. At the Creation Divine Emperor's strength, there was a certain degree of difficulty in increasing his strength. I could do it too. The Creation Divine Emperor wasn't a controller. He had cultivated an ordinary bloodline. Not all God Emperors had a special bloodline. If all of them had a special bloodline, wouldn't the world be turned upside down? The Creation Divine Emperor was naturally tempted. If he could raise his bloodline to the hierarch level, it would indeed become a trump card. Aren't you afraid that I'll spread the news? At that time, you'll have to face the wrath of the entire world. The Creation Divine Emperor said coldly. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I've already offended so many people, so what's wrong with a few more? However, your fortune gate will suffer a calamity. Other than you, no one else will survive. Your fortune gate will disappear from this world. Even fellow Daoists won't be able to live in peace. If someone else had said this, the Creation Divine Emperor would have snorted disdainfully. But coming from Di Tian's mouth, there was a huge difference. No one dared to doubt Di Tian's ability. I'm not afraid to tell you that I can reach grand completion in both my space and time bloodlines. I wonder how many times fellow Daoist lifespan can withstand my sneak attacks. Lin Fei said, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The Creation Divine Emperor shuddered inexplicably, only to realize that he had neglected an important matter. Di Tian could reach grand completion in his space bloodline. Time? That was the number one person in all of history. The Creation Divine Emperor's expression changed drastically. Fellow Daoist, please don't blame me. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. The Creation Divine Emperor laughed dryly. Let's talk business. Chapter 1972. It was a pleasant collaboration. When the Fortune Divine Emperor refined the first portion of bloodline power, he was shocked. How could there be such a technique in this world? It was simply inconceivable. After tasting the sweetness, the relationship between the Fortune Divine Emperor and Lin Fei became closer. The Fortune Divine Emperor rejoiced inwardly that he did not chase after Di Tian personally. Offending such a terrifying existence would not bring peace to the Fortune Gate. The Fortune Divine Emperor took out the God Emperor grade Godhead without hesitation. Now that there was a way to increase his strength, how could the Fortune Divine Emperor miss it? As for what the 8 God Emperors would think, that was another matter. Lin Fei gave out 1 million portions of bloodline power for the first time, and the harvest was very bountiful. If the Fortune Divine Emperor knew that this bloodline power didn't require any price, and that it wasn't even worth 1/10 of the value of the treasure, he might really vomit 3 liters of blood. It was a pity that the Fortune Divine Emperor did not know about this, as he immersed himself in cultivating his bloodline power. Lin Fei was not idle either. He returned to the Black Sky world with a huge harvest. After the completion of his spatial bloodline, going back and forth was a matter of a thought. This time, he had offended 3 of the 8 God Emperors. Lin Fei needed to go back and make some arrangements to prevent the 8 God Emperors from shamelessly coming to the Black Sky world to cause trouble. Back at the Invincible Palace in the Black Sky world, the first thing Lin Fei did was to set up a powerful array to envelop the entire Black Sky world. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei, who had mastered spatial power, was able to do it easily. Lin Fei spent more than 10 days to personally set up a spatial array. No matter who came over, they would be exiled, unable to approach the Black Sky world forever. For this, Lin Fei spent a large amount of resources. Compared to the resources that he plundered, these resources were nothing much. After the spatial array was set up, Lin Fei found a hierarch to test it out. The results were very good. Once someone approached the Black Sky world, they would be trapped in the space and could only retreat. Lin Fei also tested the power of the spatial array. Other than himself, no one could enter. Even if they could pass the first layer, they might not be able to pass the second layer. It could be said that Lin Fei had turned the profound sky world into an impregnable kingdom. Lin Fei had chased out the 8 great sects of the profound sky world, as well as some hostile factions, not leaving a single hostile faction behind. At this point, all the hostile forces in the profound sky world had been chased out by Lin Fei. All voices were unified. This was just the beginning. Lin Fei usually opened one of the passageways, allowing everyone to enter and exit freely. In the center of the formation, Lin Fei had arranged for hundreds of ultimate gods to stand guard day and night. As long as someone came, they would be able to close the passageway and prevent outsiders from entering. Other than hierarch grade godheads, the rest of the godheads obtained from the Fortune Divine Emperor were used as plunder resources. The profound sky world had even installed a batch of divine cannons. Naturally, this was changed by the system. For Lin Fei, who had plundered a large number of divine veins, his divinity points had reached a terrifying number. The divine cannons could only be activated after advancing to the God Emperor realm. In order to activate it, godheads were needed. Heavenly godheads and God King godheads were used as offensive weapons. Lin Fei felt that it was almost time for someone to come and try it out. In the depths of the Invincible Palace, a large number of hierarch experts. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Zheng Yi Divine Emperor, Imo Xian Divine Emperor, and Peng Yao Divine Emperor. As long as you dare to come, I will take a bite out of you. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the number of hierarch experts he had summoned. The number of God Emperors was limited. Even though the Divine World's mandate had appeared and many people had the opportunity to advance to the God Emperor realm during the celestial Worthy Mountain trip, there were less than 1,000 God Emperors in the entire Divine World. Therefore, the core strength of the battle was still the hierarch experts. Now, Lin Fei's Invincible Palace had summoned millions of hierarch experts. Standing on the elevated platform, Xianxia saw a dense mass of people gathering together. If not for the fact that spatial power had been used to isolate them, the entire celestial world would have been shaken. These hierarch godheads were plundered from all over the place. Nearly 6 million hierarch experts. No matter what, we have to be shocked. Lin Fei chuckled. Just having hierarch experts won't do. We need a God Emperor to lead the team. This time, the number of God Emperor godheads he plundered was not too many. It was just a little over 1,000. Lin Fei did not use them to level up. Now that he had achieved great mastery in space and time, he had terrifying combat power. There was no need for him to level up his realm. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to summon God Emperor experts. As long as the mysterious sky world was strong, the 8 great God Emperors and other God Emperors would not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned and took out a message amulet. The 8 great God Emperors are coming to destroy the mysterious sky world in 10 days? Looking at the message, Lin Fei laughed. With the Fortune Divine Emperor around, you will regret trying to catch me off guard. Lin Fei was very clear that the Fortune Divine Emperor had tasted the benefits of the bloodline power and would not allow it to succeed. It was normal for him to secretly send a message. A few shameless old things. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Let's summon the God Emperor first. Summoning a God Emperor expert required a lot of Godheads. Summoning one God Emperor required 200 Godheads. The Godheads Lin Fei could only summon 6 God Emperors. The level of strength depended on luck. Summon God Emperor. The system prompted, successfully consuming 200 God Emperor Godheads. Ding. Heavenly Treasure Divine Emperor. Summoning successful. Earth God Emperor Strength. Please receive. This strength. Lin Fei was not too satisfied, but he could not say anything. Ding. Rakshasa Divine Emperor. Summoning successful. Heavenly God Emperor Strength. Please receive. Ding. Fei Luo Divine Emperor. Summoning successful. Young God Emperor Strength. Please receive. The 6 God Emperors were quickly summoned. Greetings, Master. The 6 God Emperors knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Among the 6 God Emperors summoned with 1,200 Godheads, there were 2 Heavenly God Emperors, 1 Earth God Emperor, and 3 Young God Emperors. The mysterious sky world had God Emperors. With 6 million ultimate gods, Lin Fei divided them into 6 teams. Each of the 6 ultimate gods controlled 1 million ultimate gods. 8 great God Emperors. I will make you vomit blood this time. He took out all the ultimate god treasures he had collected in the past. It was still not enough. Lin Fei was very open-minded. If there were none, then there were none. Sooner or later, someone would send them over. The 8 great God Emperor's troops still came. He had to vent his anger. Since they could not find Dition, they decided to flatten the mysterious sky world first. Chapter 1973. The 8 divine emperors came in a threatening manner. In order to shorten the time, they used the Space Emperor Treasure, a space-shuttling treasure ship. They worked together and headed straight for the mysterious sky world. Only the 8 divine emperors and some ancient powers could afford to do so. Most people in the divine world agreed that the 8 divine emperors would go against the mysterious sky world. Dition's name resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the god realm. But no one liked this person. Of the more than 100 great continents, quite a few had suffered calamities, and all of them were related to Dition. Now, that someone was going to deal with Dition, everyone wanted to see Dition suffer. Many people wanted to watch the show. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and they did not have a space-shuttling treasure. They could only shake their heads and miss a great opportunity. 10 days later, the 8 divine emperors arrived outside the mysterious sky world. Everyone was angry that Dition had chased the 8 major sects out. The only one who was not angry was the Creation Divine Emperor. Compared to the benefits they had now, it was nothing. Once the 8 divine emperors arrived, they released the troops they brought and surrounded the mysterious sky world. In order to flatten the mysterious sky world, the 8 divine emperors brought many troops. Each clan had a few thousand ultimate gods and more than 10 divine emperors. The 8 clans had about 50 to 60,000 ultimate gods and about 80 divine emperors. As for divine kings, the 8 divine emperors did not bring them. With such a force, it was enough to flatten the mysterious sky world. It would be best if Dition hid in the mysterious sky world. This time, he would not be able to escape. In the mysterious sky world, all 8 positions were guarded. The 8 divine emperors gathered together, and after a discussion, each went to a position. Even a mosquito would not be able to escape from their hands. Attack. They would not say anything. After surrounding the mysterious sky world, they would attack. This was what they had discussed before they came. Attack. A few thousand ultimate gods, led by the divine emperors, rushed towards the mysterious sky world. The Creation Divine Emperor transmitted a message to his subordinates. When you rush in, don't do anything. Just stand still. These subordinates were very smart and knew what to do. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely restrain my subordinates and not mess around. The Creation Divine Emperor waved his hand. You can go now. This was a message from Dition. The creation divine sovereign was also very surprised. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, there are more than 50,000 ultimate gods among the 8 divine emperors this time, excluding me. I wonder how you're going to stop them. The overall strength of the profound sky world was not strong. The number of godly venerable experts could be counted on one hand. The Fortune Divine Emperor was very curious. Did Dtion personally make a move, or did he have some other trump card? The Fortune Divine Emperor trusted Dtion's words, and he didn't want his subordinates to waste their strength. As for the other god emperors, the Fortune Divine Emperor wasn't interested in reminding them. There was a group of people rushing out from each of the 8 directions. The combination of the 8 auras was extremely terrifying. In the next second, they all disappeared in front of everyone. A spatial formation. God Sovereign Xianxia frowned. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but he couldn't find his subordinates. He knew that they had encountered a spatial formation. Pantheon Divine Emperor sneered. Humph! Even if it's a spatial array, it needs to be controlled by someone. We have tens of thousands of ultimate gods and 80 to 90 divine emperors, yet we still can't break a spatial array. Dtion is just bluffing. Demon Mystic Divine Emperor laughed. Maybe the array will be broken in the next moment. No one cared about the profound sky world. Little did they know, at that moment, in another space, the Jingyi Sect's Divine Emperor led a group of godly venerable experts into another space. There were no signs of life in these spaces, and there was a depressing aura everywhere. The leader was a heaven god emperor who calmly said, "Everyone, don't worry. This is just a spatial array of Dtion. As long as we break the array, we will naturally return to the outside world." The heaven god emperor was prepared to break the array himself. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a uniform sound came from the space. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of them. As the shadow appeared in front of them, the god emperors of Xianxia sect were shocked as they stared at the figure that appeared in front of them. How is this possible? That dark shadow appeared in front of everyone's vision under the leadership of a god emperor. So many ultimate gods. How did Dtion get them? That group of ultimate gods with their soaring aura came head-on, scaring the ultimate gods of Xianxia sect so much that their limbs began to weaken. How many are there? There must be at least 300 to 400,000, maybe even more. We are finished. What are you fighting for? The ultimate gods who were previously proud were all pale, as if they had been hit in the head. If it was only 1,000 or 2,000, they would not care. But now, it was a complete one-sided massacre. Kill without mercy, leave no one alive. Boom! The crowd surged over like a black torrent and instantly drowned everyone. Run! At that moment, even the heaven god emperor's face was pale. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. He abandoned the people behind him and tried to break out. At that moment, the array was opened. How could they let the heaven god emperor out? He returned to this space in the next second. The black mass of the ultimate god army charged over. Wherever they went, they took the lives of Hierophants one after another, leaving behind Hierophant grade godheads. Several thousand Hierophants were annihilated in less than a dozen breaths' time. Even the heavenly deity emperor was exhausted to death by the Hierophant masters. At that moment, the other sects were the same. Their armies suffered a devastating blow, and not a single one was left alive. The Fortune Gate's divine emperors were so scared that their limbs went soft when they saw the dark ultimate god army, and they collapsed to the ground. Hundreds of thousands of ultimate gods gathered together was a terrifying force that made one's scalp go numb. We are the Fortune Gate Divine Emperor's men. The leading divine emperor hurriedly explained. He finally understood what the Lord meant. Attack the mysterious sky world? What a joke. They should go home and sleep. Didn't they see the dark ultimate god army that was like a black torrent? Any attack could wipe them out. Divine emperors? It was the same. Stay here obediently. A cold voice came from the other side, which made the Fortune Gate divine emperors heave a sigh of relief. No more fighting, no more fighting. The 8 divine emperors were waiting for news. With such a force, sweeping through the entire profound sky world would be a piece of cake. Time passed, second by second. The mysterious sky world was quiet. The array formation outside did not seem to have been breached. Now, the 8 God Emperors had a bad feeling. Could something have happened? Chapter 1974. It was an overwhelming battle. Lin Fei had expected it from the beginning. After all, the 8 great divine emperors did not bring many people with them. Although a few thousand ultimate gods were a lot, it was nothing compared to the millions of ultimate gods he brought with him. It was normal for him to crush them. From the moment the 8 divine emperors wanted to attack the mysterious sky world, the outcome was destined. No one could change it. The 8 divine emperors could be the vanguard, but would they be willing to do so? They would not do it, nor could they put down their pride. It was already embarrassing to bully the weak, let alone to do it themselves. The 8 divine emperors did not think Tian would be in the mysterious sky world. Tian's appearance was more or less unnatural. Tian, don't think that we don't know how strong the mysterious sky world is. With your men, you can resist the vanguard we sent out. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor sneered. Do you really think that we are blind? If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Creation Divine Emperor thought. Everyone is indeed blind. Since they have come out, the people inside must have been dealt with. Mysterious Demon Divine Emperor said coldly. That's right. Besides you, what else can your mysterious sky world do? It's nothing more than a spatial formation to trap them. Don't think that we don't know that you are just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. No one believed that the pinnacle experts they sent out would die inside. Lin Fei laughed. You are all old. It's the era of the young. With your men, you dare to take over the mysterious sky world? I feel embarrassed for you. Isn't it just an ultimate god? Who doesn't have one? My ultimate god army. Come out and let everyone see the power of the mysterious sky world. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a sharp aura soared into the sky. The 8 divine emperors were secretly surprised by this aura. A black flood appeared behind Tian. It was a black mass, and they were in an orderly formation. They formed a surging aura that swept towards Tian. Mighty divine army, mighty divine army. Their voices reverberated between the heavens and earth. At that moment, the 8 divine emperors' faces changed. The black torrent was like a beast bearing its sharp fangs. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. How is this possible? There are so many ultimate gods. There are at least 4 to 5 million ultimate gods. Where did Tian get them from? Our men are finished. Damn Tian, we've been tricked. The 8 celestial emperors were dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Even they felt powerless against millions of ultimate god experts. Such a force was enough to defeat any power in the divine world. At the very least, it could severely injure the other party. Young god emperors and even earth god emperors, if they were trapped by such a great army, would die without a doubt. They could not imagine how Tian managed to create such an ultimate god army. Even they might not be able to gather such an army of godly venerable rank experts. Godly venerable rank experts were not cabbages like divine gods, but the backbone of the divine world. The 8 divine emperors' initial confidence was smashed to smithereens by the godly venerable army. He had lost all his face today. He had come with such an imposing manner. Thousands of ultimate gods and god emperors have been sacrificed for nothing. That's why I said that you are all blind. The mysterious sky world is not something you can deal with. Lin Fei smiled. He was very satisfied with the godly venerable army. It was a deterrent force. Now you have to do it yourselves. Lin Fei said again. I'll accompany you to the end. Isn't it just a godly venerable army? I can destroy most of them. The all-demon divine emperor was furious. His boundless, ferocious aura surged. You ran away last time. Let's see where you can run to today. The all-demon divine emperor's all-demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Their tamed battle pets had been eaten by the divine beast primordial evil dragon. How could they not be distressed after hundreds of years of taming? The all-demon divine emperor directly attacked. Demonic chariot. A golden chariot descended. Boundless divine emperor aura swept out and collided with the other party. Path of Death. A black path of death appeared in the void. It connected heaven and earth and blasted in Di Tian's direction. Since Di Tian had appeared, they decided to attack directly. Take down Di Tian first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The 8 divine emperors, including the divine emperor that they brought along, instantly arrived at an empty starry sky. At that moment, they were very far away from mysterious sky world. It's just a battle. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei laughed. Hairball, do it. Without anything to worry about. Lin Fei's fighting spirit soared. Roar, roar, roar. Harry Ball's true form appeared. The pressure of a divine beast was boundless. He charged headfirst into the path of death, and with a swipe of his sharp claws, countless marks appeared on the demon Luan war chariot, which was a divine emperor treasure. This caused the Pantheon demon emperor, who was standing on it, to emit a cold light. Despicable divine beast, die. The all-demon divine emperor also returned to his original body. It was a giant crocodile with a huge body. It emitted a fierce divine emperor aura. The 2 behemoths kept colliding, shattering the void. Xianxia, what are you waiting for? Mysterious demon god emperor controlled the godly emperor treasure, the path of death, and continuously smashed it towards Di Tian, bringing with it waves of cold wind. This cold wind was extremely vicious, and it tore through Di Tian's body. How dare you take out a mere divine emperor treasure? Lin Fei stepped forward. He took out the black myriad demon pagoda and smashed it on the path of death, creating a huge gap in the path of death. Di Tian, you are shameless. The path of death was smashed. The endless sinister wind was smashed. The mysterious demon divine emperor was so angry that he scolded Di Tian for being shameless. I'm shameless. So what? The myriad demon pagoda released a terrifying divine emperor aura and smashed it on the mysterious demon divine emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The mysterious demon divine emperor blocked 3 consecutive attacks. He kept vomiting blood. The path of death was also broken into several pieces. Its power was greatly reduced. Overwhelming righteousness soared. Another god emperor's treasure slashed down. The vast, awe-inspiring righteousness suppressed all the ghosts in the world. This was God Emperor Xianxia's attack. He definitely couldn't watch God Emperor Xianxia be defeated. The overwhelming righteousness sword flew out and slashed. As soon as the sword of overwhelming righteousness appeared, Lin Fei could feel that it was extraordinary. Awe-inspiring righteousness. How dare you take it out? The sword slashed down, but it stopped in mid-air. Wash it. Time continued to pass. With this swipe, the overwhelming righteousness continued to weaken. In just a moment, the overwhelming righteousness sword's vitality was greatly damaged, and it completely lost its power. Lin Fei didn't plan to hide the fact that he had mastered the time bloodline. First, they had to heavily injure divine Emperor Xianxia's sword of overwhelming righteousness. It was something that divine Emperor Xianxia had been refining day and night, and it was like his most precious treasure. Thus, it had taken away 30% of divine Emperor Xianxia's power. Damn you, Di Tian! You've actually cultivated your time bloodline to the great accomplishment realm. God King Xianxia was on the verge of cursing. A moment of carelessness had caused his overwhelming righteous sword to be severely damaged. Today, I will give everyone a big gift. Have a good taste. Chapter 1975. In an instant, an invisible great terror shrouded the hearts of the 8 god emperors. Oh no! No one who could become a god emperor was simple. No matter how fast they were, the endless great terror swept over and drowned them in it. The demon chariot was blown away, almost deformed. The road of death was no more. The sword of overwhelming righteousness was full of holes, living up to its great power. This was the first time Lin Fei had used the Great Destruction of Time. This was the upgraded version of the previous secret skill. Its power was extraordinary, and its power was more terrifying than expected. For this, Lin Fei deliberately changed the place to use it. Otherwise, the mysterious sky world would probably be razed to the ground. A shuddering aura swept across the whole world. Even the Saint God Emperors were alarmed. This aura made people feel deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. Divine senses shot through the air, trying to find out what was going on and why there was such a frightening power. As soon as they entered this area, the aftershock of the power ran over their divine senses, and they all changed color. There is the aura of the 8 God Emperors here. Could it be that they were fighting with Dtion, and this is a secret skill attack they used? It can't be that Dtion used it. Streams of divine senses communicated with each other. Such a power was indeed frightening. After thinking about it, only the 8 God Emperors and Dtion could do it. Outsiders could not make such a big scene. No matter how they searched, they could not find anything. They had no choice but to return and ask for information from other places, such as the 8 God Emperors. Mysterious sky world, invincible palace. Lin Fei's face turned pale. Damn, this move consumes a lot of energy. I used 1/10 of my divinity points. The 8 God Emperors were all top experts. Lin Fei had already thought about it. Since he was going to fight, he had to hit their arrogance hard. It would be best if he could beat them into submission. So, Lin Fei used a top secret skill attack. This 1/10 of divinity points was also a huge number. Lin Fei was a little distressed. In order to hurt the 8 God Emperors at once, he had to pay the price. After this battle, even if the 8 God Emperors were given courage, they would not dare to act recklessly. So fast. Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist Dtion, you almost killed me. The Creation Divine Emperor snuck into the invincible palace dressed in tattered clothes. The moment he entered, he started to complain. At this moment, the Creation Divine Emperor was no longer in high spirits. He was in a sorry state, and the divine armor on his body had been reduced to scrap. His complexion was also not very good. The Fortune Divine Sovereign didn't expect Dtion to release such a big move, and it caught them off guard. None of the 8 God Emperors were spared, and all of them were struck by the move. Lin Fei said, "Actually, I only comprehended it on the spur of the moment, so I didn't have time to inform you. Fellow Taoist creation, please don't take offense." The Fortune Divine Sovereign refused to believe it, even if he was beaten to death. If he didn't have a trump card, he would have been killed in a single move. This killer move was too ferocious, and he could be considered lucky that he was the furthest away from it. The next time you use such a big move, you must inform me. The Fortune Divine Emperor inwardly rejoiced that he did not make a move at the Fortune Gate. Otherwise, the entire Fortune Gate would no longer exist. Don't worry, I will definitely inform you in advance next time. Lin Fei said, "This is a little compensation for me. It's nothing much." Lin Fei took out 150,000 portions of bloodline power. The Fortune Divine Emperor's eyes lit up, and he quickly retracted his bloodline power, as if he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would take it back. He said, "Sai, it's actually not that bad. I've already made preparations. As for the others, I'm afraid they will have to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." Lin Fei didn't mind giving away some of his bloodline power. "It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill them in one go." Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, "If I had known earlier, I would have done it again." The Fortune Divine Emperor had seen all kinds of secret techniques, but he had never seen such a top-grade secret technique. It was simply too terrifying, and there was no place to hide, so he could only face it head-on. Just one attack was unbearable, not to mention a second attack. That was simply taking one's life. Fellow Taoist Dtion, from today onwards, the 8 God Emperors will not dare to openly attack you. The Fortune Divine Emperor said, "This time, you defeated us completely. Unless they become God Emperors, they can only attack you in secret. I have to congratulate fellow Taoist." Lin Fei sighed lightly. "If they hadn't gone too far, I wouldn't have made them my enemy. This is destined, and no one can change it. If I don't show them my strength, they will deal with me. In 10 days to half a month, the other God Emperors will send gifts over, lest you sweep through their sects." The Fortune Divine Emperor said, "Will they?" Lin Fei didn't think so. I don't think it's possible. They will. Why don't we make a small bet? Sure. The Fortune Divine Emperor's injuries weren't too serious, but he still needed to recuperate. Lin Fei decided to lend him a helping hand, using the power of time. The Fortune Divine Emperor was the first among the 8 God Emperors to recover from his injuries. The Fortune Divine Emperor was also amazed by the power of time at the large success stage. There weren't many people who had seen a time bloodline at the large success stage. It was also the Fortune Divine Emperor's first time seeing it. No wonder it was a top-notch bloodline. It was indeed extraordinary. 1 month later, just as the Fortune Divine Emperor said, Xianxia Divine Emperor and the others sent a generous gift, and at the same time, they sent it secretly. They couldn't afford to lose face. It seemed like they had inquired about Lin Fei's preferences and sent him a heaven-ranked divine vein and a godhead. This made Lin Fei very happy. Lin Fei said bluntly, "Don't provoke me in the future." They naturally knew what to do when they brought this message back. Before there was an attack that could restrain a top-notch secret art, they had to swallow their anger. They had no choice but to accept it. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a generous gift. I guessed correctly, right? The Fortune Divine Emperor wasn't surprised at all. At their position, there was nothing they couldn't guess. Although the current profound sky world was lacking in God Emperors, there weren't many families in the entire divine world that had a core force, unless they joined forces. I'm impressed. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "This is 200,000 portions of bloodline power." Right now, the only thing that the Fortune Divine Sovereign was interested in was bloodline power. I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it. The Fortune Divine Emperor kept the bloodline power. With the power of time at the large success stage, fellow Taoist can cultivate whatever you want. It's really admirable. This consumes a lot of divine power. Otherwise, I wouldn't go around buying heaven-ranked divine veins. It can't sustain the consumption. Lin Fei complained bitterly. The Fortune Divine Emperor stayed for a few more days before leaving. Before leaving, he bought another 1,000,000 portions of bloodline power, using the time to slowly refine them. Chapter 1977. The matter of the 8 divine emperors against Di Tian quietly came to an end. The ancient powers warned their disciples not to offend Di Tian and not to cause trouble in the mysterious sky world. Even the ancient powers could see how terrifying that battle was. This Di Tian had an extremely terrifying combat power that could contend against the 8 divine emperors. There were even spies under the 8 divine emperors who spread the news that the divine emperors had gone out to train in seclusion. These few simple words made it clear that the 8 divine emperors had suffered at Di Tian's hands. Otherwise, why would they go out to train in seclusion and not dare to come back? There were many ways to do this. No one dared to say anything else. They were right. The divine emperors were injured. After this battle, Lin Fei received a generous gift from the divine emperors. It was necessary to expand his forces. The number of godly venerable ones increased again. From the original 6 million godly venerable ones, it had increased to 30 million godly venerable ones. Using the system to summon them, Lin Fei's death would not hurt. After all, they were just cannon fodder. Of course, they were much more powerful than cannon fodder and could drown the divine emperors. The only pity was that there were too few divine emperors. Unable to summon powerful divine emperors, there were only 6 divine emperors guarding the mysterious sky world, while Lin Fei was quietly expanding his forces. The structure of the divine world was changing again. The fight for the destiny list had begun. The destiny list was changing every day. Gradually, a few powerful forces were formed. The leaders of these forces were all in the top 10 of the destiny list. Behind them were various forces of various sizes, forming a huge interest group. Once these destiny characters became divine emperors, the interest groups behind them would also be conferred titles and would play a pivotal role in the divine world. Apart from the 8 divine emperors, a few more powerful forces suddenly appeared. They controlled the continents and took in the troops. The divine world was in a mess. There were more than 100 continents. Taking advantage of the absence of the 8 divine emperors, they quietly swallowed up the continents under their control. They broke through to more than 10 continents and even more than 20 continents. This also formed a huge force. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was refining his bloodline every day. The 18 primordial doppelgangers were all raised to the godly venerable realm. Now, they were only one step away from advancing their bloodline to the great success realm. The vast divine power was being consumed very quickly. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he could afford to suffer. The time of great success was the most suitable for cultivation. In just a few short months, a few of the 18 primordial world clones had reached the great completion realm. For example, water controller, fire controller, wind controller, etc. Any controller's power was comparable to the sacred god emperor. After mastering the great accomplishment bloodline power, one's strength would soar like a rocket. Ordinary god emperors would not be able to withstand it. This was how Lin Fei cultivated. The Tianci Shanhuang is here. While Lin Fei was quietly cultivating, the Tianci Divine Emperor came to visit. Lin Fei came out of seclusion and personally received the Tianci Shanhuang. Senior brother has to congratulate junior brother for making a name for himself in a single battle. Divine Emperor Tianci cupped his hands and congratulated. Look at what senior brother is saying. I was also forced. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Who asked them to come looking for trouble with me? Since I made a move, I should beat them until they are in pain, lest they come looking for trouble in the future. Senior brother, don't you think so? When the Tianci Shenhuang heard the news, he did not believe it. After the incident, the 8 great god emperors and divine emperors disappeared, which showed the authenticity of the news. Now listening to Lin Fei, the Tianci Shanhuang completely believed that the 8 great god emperors had suffered a loss in front of his junior brother. And it was a big loss. The 8 great god emperors are not good people. Junior brother, you did well. The Tianci Shanhuang agreed with this statement. Only by beating people up would they be afraid of you. Thank you for the praise, senior brother. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother, you have come all the way here. Did something happen? Lin Fei had always been very direct when talking to the Tianci Shenhuang. The 3 of us discussed and decided to send people to attack a restricted area in the divine realm. The Tianci Shenhuang said, I heard that there are treasures left behind by our infernal realm experts in the restricted area. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. You want to invite me over? The Tianci Shenhuang nodded. Junior brother's strength is strong. How can you be absent from attacking the restricted area? We have discussed it. As long as junior brother participates, we don't want anything, including godheads and things like divine veins. Almost everyone in the divine realm knew that Lin Fei did not like other things except for godheads and divine veins. When will we set off? 1 month later, the Tianci Shanhuang said, we will gather our troops. I agree. Lin Fei also planned to attack a restricted area in the divine realm. From the Fortune Divine Emperor, he learned that the restricted areas in the divine realm were rich in resources. Once he occupied one, the harvest would be unimaginable. Lin Fei was not interested in resources. He was only interested in godheads, divine veins, and emperor artifacts. Attacking a restricted area required tyrannical strength. Lin Fei could not do it alone. Now that he had an army of 30 million godly venerable experts, it was enough to crush a restricted area. Without the Tianci Shenhuang's invitation, Lin Fei also planned to make a trip to the divine realm and occupy a restricted area. He wanted to plant a spy in the divine realm. After discussing with the Tianci Shenhuang, Lin Fei and the Tianci Shenhuang decided to meet at a place in the divine realm. This time, Lin Fei brought 25 million godly venerables and left 5 million godly venerables to control the spatial array. Then, he would go to the divine realm in a grandiose manner. The stronger one's strength was, the more those restless powers would fear them and not dare to act recklessly. Lin Fei rode on the primordial evil dragon with an army of godly venerables behind him. It was a valiant sight. When such an army entered the divine realm, the Shenhuang of the nearest continent was shocked. What valiant army! The visual impact was too strong. There were many godly venerables in a continent, but there were only a few 100,000 of them. More than 1 million godly venerables were very powerful. Now, there were more than 20 million godly venerables. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp go numb. Any continent that went through such an army would definitely become a scene of locusts gnawing on it. These Shenhuang could not sit still. They took the initiative to send gifts, afraid that Tian would wreak havoc in the continents. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony with the gifts. He accepted them along the way. Every continent he passed by, the Shenhuang came out to send gifts. They were scared. They could not believe that Tian would bring an army to the divine realm. This was different from the previous time. Such an army was not something that could be gathered by just anyone. It was definitely a terrifying force. The news spread to all the forces in the divine realm. Chapter 1978. Just like that, Lin Fei led the godly venerable army across the continents of the divine realm. Full of vigor, no matter who it was, they had to admit that Tian had the strength to fight against them. Previously, they had to admit that Tian was strong. He was strong alone, but not as strong as their entire sect. Now, an army of ultimate gods was undoubtedly telling everyone that Tian was not only strong, but he also had an army of ultimate gods that was enough to destroy any force. Lin Fei was telling everyone not to provoke him. Jingyi's sect, deep in the void. Emperor Jingyi's face was abnormally pale. Ever since returning from that battle, Emperor Xianxia had been recuperating. The remnant time power in his body was constantly destroying his divine body. It was not something that could be recovered in a short time. Tian, that bastard. He had lost count of the number of times he had cursed. Even Emperor Xianxia himself could not remember. Every time he recalled the scene that day, Emperor Xianxia was filled with anger. However, he had no way to vent his anger and could only suppress it in his heart. Great success in spatial power. Great success in time power. Both were terrifying. Emperor Xianxia had experienced it firsthand. At that moment, a message came from Immortal Emperor. Emperor Xianxi's face turned even uglier when he saw the message. A cold light flashed in his eyes. An army of over 20 million ultimate gods. What kind of joke is this? Previously, an army of a few million ultimate gods had made Emperor Xianxia serious. Now, another ultimate god army with more than 20 million soldiers had appeared. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Emperor Xianxia released his divine senses and looked in the dark. Indeed, he saw a mighty army crossing the continents of the divine world. This guy is too shameless. He actually hid such a trick. At this moment, God Emperor Xianxia secretly rejoiced that he had delivered such a generous gift. It could be considered a disaster averting. It's better not to show up for the time being. Emperor Xianxia retracted his divine senses and no longer cared about this matter. He let Tian continue to be arrogant. The 8 divine emperors knew about it. No one came out to take revenge on Tian. Their injuries had not healed yet. Wouldn't they suffer if they came out? The terrifying attack brought by the time power. They didn't want to try it again. The Fortune Divine Emperor, who was the only one who had fully recovered from his injuries, was shocked once again. Where did this guy get such an army? Even if someone thought of the divine spark, they would not think that it was possible to create an ultimate god with the divine spark. In just a few days, Lin Fei collected a large number of godheads. Just hierarch godheads alone, he collected tens of millions of godheads, countless god kings and heavenly gods, and quite a number of divine veins. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. On the other hand, outside the entrance of a restricted area, the Tianxi Divine Emperor and the others were all waiting for Tian, their junior brother. The power of space and time would be of great help in attacking the Forbidden Zone. Fellow Taoist Slaughter, when will your junior brother come? We can't keep waiting like this. It's more important to attack the Forbidden Area. This time, the Massacre God Sovereign had contacted some God Sovereigns to attack the Forbidden Zone together. There is strength in numbers. Those who could become divine emperors were all arrogant people. Not everyone would submit to anyone. For example, the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor was a saint god sovereign with a bad temper. He especially disliked juniors, especially people like Tian. After all, Dion's name was very famous in the entire divine realm, overshadowing the older generation. Naturally, the older generation was not convinced. The massacre god sovereign said, "He'll be back soon." The Tianxi divine emperor and the 100 Flowers divine emperor were a little worried about their junior brother Dion. According to the situation, he should be coming. The heavenly star divine emperor said expressionlessly, "This old man will wait for another incense sticks time at most. If he doesn't come, this old man will turn around and leave." Several divine emperors behind him also supported the heavenly star divine emperor. The Tianxi divine emperor was secretly unhappy. This heavenly star divine emperor was really a good-for-nothing. What was so great about having more people? Attacking a forbidden zone required not only divine emperors but also ultimate gods. In the forbidden zone, there were a large number of forbidden zone corpses. They were invulnerable and difficult to kill. This required a large number of people to attack. Ultimate gods were the ones to deal with the devil corpses. The infernal realm brought a total of 200,000 ultimate gods and the rest of the divine emperors. Among them, the heavenly star divine emperor brought a total of 800,000 ultimate gods. He was the one with the most people present, so he had the confidence to speak. The massacre god sovereign was unwilling to offend the heavenly star divine emperor at this time. The heavenly star divine emperor took up a quarter of the 3 million ultimate gods. The incense sticks time passed quickly. Dion's figure had yet to appear. The heavenly star divine emperor was impatient. He did not like Dion in the first place. He was purely a destructive person in the divine realm. If it was not for the massacre god sovereign's sincere invitation, the heavenly star divine emperor would not have agreed to this matter. The fact that the massacre god sovereign valued his junior brother Dion so much undoubtedly made the heavenly star divine emperor very uncomfortable. "He's not here yet. Let's forget about attacking the forbidden zone," the heavenly star divine emperor said. "This old man doesn't have that much time to waste here." The infernal realm was very powerful in the past. Now that it was no longer the same, the heavenly star divine emperor had nothing to fear. The Tianxi divine emperor did not want the heavenly star divine emperor to leave. The 800,000 ultimate gods were very important to attacking the forbidden zone. He quickly said, "Taoist heavenly star, can you wait a little longer? Perhaps my junior brother will arrive soon. This old man has waited for a long time, but your junior brother has not appeared. This old man can't possibly keep this old man waiting." The heavenly star divine emperor said in a deep voice, "Unless you take out 20% of the benefits in your hands, this old man will leave now, and the attack on the forbidden zone will be nullified." A trace of anger flashed in the Tianxi divine emperor's eyes. This was clearly forcing them to hand over 20% of the benefits in their hands. Heavenly star divine emperor, what do you mean by this? The 100 Flowers divine emperor stared at the heavenly star divine emperor with a frosty face. They did not expect the heavenly star divine emperor to be so shameless as to threaten them to hand over the benefits. The heavenly star divine emperor did not take the 100 Flowers divine emperor seriously. "This old man is not forcing you. Attacking the forbidden zone is not a small matter. Everyone, don't you think so?" There were voices of agreement behind. The heavenly star divine emperor did not take the 3 divine emperors of the infernal world seriously. Now was the opportunity to force them to hand over the benefits in their hands. When the time came to attack the forbidden zone, most of the benefits would belong to them. As the instigator, the massacre divine emperor would get 30% of the benefits according to the rules. If he took out 20%, no matter what happened in the end, the infernal world would suffer a great loss. The Tianxi divine emperor and the 100 Flowers divine emperor were very angry. This was blackmail. If they really handed over 20% of the benefits, why would the infernal world attack the forbidden zone? In any case, this old man will give you a choice. Either hand over 20% of the benefits, or I will leave with my people and you attack the forbidden zone yourself. The heavenly star divine emperor calculated that the massacre divine emperor would definitely agree. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, orderly sounds came from heaven and earth. Chapter 1979. What's that? It seems to be an ultimate god's aura. It's a little different. The divine emperors discussed among themselves. When the figures turned into a black torrent, the divine emperors' faces became solemn. This an ultimate god army. Whose force is this? Are they going to attack us? The divine emperors were frightened. The black torrent made their scalps tingle. The place where they came from happened to be where they were. Be on guard. The heavenly star divine emperor's heart sank and quickly put his people on guard. No matter who the other party was, they could not afford to offend them. An army of tens of millions of ultimate gods could easily drown them. To be able to command such an army, the person must have a powerful background. The massacred divine emperor and the others frowned. Since when did the divine realm have such an ultimate god army? Will they come to the forbidden area? We're watching. The Xianxia divine emperor whispered, if they target this forbidden area, it'll be bad for us. Tell our men not to attack. The massacred divine emperor said in a low voice, we can't afford to offend such a force. Although the number of ultimate gods in the entire infernal realm had increased, it was still about 1 million. The ultimate god army in front of them numbered at least tens of millions. They were also a top force in the divine realm and could not afford to offend them. The black torrent kept moving forward. The aura that came rushing at them was very shocking. No matter who it was, they could not stand the pressure. It was too terrifying. There seems to be someone in front. He seems to be standing on a mount. Someone's eyes lit up as they saw a figure in front. To be able to stand at the front of the black torrent, he must be the leader. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. It's him. Some people with sharp eyes recognized who the person was. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Dition, he's Dition, someone exclaimed. Even though Dition was very famous, he was still a lone ranger. They could hardly believe it. It was true. Dition, who was alone, had brought an army with him. It was an ultimate god army with more than 10 million soldiers. It was absolutely terrifying. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's eyes widened. There was only one thought in his mind. How can it be true? It's little junior brother, the Xianxia Divine Sovereign exclaimed excitedly, his previous nervousness gone. Amazing. Truly amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor could not help but say. The expressionless face of the massacred deity emperor also revealed a hint of joy. Master's eyes are really right. Our little junior brother has a lot of secrets. Massacred deity emperor said. Divine Emperor Xianxia flew over. Little junior brother, you're finally here. Someone is rushing you. As soon as Divine Emperor Xianxia came up, he secretly winked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry I'm late. I've made senior brother wait for so long. Not late, not at all. Everyone, don't you think so? Divine Emperor Xianxia had been holding back his anger for a long time, so he emphasized the last few words. The Celestial Star Divinity Emperor looked embarrassed. He did not expect Dition to bring an ultimate god army. He thought it was great that he brought 800,000 ultimate gods, but it was nothing compared to the current situation. The Divinity Emperors present were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They immediately changed the topic and flattered Dition. They all agreed with Divine Emperor Xianxia's words. Did someone get impatient just now? Lin Fei suddenly said as his sharp eyes swept over. Lin Fei looked at the people present and knew what happened. Otherwise, Divine Emperor Xianxia would not have winked at him. Dao is Celestial Star, what do you say? Divine Emperor Xianxia had a lot of resentment towards Divine Emperor Xianxia. Divine Emperor Xianxia laughed dryly. Actually, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Now that the people are here, we can set off. When Divine Emperor Xianxia said that, Lin Fei knew that Divine Emperor Xianxia was up to something. Otherwise, Divine Emperor would not have asked that. There's no hurry to attack the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei suddenly said, I really want to know what happened just now. It seems that someone is using me as an excuse. Divine Emperor Xianxia thought that it was not good. Dition was looking for trouble with him. If he had known that Di Tian would bring so many people, he would not have said those words. Now, he had offended both sides. Taoist Heavenly Star, it's better if you say it yourself. Lin Fei stared at Divine Emperor Tianxi. Divine Emperor Tianxi did not want to lose face in front of a junior and snorted. What do you want me to say? It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? If you mind, I'll take my people and leave now. Why leave when you haven't made things clear? Lin Fei blocked in front of him. The Forbidden Zone can't run away. Make things clear first. The other divinity emperors had long heard that Di Tian was arrogant. Now, they finally experienced it. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. Junior brother, you don't know. Before we came, Taoist Heavenly Star threatened us to hand over 20% of the benefits, or we would not attack the Forbidden Zone. How can there be such a person? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You old thing, you're quite bold to use me as an excuse. You're really capable, just based on your 800,000 ultimate gods. Kill, kill, kill. The ultimate gods behind Lin Fei shouted in unison. Their voices pierced the sky. The ultimate gods brought by Divine Emperor Tianxi were all frightened. What are you going to do? Divine Emperor Tianxi put on a strong front. Don't mess around. At that moment, Divine Emperor Tianxi completely panicked. You used me as an excuse to threaten my senior brother. For people like you, I can only give you 2 words. You're courting death. Lin Fei said coldly. Kill. Boom. The black torrent rushed into the area of the 800,000 ultimate gods and started a one-sided massacre. The 800,000 ultimate gods collapsed on the spot. Divine Emperor Tianxi watched helplessly as the 800,000 ultimate gods he brought were slaughtered. I'm going to kill you. Divine Emperor Tianxi was furious. A hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Divine Emperor Tianxi's neck. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. The passage of time was activated. With that swipe, Divine Emperor Tianxi seemed to have experienced 10,000 years and turned into an old man. He was on his last breath and disappeared in the passage of time, turning into dust. Lin Fei's attack broke everyone's imagination. A sacred god emperor was killed just like that, without any ability to resist. An inexplicable fear spread in the hearts of all the divine emperors. Di Tian must not be offended. They firmly warned themselves in their hearts that they would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Di Tian's strength was indeed well known. Tianxi Divine Emperor did not expect Lin Fei to really make a move. In just a moment, 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered, leaving behind 800,000 divine sparks. He could not help but gasp. His junior brother's killing intent was too strong. Celestial Star Divine Emperor, a Saint God Emperor, was killed just like that. How many people could do that? Tianxi Divine Emperor knew that he could not be so decisive. Chapter 1980. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered. None of the invited divine emperors dared to leave, not even if they wanted to. What if they were killed when they left? Everyone chose to stay. With tens of millions of ultimate gods, they had a greater chance of attacking the Forbidden Zone. Who would be willing to leave such a good opportunity? Little junior brother is ruthless. Tianxi Divine Emperor did not know what to say. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered just like that. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor did not know what was good for him. He wanted to force them to hand over 20% of the benefits just because he had more people. You are my senior brothers. A Divine Emperor dared to be so arrogant. If I didn't kill him, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Fei said fiercely. Moreover, this started because of me. That old thing deserves to die. The massacred Divine Emperor showed a rare smile. Little junior brother, you killed him well. If he admitted his mistake, I would have let him live. But he refused to admit his mistake, so he can't blame anyone else. The Divine Emperors agreed. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's incident was just an interlude. Lin Fei's cruelty made the Divine Emperors realize that this junior, who came later, was not someone they could easily offend. No one had any objections to the arrangement of attacking the Forbidden Zone. They were there to reap some benefits. The Forbidden Zone is in front. The huge forbidden zone was filled with black fog, revealing an oppressive aura. This forbidden zone is called the Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It is said to be the place where a demon emperor died a long time ago. It is now occupied by a heaven-creating divine emperor, Xianxia Divine Emperor explained. We originally wanted to take the Forbidden Zone, but we were afraid there would be trouble. Now that we have little Junior Brothers troops, we can go straight to the root of the problem. The Massacre Divine Emperor and the other two did not specifically ask how the ultimate gods appeared. With more than 20 million ultimate gods joining them, attacking the Forbidden Zone would be much smoother. They were very grateful to Lin Fei for bringing such a group of troops. Let's not waste time. Let's attack now. Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It was an ancient name. No one in this era knew the origin of this demon emperor. A long time had passed. Who would remember a dead demon emperor? What's more, the inheritance was broken, needless to say. The Divine Emperor army brought by Lin Fei was not the vanguard. The vanguard was led by those deity emperors who used to be fence-sitters with their godly venerable subordinates as the vanguard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they entered the forbidden area, a demonic might enveloped everyone's hearts. In the black mist, corpses appeared one after another. These corpses were not ordinary corpses, but demonic corpses that were impervious to swords and spears, making them extremely difficult to kill. In order to gain benefits. The Divine Emperor ordered the attack. One by one, the demonic corpses charged out. A murderous aura filled the air. A great battle ensued. The devil corpse was very powerful. They had a trace of demonic nature left behind by the demon emperor in their bodies, so their battles were especially crazy. They had the upper hand for a while. If a godly venerable rank wanted to deal with a demonic corpse, it would often take several godly venerable ranks to kill it. These demonic corpses are really not simple. Lin Fei said after looking at it. These demonic corpses were very tough and durable. They were not as easy to deal with as one would imagine. He's lived for a long time, so he's naturally not easy to deal with. The Xianxia Divine Emperor nodded and said, attacking a forbidden zone isn't a small matter. The demonic corpse is just the beginning. After that, there are the demonic eyes and demonic generals. Every time we attack the Forbidden Zone, we have to pay a huge price. Needless to say, Lin Fei could tell. The battle continued. More than 3 million godly venerable ranks suffered heavy losses. A day later, they lost hundreds of thousands of godly venerable ranks. And that was just the beginning. The demonic corpses seemed endless as they kept appearing. Anyone who saw them would have a headache. After a break, they continued to attack. In order to attack the Forbidden Zone, everyone went all out. The Divine Emperors also began to take action personally, using their Divine Emperor treasures to attack the demonic corpses from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On this day, in the depths of the black mist, many demonic eyes appeared and shot out beams of light, injuring the godly venerable ranks on the spot. Those who were hit by the beams instantly turned into black mist. Not even their bones were left. Quickly kill the demonic eyes. There are long-range attacks from the demonic eyes. We can't get in. The demonic eyes launched a destructive attack. Immediately, a divine emperor personally attacked and killed the huge demonic eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the depths, a huge golden demonic eye filled with a bloodthirsty aura shot out of sky, full of Jingguang, shooting the Earth Divine Emperor like a hornet's nest. He died on the spot in the Forbidden Zone. Mutated demonic eyes. The Divine Emperor was heavenly God Huang. At that moment, he also felt the power of the mutated demonic eyes. The Earth Divine Emperor's strength was easily killed by the mutated demonic eyes. I'll kill this kind of mutated demonic eyes. Lin Fei could see that the mutated demonic eyes' full-range attack was indeed terrifying. Even the Divine Emperors could not withstand it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spatial blades slashed over one after another. The dense and indiscriminate attacks piled on the mutated demonic eye like a swarm of bees, and it could be considered as killing it. Lin Fei took the opportunity to kill the demonic eyes in the distance one by one. The strength of these demonic eyes is really not bad. It's almost equivalent to the attack of a peak ultimate god. If I also have a batch of such demonic eyes, whether it's in the mysterious Xianxia world or by my side, they would be powerful fighters. Lin Fei secretly thought. Little junior brother's spatial power is amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor praised. No wonder the spatial bloodline is a top-notch bloodline. He could kill the mutated demonic eyes effortlessly from afar. He was much more powerful than them. They had to kill them personally. They could not avoid the sky full of attacks. After dealing with the mutated demonic eyes, everyone continued to attack. During this period, Lin Fei personally dealt with any long-range demonic attacks. On the third day, Lin Fei sent out the Ultimate God Army because they encountered the Demonic Corpse Army. There were millions of demonic corpses gathered in a square formation, and it was very terrifying. Lin Fei also understood why enough ultimate gods were needed to attack the Forbidden Zone. It would take a long time for a divine emperor to kill them. It was not so easy to conquer it alone. Along the way, Lin Fei had used up a lot of ultimate gods and lost a total of 5 million ultimate gods. The massacred divine emperor and the others also had a serious look on their faces. The Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden Zone was more dangerous than expected. If it were not for the ultimate gods brought by little junior brother, the ultimate gods they brought would probably be buried in the Forbidden Zone. A few days later, they encountered demonic generals. These were people who entered the Forbidden Zone a long time ago. Their divine senses were erased, and only their killing intent was left. They killed anyone who broke in. The demonic generals were all divine emperors. Everyone personally took action and fought bloody battles. After 3 days, they killed all the divine generals. A huge palace appeared at the end of the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone Palace. The treasures were all in the Forbidden Zone Palace. The Forbidden Zone Palace. It is said that all the good things are in there. A divine emperor was eager to make a move. Before the others could react, he directly rushed into the Forbidden Zone. Trespassers die. At the entrance of the palace, a stone man suddenly moved. With a slash of the long saber in his hand, the Heaven Divine Emperor who rushed up was cut in half and fell from the sky. Chapter 1981. Only then did everyone notice that there were 2 statues standing on both sides of the entrance of the palace. No one had noticed the statue earlier. Who would have thought that the statue would kill? A heavenly deity emperor expert was killed with a single slash. His body was also split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Back off! Everyone retreated and raised their guard. Fortunately, the stone man did not continue to attack and returned to his original position. There was no sign of life on his body at all. What a strange statue! The massacred deity emperor and the others were shocked. They didn't see that the statue could move. Although this thing is good, it's also life-threatening. Massacred deity emperor said coldly. The restless fellows gave up, their faces full of awkwardness. After all, just now, they all wanted to be the first to rush into the palace. Fortunately, they were a step too late and did not follow in the footsteps of the other party. Killing Heavenly God Huang with a single slash, the statue's strength was extremely terrifying. Isn't it just a statue? Let's just attack from a distance. A deity emperor didn't think much of it. He activated a world and blasted it at the statue. The statue did not budge at all, allowing the attacks to hit it without harming it. This time, no one was angry. We're in trouble. He tried several methods, but none of them worked. Once a person stepped into a certain area, the statue would take the initiative to attack. It was an untraceable blade that was extremely sharp. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The statue's attack contains the power of space. That's why it can't be traced and can fool the divine senses of everyone here. In terms of spatial energy, Lin Fei was most familiar with it. Lin Fei had seen through the move just now. Little junior brother, do you have a way? Divine Emperor Tianxi hurriedly asked. Everyone turned to look at him. Just now, a few people went up, but they were all killed by the statue with a single slash. No one dared to go up again. It wasn't easy for them to kill their way to the entrance of the palace. If they couldn't enter, It would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their morale. There was a statue on each side, and no one was confident that they could dodge the attacks of both statues at the same time. They could only hope that Tion could come up with a plan. Let me try first. These two powerful statues were guarding it. Lin Fei was very interested in the things in the palace. If there were a large number of God Emperor Godheads, then this trip would not have been in vain. Banish. Lin Fei's mastery of this move had reached the point of perfection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of space engulfed the two statues, leaving them wide open. The statue was about to be sucked into it. The two statues remained motionless. This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Impossible, my large success in the power of space. How can two statues block it? Lin Fei used all his strength to activate it. His divine power burned, but the two statues didn't move at all. It was as if they were born to be in this position, and no one could move them. The others looked at it. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Is this the power of space that has reached the great accomplishment stage? They could all feel how terrifying it was. If they were swept up by the power of space, it would be impossible for them to escape. They would be directly exiled. No, these two statues are too strange. Lin Fei shook his head and stopped. This was the first time he had been defeated in front of two statues. A trace of disappointment flashed in the massacred deity Emperor's eyes. The Supreme Demon Emperor's forbidden zone has existed for an unknown period of time. It's not as easy as I thought to enter the palace. Around the immortal world, there were countless forbidden zones. Some were strong, and some were weak. No one could guarantee that they would be able to get in easily. Like now, let me try using the power of time. Lin Fei really wanted to fight with the statues to see who was stronger. In a flash, he rushed to the door. Swoosh! The statue attacked with a saber, an untraceable saber. Great success in the power of space. As the saber flew over, Lin Fei's forehead twitched. Then, the power of time spread out, forming a perfect protective barrier. The statue's saber appeared and fell on the power of time, blocking it. What a terrifying saber! Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this saber. Only by mastering the power of space could the statue achieve such a level. It could kill in an instant. Not being able to find traces was tantamount to suicide. Even if Lin Fei's power of space was at the great success stage. Facing this saber just now, he couldn't find any trace of movement. It could be seen that the opponent's power of space was above his. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two statues on the left and right attacked again, one saber after another. Lin Fei returned to the outside. This statue has the help of the power of space. If you want to force your way in, no one can get in. Lin Fei said to the massacred deity emperor, but I can use the power of time to resist the attack. Everyone, rush in quickly. Lin Fei's words made the divine emperors present fearful of what was inside the palace. There were two terrifying statues at the door. If there were a few more inside, it would be fatal. I think we'd better forget it. When we came in just now, we found a few side palaces. It should be easy to get in. Who knows how dangerous it is inside? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. A bunch of cowards. The massacred deity emperor said to Lin Fei, Little junior brother, I'm afraid there are many dangers inside this palace. Why don't you go in? If there are treasures from the hell world, help us take out one of them. As a sacred god emperor, the massacred deity emperor had no confidence to break in. Me? Lin Fei was surprised. Yes, little junior brother. You have mastered the power of the top bloodline, and now you have reached the realm of great success. It's safer than us. The massacred deity emperor said eagerly. The massacred deity emperor could clearly sense the horror of the two statues at the door. If he went in, he might be killed on the spot. The Tianxi deity emperor and the 100 Flowers deity emperor said. Lin Fei was straightforward. I'll go in and have a look. If there's anything, I'll bring it out. The power of time opened the way. Lin Fei broke in, and the two statues did not stop him. He returned to his original place. Let's go somewhere else. Although the other deity emperors were envious, there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. No one knew what was going on inside this ancient forbidden area. It was better to explore the other palaces. It was better not to enter the main palace. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Lin Fei entered, he saw a huge main palace. However, there were statues standing in the palace. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he launched an attack. Damn, it's really a trap. Although he had expected it, Lin Fei was still shocked. This was a trap. Whoever came in would be finished. Swoosh! Lin Fei moved back and forth, pushing the power of time to the limit, blocking wave after wave of attacks. He also rushed forward. In the palace, there was a row of statues, giving off a murderous aura. Little junior brother, good skill. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly, at the end of the palace, there was a sound of applause, and the statues attacking him stopped. Chapter 1982. At the end of the palace. It was a throne. At this moment, there was a burly man looking over curiously. Only his aura of vicissitudes was very heavy, as if he had lived for a very long time. With a casual glance, he seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. The statues returned to normal. They lined up all the way to the throne. You are the Supreme Devil Emperor? Lin Fei asked. Seeing this burly man here, Lin Fei's first impression was that he was the Supreme Devil Emperor. The Forbidden Zone was created by the Devil Emperor's tyrannical mission. They were unwilling to die and turned into the Forbidden Zone, trying to live on generation after generation. I have not heard of this name for a very long time. The burly man stood up. His body was like an endless mountain, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. To think that there is still someone who knows the name of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. It was really the Supreme Devil Emperor. Although the burly man in front of him did not reveal any aura, Lin Fei felt like he was facing a ferocious tiger. Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. Junior Lin Fei greets Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Towards this kind of existence who had lived for a very long time, Lin Fei still gave him face. It has been a very long time since anyone came here. You are the first person in the past 10 million years. The Supreme Devil Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said, Has no one ever come here before? Lin Fei asked. The Supreme Devil Emperor pointed at the statues. Do you know this statue? Lin Fei did not guess it, but he felt that it was pointing at something. I don't know. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in front of the statue and explained, This is an invincible God Emperor from the era of God Emperor Fei Yong. He pointed at another statue. That is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 3 Devil Emperors. And there is another statue. It is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 6 Brahma God Emperors. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and his heart tightened. You refine them into statues. Lin Fei finally understood why there was a statue. So this was the reason why he had the Great Accomplishment Spatial Force. The Supreme Devil Emperor said unhurriedly as he recalled, A long, long time ago, I dominated one era after another. In that era, no one was a match for me. Even an invincible God Emperor was killed by me. Unfortunately, in the end, I was unable to defeat the heavenly Taoists. Left with no other choice, I transformed into a forbidden area, struggling at death's door. I lived one life after another. However, some people wanted to take the treasures from my forbidden area. Regretfully, they were unable to do so. We can only stay here. Lin Fei no longer dared to underestimate the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him. The statues here seemed to be invincible divine emperors. Their strength might be on par with divine emperors, but in the end, they were refined into statues. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, In that case, it's impossible for me to leave this place. You can give a try. The Supreme Demon Emperor said with a smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei communicated with the location outside and planned to use space movement to leave the palace. With this connection, the outside world was completely isolated. Lin Fei went back and forth, but he was still trapped in this palace. He couldn't get out. In my forbidden area, the space is sealed. No one can leave unless I'm willing to let them go, the Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei looked down on this guy several times in his heart. How sinister, the Supreme Devil Emperor said slowly. Actually, this is also your luck, Lin Fei. In my forbidden area, there are all kinds of treasures. Even emperor treasures are like cabbages. Lin Fei understood a certain expert from the underworld. He coveted the things in the Supreme Devil Emperor's forbidden area, and in the end, he died. Since the Supreme Devil Emperor said so, Lin Fei was very clear that if he wanted to leave, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to open the forbidden area himself. Then how can I leave? The Supreme Demon Sovereign sat back on the throne. You have both the space and time bloodlines, and you have cultivated them to the great accomplishment realm. You are a peerless genius. In the future, you will be an invincible God Emperor. My request is actually very simple. As long as you can block my attack and not be killed by me, you can get a treasure for 1 day. If you can last 2 days, you can get 2. As long as you can last 10 days, I will open the forbidden area and let you leave. Still want to fight? Lin Fei looked down on the Supreme Devil Emperor. Senior, isn't it difficult for you to be strong? My current realm can't be compared to yours. If you attack, won't you be able to kill me instantly? Lin Fei said unhappily. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of shameless person. You are now at the Small God Emperor realm, so I will fight with you at the Small God Emperor realm. I won't use any extra power. If you really force me to use a bit more power, consider it my loss. Are you satisfied now? The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei was very helpless. The Supreme Devil Emperor had already said so. What else could he do? The entire forbidden area was sealed, and it was easier said than done for him to leave. He suppressed his realm to the Small God Emperor realm. Maybe this is my chance. He wants to collect the spoils of war, but he might not succeed. Lin Fei secretly tried the system. Divine power could still be converted, and there were no restrictions. This was also an advantage. How about it? If you agree, I can prepare for you. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. If you want, I can immediately kill you and refine you into a statue. But don't worry, with your top-notch dual bloodline, I will put you in front of my throne. Lin Fei could see that this Supreme Devil Emperor had nothing better to do. Anyone who entered would be killed. Isn't it just a battle? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said solemnly, but you have to let me prepare. Wait until I'm in my peak state before we start. Great. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and a god vein landed in front of Lin Fei, filled with a dense aura. A small saint-rank god vein. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Last time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, he got 2 god veins. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him to directly throw one out and let him prepare. This was too extravagant. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of people, so he put away the saint-rank god vein. It would be very useful at the crucial moment. Lin Fei used a day to adjust his state. I'm done. The Supreme Devil Emperor walked down from the throne, and his aura suppressed to the Small God Emperor realm. You're a junior, so I'll let you make the first move. Kill, Lin Fei shouted, and the sky full of spatial blades blasted towards the Supreme Devil Emperor. This move was also traceless. Millions of miles away, it could easily kill people. No one could defend against the great success of spatial power. Lin Fei used this move to test the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength. Great success of spatial power, killing people from a distance. You're pretty good at it. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed, and he walked back and forth in the spatial blades, as if he had already calculated the position. Unfortunately, it won't work. Hua hua hua. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and the sky full of spatial blades also appeared around Lin Fei. This is a true spatial blade attack. So. Chapter 1983. Whoosh! The space blades seemed to have existed for a very long time. With a thought, Lin Fei moved along with it, preparing to avoid the Supreme Devil Emperor's spatial attack. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei could easily avoid it. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the spatial blade landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely. How is this possible? I can't dodge it. Lin Fei's heart was in turmoil. Hide again. The attack still landed on his body. No matter how Lin Fei dodged, the attacks all fell on his body. In less than a moment, his body was covered with wounds. It was as if the space blade had completely locked onto Lin Fei, making it impossible for him to dodge. You don't have enough space blades. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand again, sending a barrage of spatial blades. He shook his head in disappointment. Spatial shield. Lin Fei created a space shield around himself, deflecting the space blades one after another. Another space blade flashed past his cheek. I don't have enough control over the spatial blade. Lin Fei thought to himself. I've already mastered the power of space, so how could I not have fully mastered it? Void Spike. Whoosh! An attack that was even more difficult to defend against than the space blade came again. The Supreme Devil Emperor arrived in front of Lin Fei and pressed down with one hand. Lin Fei was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar. Hua hua hua! Lin Fei's chest was covered with frost. The power of ice? Highest Devil Emperor had used the power of space, and now he had used the power of frost. Lin Fei's heart sank once again. Could it be that this highest Devil Emperor had mastered the power of frost? System, analyze for me. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's strength was suppressed to the little divine Emperor realm. No matter who it was, they would feel immense pressure from the terrifying strength they displayed. From the power of space to the power of ice, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. The spatial blade contains the power of ice. With just one slash, Lin Fei's entire body trembled, and the power of ice flared up. Lin Fei finally understood. Why was the unparalleled Devil Emperor so powerful? The Transcendent Devil Emperor continued to suppress Lin Fei. Are you surprised? Not only do I know the power of space, but I also know the power of space. You also know the power of ice. However, your attack is just the beginning. Whoosh! The power of space and the power of ice attacked Lin Fei back and forth. Fusion? Lin Fei frowned and dodged back and forth. As the system analyzed, Lin Fei could vaguely see that these were two kinds of fusion. Wuxian Devil Emperor stood there without moving. The power of ice turned into a cold current that surged towards him at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, Lin Fei was touched by the cold current, and his arm was frozen into an ice sculpture. Not bad, not bad, you actually saw through it. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. The fusion of bloodline power is the only path to invincibility. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had heard that bloodline powers could be fused. Fuse bloodline power. It can lead to the path of invincibility? With a moment of carelessness, another attack landed on Lin Fei's chest. The Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to have not spoken like this for a long time. You were born with the power of space and time, and both of them are large success bloodline. Yet you use them alone. What a waste. A waste. If it was someone else who said this, Lin Fei would definitely not believe it, but these words came from the mouth of the Transcendent Devil Emperor, so there was nothing to doubt. The Transcendent Devil Emperor returned to the throne again. A space spear. It went straight to the front of Lin Fei and split into two. The power of space and the power of ice fell on Lin Fei's body together. Don't you think this move is very good? One strike for two. At this moment, the Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be in control of everything. For Lin Fei, this was the first time he had heard of fusion. The system was constantly analyzing. He was not afraid that the Transcendent Devil Emperor would not say it. As long as he said it, Lin Fei would know what was going on. For half a day, Lin Fei was almost always under attack. He couldn't even get close to the Transcendent Devil Emperor. The layers of ice power mixed with the power of space, one attacking and one defending, were very difficult to deal with. With a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei was not afraid of being injured. However, he could also see the terror of the two bloodline powers. The power of space itself was strange and tricky, and coupled with the power of ice, no matter who was hit, they would be shocked. If one's strength was weak, the other party would be severely injured in one move. Does that mean that the fusion of time and space will be the greatest attack? Lin Fei asked. The Transcendent Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. You are quite smart. The fusion of space and time is indeed a very strong attack. After all of them are fused, another kind of power will be produced, and this kind of power is the strongest power in the world. We call it the power of the heavens. Power of the heavens? The Transcendent Devil Emperor stood up. Now, I will let you experience the true power of the heavens. Lin Fei's heart sank. The space between his eyebrows twitched, and an even more terrifying attack appeared. Hua! A blade light landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's body trembled. I didn't notice it. Lin Fei really didn't notice the attack just now. This was simply impossible. Just now, this is called the power of the heavens, the cutting of the heavens. It is the fusion of the power of space and the power of metal. It can cut anything. Lin Fei was very confident in his divine body. However, in front of the cutting of the heavens, it was incomparably fragile. It was easily cut open, and there was no time to resist. The Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be doing something insignificant. This era is much worse than I imagined. It is a waste for you to not fuse time and space bloodlines. It seems that you can't even live for a day. The cutting of the heavens filled the sky. Lin Fei's space shield was in front, followed by time, one in front and one behind, blocking in front. The tyrannical space shield was cut open by the cutting of the heavens, and the time was also cut open. The attack that could kill the Saint God Emperor couldn't destroy the cutting of the heavens. A moment later, Lin Fei was seriously injured. The power of the cutting of the heavens remained in his body, and even his divine power couldn't remove it. The power of the heavens is indeed terrifying. There is always someone better. Lin Fei was very clear that if this continued, he would definitely be finished today. The fusion power was terrifying. If I want to survive the first day, I can only rely on my invincible defense. Lin Fei didn't think that he could withstand this continuous attack. If this continued, he would definitely be finished. He originally thought that the power of space and time was very awesome, but now it seemed that this was just the beginning. The moment the heavens used the power of the heavens, it broke through his power of space and time. Senior, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, gave up resisting, and sat down cross-legged. I wonder how this move of mine will fare. Hua hua hua. The attacks all fell on Lin Fei's body. His invincible defense was also activated at this time. Chapter 1984. Lin Fei was prepared to win the first round first. Everything else could wait. The power of severing the heavenly Tao was very strong. It was very difficult for Lin Fei to block it. He might as well use his invincible defense to last through the first day. There were ways to turn defeat into victory. Most importantly, Lin Fei had an idea in his mind that he had to persevere for a day before it could be realized. Interesting, it's actually a different kind of power. An old monster like the Supreme Devil Emperor had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that this move was extraordinary. No matter which direction the heaven's path severing attacked from, it was perfectly blocked. There were very few things that could interest the Supreme Devil Emperor. However, this young Lin Fei in front of him really piqued his interest. After a round of probing, the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes lit up even more. This should be a unique power of the Heavenly Tao. To think that it's something that I've never seen before. This is simply inconceivable. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's attacks were still unable to break through the other party's defenses. This layer of defense was like a sticky candy. Is this the legendary Absolute Defense? It's not very similar to Absolute Defense. The accumulated knowledge of the Supreme Demon Emperor was not something that anyone could compare to. Memories popped up in his mind one after another, but none of them matched up with the scene before him. Flaw. There were no flaws. It was flawless. Impossible. Even if it's perfect power, it shouldn't be flawless in front of me. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, and he was indeed worried that his flaws would be discovered. Fortunately, the Supreme Demon Emperor did not manage to break through the invincible defense. He heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible defense was still very reliable. A day passed in a flash. Lin Fei persisted for a whole day. Senior, the time is up. I should have passed, right? Lin Fei said to the Supreme Devil Emperor. When the Supreme Devil Emperor regained his senses, he discovered that the other party had persisted for an entire day. Consider yourself impressive. You've passed the first day. What treasure do you want? Just tell me. Other than treasures, can I exchange for anything else? The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. Sure, Lin Fei wasn't interested in any treasures right now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard about the fusion of bloodline power, perhaps he would really choose the treasure and miss a great opportunity. I want to know how to fuse bloodline powers. Lin Fei was worried. He suspected that the Supreme Demon Emperor would tell him if he didn't. He couldn't do anything about it. After all, whether he spoke or not was in the hands of the other party. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. You're very smart. You know how to ask for the bloodline fusion technique. Do you think that you will have the time to fuse with it after obtaining it? How would I know if I don't try? Besides, Senior has opened the door for me. I will only be satisfied after I try. Lin Fei said directly. Since you've chosen to fuse techniques, then I'll give it to you. I'll tell you. I'll give you the fusion technique. You have 1 day to prepare. The Supreme Demon Emperor said. Next time, my strength will increase by 20%. The Supreme Demon Emperor disappeared from the palace. System, analyze the fusion for me immediately. Lin Fei wouldn't worry about comprehending this fusion if he had the time. But time was too short, and there was no time to analyze it at all. Lin Fei could only rely on the system's analysis and come up with the easiest solution at the same time. Invincible defense was awesome. Even if it didn't consume divinity points, it would still be troublesome. If he could grasp the power of the heavenly Tao, at least he would have a chance to counterattack and vent his anger. At the same time, in another place in the Forbidden Area, more than a dozen storm-like willpower gathered together. Demon Emperor, did you kill that kid? That's too boring. It wasn't easy for someone to come in. Why did you kill him? No matter what, you have to give it to this old man. The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, his willpower spoke. You guys guessed wrong. This time, an interesting guy came. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand. Take a look at this first. The scene of the previous battle. It appeared in everyone's eyes. Not bad. Space and time are both at the large success realm. A peerless genius. It can't be. He actually hasn't mastered fusion. What a waste of heavenly talent. Could it be that in the current era, no one has mastered fusion? More than a dozen willpower started arguing. To be able to survive in the Forbidden Area, there were ancient existences in every era. Is this absolute defense? I don't think so. This little guy is very interesting. He is clearly at the small god emperor realm, but he actually mastered this kind of defense. It's too perfect. Everyone quickly noticed that this little guy's defense was awesome. They watched attentively as Nyonyo spoke. The Supreme Demon Emperor said, Everyone, what do you think? I can't see anything for the time being. It seems to be another kind of power. There is no aura of heavenly Tao. Even if it is heavenly Tao aura, it is at least 8-star heavenly Tao strength. Everyone had good eyesight, so they couldn't see anything for the time being. Congratulations, Supreme Demon Emperor. You finally found a suitable agent. Someone congratulated. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. It's not certain for the time being. That guy's other abilities are very poor, and he hasn't fused any power. He is about the same as those godsons. It is said that several old guys are contacting the godsons, preparing to train them as agents. They are really thinking too much. The godsons inherit the will of heavenly Tao, and it is the easiest to grasp the power of heavenly Tao. Using them as agents is better than anyone else. Godson, Lin Fei didn't know the inside story. After consuming a large number of divinity points, the system finally analyzed the fusion method and concluded the method to fuse a kind of heavenly Tao power as soon as possible. So the fusion power is to burst out the inner mysteries. After fusing, the original 100% attack can burst out more than 100 times the original combat power. Fusion crystal. In the system, all kinds of treasures emerged one after another. Lin Fei hadn't seen all of them. He rarely took the initiative to understand them. When he heard that there was a fusion crystal, his eyes lit up on the spot. Fusion sounded simple, but Lin Fei had seen the method before. It required a certain amount of time to fuse. It was not easy to fuse. Lin Fei looked at the fusion crystal. The divinity points required for this kind of tool were not expensive. On the contrary, it required a large number of fusion crystals to fuse the two bloodline powers. I have two bloodline powers in me, but it seems to be very difficult to fuse them. It seems that I can only use the power of space to fuse another kind of power first. Lin Fei tried to fuse the two bloodline powers of space and time, but it was very difficult. There was no time to fuse them now. Fortunately, I have 18 primordial clones. Currently, the bloodline power of the 18 primordial clones had already reached the realm of great success. Chapter 1985. Lin Fei only had 1 day of rest. 1 day's time was enough. The Supreme Demon Emperor was a man of his word. Lin Fei swaggered around and tried to fuse the bloodline power of space and earth. The fusion rate increased bit by bit as he used the fusion crystals. Fortunately, when Lin Fei went out, he always had the God Meridian with him, so he was not afraid of using up divinity points. A day passed in a flash. The Supreme Demon Emperor appeared again, and this time, he was more excited. This time, I will increase my strength by 30%. The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that his words were quite shameless. But if he continued, it would not be easy to break the tortoise shell on Lin Fei. The Supreme Demon Emperor really wanted to break this tortoise shell. He wanted to increase his combat strength by 30% first. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You've already shamelessly asked, what else can I do? As you wish. Lin Fei was not afraid. Even if you were an invincible expert of your era, you could forget about breaking my invincible defense. This was not bragging. I have not seen such a straightforward person in a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor made his move, still using the power of space as the vanguard. This time, it turned into thin needles, trying to find a flaw. This time, Lin Fei did not attack. He just stood there. You can slowly find a flaw. This kid actually stopped attacking. The Supreme Demon Emperor could not figure out what the other party was thinking. Could it be that he had given up? The Supreme Demon Emperor used the day to study how to break this tortoise shell. But if the other party gave up, it would not work. It's still this kind of defense. The Supreme Demon Emperor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this kind of defense again, the Supreme Demon Emperor immediately fell into a frenzy of research. All kinds of attacks came one after another. Most of them were at the heavenly Tao level, sometimes hot and ferocious like a tiger, and sometimes soft like water. The power was controlled perfectly. Lin Fei just stood there like a lonely boat on a turbulent ocean that could be swallowed at any time. Damn, if this guy had nothing to do, could it be that he was cultivating his bloodline? No. The Supreme Devil Emperor must have deprived him of his bloodline. Lin Fei didn't believe it. In this era, there were still people who could refine large amounts of bloodline power. Apart from deprivation, in a short period of time, the Supreme Devil Emperor had displayed several bloodline powers. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Sure enough, it was never too late to learn when one was old. Countless generations of peerless Devil Emperors had cultivated a terrifying bloodline power. If he would go outside, he would definitely be the most terrifying existence. Fortunately, this guy couldn't get out. Write it all down. Lin Fei secretly let the system record the attack pattern. This can be considered as me secretly learning. As long as the system analyzed it, he would be able to grasp the Supreme Demon Emperor's attack method. Lin Fei really hoped to encounter such a free opportunity. No, this method won't work. We need to change the method. My strength is still not enough. The Supreme Devil Emperor sank into madness. None of the ideas he came up with in 1 day would work. The other party was still standing. The Supreme Devil Emperor, who had always been in high spirits, also seemed to be depressed. There was actually a defense in this world that he couldn't break. What kind of joke was this? The Supreme Devil Emperor regretted that he could only use 30% of his original strength. If he didn't have enough strength, it wouldn't be easy to break it. Brat, you win this time. After a few hours of attacking, the Supreme Devil Emperor stopped. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. The Supreme Devil Emperor coldly snorted. What do you want? Lin Fei asked for a treasure left behind by an expert of the Hell Realm, and at the same time, he asked for a saint-ranked divine pulse. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor to throw one out so straightforwardly. I will definitely break through your defense. In this era, there is no existence that I can't break through. After the Supreme Devil Emperor left, Lin Fei kept his invincible defense activated, as long as no one attacked. The invincible defense consumed points like a drizzle. Lin Fei was really worried that these demonic cultivators couldn't let it go and would secretly attack him. He didn't want to be caught and used as a test subject, so it was better to activate the invincible defense. No wonder everyone wants to attack the Forbidden Area. There are so many good things in the Forbidden Area. With another saint-ranked divine pulse in his hands, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Since he came to the Forbidden Area, he would first get 2 saint-ranked divine pulse. These were his trump cards. Let's take a look at the Supreme Devil Emperor's attack first. Lin Fei started to check. He didn't stop fusing with the crystal stones and continued to refine them. The Supreme Devil Emperor quickly started again. His strength increased again. He attacked Lin Fei again. The Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased again and again, and he returned in disappointment again and again. From 30% to 40%, then to 70%. Every time his strength increased, the Supreme Devil Emperor thought that he would be able to break through this layer of turtle shell. In the end, he didn't succeed. The Supreme Devil Emperor hadn't experienced this kind of painful torture for a long time, and he had almost forgotten about it. The Supreme Devil Emperor didn't care at all about losing treasures and god pulses. This attack lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased from Small God Emperor to Earth God Emperor and then Heaven God Emperor. The Supreme Devil Emperor tried all kinds of methods, but none of them succeeded. Half a month passed. Lin Fei was finally able to create the first fusion bloodline power, the fusion of space and earth. From the Supreme Devil Emperor's mouth, Lin Fei knew that this power was called Invincible Tenacity, a very famous heavenly Tao power. When the Supreme Demon Emperor launched another attack, Lin Fei's eyes widened. The power of the Tao of Heaven, Invincible Tenacity, was unleashed, surrounding him in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. His field of vision was filled with defense. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very strong. Facing such a defense, he had a headache. As long as he attacked, a part of the power would be diverted away, and the rest would be blocked by the tough earth. This was why it took such a long time to fuse. Brat, you actually managed to fuse Invincible Tenacity, Heavenly Tao power without saying a word. When the power was displayed, the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed a look of surprise. This was a power that was very difficult to fuse. This brat actually succeeded. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei not only cultivated the space and time bloodlines, but also the earth bloodline? Why couldn't he tell? This was what shocked the Supreme Devil Emperor. He was an invincible figure of this era, but he actually couldn't tell that Lin Fei had cultivated a 3rd bloodline power. The most unbelievable thing was that Lin Fei managed to fuse a heavenly Tao power under his nose. It had only been a month. Chapter 1986. This is all thanks to Senior's guidance. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, if it wasn't for the Supreme Demon Emperor, Lin Fei didn't know when he would be able to grasp this higher level of power. He probably wouldn't know for a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said, I underestimated you. Just by relying on the fusion technique, you managed to cultivate this kind of heavenly Tao power. You are a top existence in any era. To be able to make a Supreme Demon Emperor say such words, Lin Fei felt very proud in his heart. My talent is not good, but I have the system. The system is awesome. Lin Fei would never say these words out loud. I'm just curious. How did you manage to hide the 3rd bloodline power and not let me discover it? The Supreme Demon Emperor's pair of vicissitudes of life, eyes, saw everything in the world. From the moment Lin Fei came in, the Supreme Demon Emperor saw everything clearly. The previous defense had already shocked the Supreme Demon Emperor. Then, the other party managed to cultivate the heavenly Tao power under his eyes. This was even more surprising. Everyone has their own secrets. Senior, don't you think so? Lin Fei asked. Well said. Everyone has their own secrets, let alone you and me. The Supreme Demon Emperor did not ask anymore. Then can I know what this power of yours is called? The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that he had misjudged. Now he wanted to know what the power Lin Fei used was called. For the Supreme Demon Emperor, who had lived for a long time and even opened up a forbidden area, there were very few things in this world that could interest the Supreme Demon Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was one of them. Sure, Lin Fei did not refuse. I have given this defense a name. It is called Invincible Defense. Senior, what do you think? Can it be called invincible? Invincible Defense? The Supreme Devil Emperor had a pensive look on his face. What a good name. Your defensive power is indeed invincible. It's flawless without any flaws. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Lin Fei was afraid in his heart. He did not know what this Supreme Demon Emperor would do next. Originally, I was interested in you, but now, you've made my eyes light up. Just based on this invincible defense, no one in the entire world can kill you. The Supreme Devil Emperor said, There's no need for the next test. You're different from them. Whoosh whoosh. A wave of energy enveloped him, and Lin Fei was drawn away by it. He reappeared. You live here now. After saying that, the Supreme Demon Emperor turned around and left, leaving behind a baffled Lin Fei. F***, what are you going to do to me? In the depths of the Forbidden Zone again. Hearing the words of the Supreme Demon Emperor, the dozen or so wills were quite surprised. Back then, they were all experts of the same era. Later on, they entered the Forbidden Zone, protected in the forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Emperor. After all, not everyone could open the Forbidden Zone. Only a powerful figure like the Supreme Devil Emperor could open the Forbidden Zone. Demon Emperor, are you really going to make this Lin Fei your agent? I believe that having Lin Fei as our agent will be of great help to our Forbidden Zone. Invincible defense, let me ask you, in this world, how many people can cultivate such a defense? This old man really wants to know whether absolute defense or invincible defense is more powerful. Everyone was in favor of it, and some were against it. In fact, the person who made the decision was the Supreme Demon Emperor. I know that everyone thinks that it's better to find the Son of God to be our agent. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand, and everyone quieted down. But this era is not an ordinary era. 108 Son of God. For the first time in eternity, every Son of God is worth investing in. I don't really like those Son of God. They're just lackeys of the heavenly Tao. This Lin Fei is undoubtedly very suitable to be our agent. Everyone listened quietly. Isn't Lin Fei's strength too weak? The Supreme Demon Emperor said. His strength isn't bad. Even for me, unless I use the power of the Forbidden Zone, it would be very difficult to break through his invincible defense. Do you think this is bad? Moreover, you were able to fuse the power of the heavenly Tao in such a short period of time. Back then, can you compare to him? Everyone was speechless. We support the Demon Emperor's opinion. Very quickly, everyone came to an agreement. The Supreme Demon Emperor sighed. I think that Lin Fei is worth nurturing. Our Forbidden Zone has reached its limit. If we don't find a new, capable helper, maybe Lin Fei stayed for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Forbidden Zone did not restrict Lin Fei's movement, so he could look around. During these 3 days, Lin Fei personally walked through many places in the Forbidden Zone. He kept feeling that the Forbidden Zone was extraordinary. Here, the Forbidden Zone isolated the power of the heavenly Tao. Here, the master of the Forbidden Zone was the boss. Even the powerful power of the heavenly Tao was unable to destroy the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei also admired the master of the Forbidden Zone in his heart. To be able to open up such a Forbidden Zone, Although one couldn't leave a certain area, it was already amazing to be able to survive. The Supreme Demon Emperor came very quietly. Are you very interested in the Forbidden Zone? The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, he said such a sentence. Lin Fei nodded. Indeed, I am very interested. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head and looked at the sky. If possible, no one is willing to open up a forbidden zone and limit themselves to a place, struggling at death's door. Lin Fei really didn't expect the Supreme Demon Emperor to say such a thing. The Supreme Demon Emperor said again, no matter which era's experts, if they can't do the last step, they can only open up a forbidden zone and not let themselves die. Lin Fei could hear the sorrow in the other party's words. The Supreme Demon Emperor changed the topic. Are you used to living here these few days? Not bad. The Supreme Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fei. You are the first person to survive in these 10 million years. Invincible God Emperors and whatnot, they all became my spoils of war. Only you are not. Lin Fei thought. If I didn't have invincible defense, I probably would have become your spoils of war. No, it should be one of the statues. Let me ask you, are you interested in becoming the agent of the Forbidden Zone? The Supreme Demon Emperor's tone became a bit heavier. Agent? Do I have a choice? Lin Fei said. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. You are very smart, but you are also very lucky to be able to become my agent. Many people want to be my agent, but unfortunately, I didn't agree. From the moment Lin Fei came here, he knew that the Supreme Demon Emperor had some thoughts about him. He never guessed that he would become the agent. I am very curious. What does this agent want to do? Right now, Lin Fei had a lot of suspicions. It seemed like this agent was extremely important. In the immortal world, he could not be considered the most famous. The top 10 gods were all not simple characters. Why would they have their eyes on him? Chapter 1987. Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. Since the other party had already said so, no matter what kind of tricks they had up their sleeves, why should he be afraid? Lin Fei's thoughts were that simple. It was hard to guess what an old monster like the Supreme Demon Emperor was thinking in such a short time. Lin Fei just needed to be vigilant. As long as the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't find a way to break the invincible defense, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After agreeing to become the Supreme Demon Emperor's agent, the restrictions on him were lifted. Lin Fei admired this forthright style. The Supreme Demon Emperor showed his sincerity. After lifting the restrictions, Lin Fei personally went to the massacred God Emperor and the others, took out the treasures, and asked them to leave the forbidden area. The forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't be broken. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this point. After a simple explanation, the massacred God Emperor and the others chose to leave. Breaking the forbidden area wasn't the main purpose. The purpose of the massacred God Emperor and the others was to bring back the lost treasures of the Hell World. Now that the treasures were in their hands, they were satisfied. If the other God Emperors weren't happy, it was their own business. If they want to go deeper, so be it. Of course, they were the unlucky ones. Lin Fei wouldn't stop them. Anyway, he had already said it. It was up to them whether they believed it or not. Lin Fei returned to the depths of the forbidden area. Lin Fei was very interested to know about the bloodline fusion. For example, the forbidden area opened up secret books for him to read. This was a good thing. The forbidden area left behind from generation to generation must have countless secret books. Lin Fei was very interested to learn about them. When he saw the rows of secret books, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Lin Fei stayed and read the secret books day and night. Many secrets appeared in front of his eyes, which was an eye-opener for him. Especially the knowledge about fusion, it became clearer and clearer. Among them, there were all kinds of heavenly Tao secret methods. These couldn't be seen outside. At this time, they were all displayed in front of him in the forbidden area. Lin Fei was worried that he couldn't find related secret methods. Now that they had come to him, Lin Fei wouldn't be polite and recorded them all in the system. Besides that, he had also gained a deeper understanding of his bloodline power. From this, Lin Fei realized that his control over the power of space bloodline wasn't perfect. This was all explained in detail in the secret tome. Lin Fei finally understood why he was unable to defend against the attack of the Supreme Devil Emperor. So it was because of this. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. His mastery was too rough. Since he was in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei simply put everything aside. He focused on his space and time bloodlines, constantly perfecting the parts he was lacking. In a short period of time, his control over his space and time bloodlines became even more perfect. At the very least, if he were to face an invincible demon emperor now, he wouldn't be easily hit by spatial power. This was a huge improvement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly, to the left. Suddenly right. Suddenly center. Compared to the spatial movement that he had mastered before, the current spatial movement was more perfect and flawless. He studied the secret manuals one by one. Lin Fei's understanding of his spatial bloodline had also reached a new level. He no longer just stayed on the surface and truly grasped its essence. This was the benefit of flipping through a large number of secret manuals. Lin Fei knew the benefit of accumulating knowledge. As expected, the saying was right. If he didn't flip through a large number of secret manuals, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to completely grasp the power of his bloodline and would only be able to use it at the simplest level. When the Supreme Devil Emperor appeared, Lin Fei reacted. Not bad. You've improved a lot. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If it wasn't for Senior's help, I would still be wasting my time." Lin Fei was very clear about these secret manuals. After a long period of accumulation, it could be considered a precious treasure. Not anyone could be lucky enough to come in and read it. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very satisfied. Youngsters nowadays lack accumulation. Don't think that accumulating experience and knowledge is a one-sided matter. To us cultivators, it's very important. The more knowledge one accumulates, the better one will be. You're doing very well now. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have been disdainful. But now, he agreed with the Supreme Devil Emperor's words. The people of this era seem to lack enough accumulation, especially the accumulation of knowledge. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a fluctuation came from the Forbidden Zone. The Supreme Devil Emperor frowned and disappeared. Lin Fei followed. The two of them appeared on a mountain peak in the Forbidden Zone at almost the same time. "Old thing, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a beating?" Lin Fei stood above the Forbidden Zone and felt the boundless aura coming towards him. On a mountain peak not far away, a bald man stood with his hands behind his back. The bald man's body was filled with a heavy aura like a boundless mountain. His gaze suddenly landed on Lin Fei, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Devil Emperor, this isn't the first time I've entered your Forbidden Zone. Is there a need for this?" The tall and sturdy man snorted. Lin Fei felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. It was as if everything was exposed in the other party's eyes. He realized that the tall and sturdy man in front of him was at least at the same level as the Supreme Devil Emperor. "This place doesn't welcome you," the Supreme Devil Emperor said unhappily. "What are you doing here instead of staying in the Forbidden Zone?" The tall and sturdy man pointed at Lin Fei. "I heard that you found a good agent. I'm very interested." Invincible defense. As the last word fell, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, and a wave of energy swept across his body. "Not bad, not bad. It's a very impressive defense." The tall and sturdy man acted as if he had done something insignificant. But this made the Supreme Devil Emperor very angry. "You bastard, who allowed you to attack?" He punched at the tall and sturdy man. "Devil Emperor, you still have the same old temper. But don't think that I'm afraid of you." The tall and sturdy man stretched out his finger and shook off the Supreme Devil Emperor's punch. He jabbed his finger again and launched a counterattack. The two of them quickly clashed. Lin Fei quickly retreated. He didn't understand what was going on. "What's going on?" When the Supreme Devil Emperor and the tall and sturdy man exchanged blows, Lin Fei could barely see a trace of it. He was deeply shocked, but the tall and sturdy man was calm from start to finish. The two of them were actually evenly matched. "Devil Emperor, if this continues, I won't be polite anymore." The tall and sturdy man retreated and stood in the distance. The Supreme Devil Emperor also stopped and emitted a monstrous demonic aura. If you weren't the only old friend left, I wouldn't mind killing you and destroying your forbidden zone. Chapter 1988. The Master of a Forbidden Area? Lin Fei immediately understood what the man was trying to say. Lin Fei could not tell that the bulky man was the master of a forbidden area, as his aura was significantly different from the Supreme Demon Monarch's. The man did not unleash his aura throughout the battle, maintaining a calm demeanor. It was also a perfect control of his strength. Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that the man had accumulated a lot of knowledge after reading through the ancient records. At the same time, he was confused. The master of a forbidden area could leave the forbidden area? The Supreme Demon Monarch waved his hand and said, "Come and meet the shameless Emperor Lu Meng." Lin Fei brought his fists together and said, "Junior Lin Fei pays his respects to Senior Lu Meng," another expert who had lived for countless eras. Lin Fei was aware of the man's identity. "Congratulations, you found yourself a great representative." The Emperor Lu Meng congratulated the Supreme Demon Monarch. "Of course," the Supreme Demon Monarch said proudly. "Not many people have such an undefeatable defense." The Emperor Lu Meng nodded. "Indeed. All right, you've met the man. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." The Supreme Demon Monarch was not fond of the Emperor Lu Meng. "Don't be hasty," the Emperor Lu Meng said. "I'm here to ask you if you're interested in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area. I've already contacted a group of people to raise it to the ground." The Supreme Demon Monarch wore a stern look. "Are you sure?" The Six Darkness Godly Emperor said. "I made up my mind. Demon Monarch Fei Yang has been dead for a long time, and someone has occupied the Forbidden Zone and refined his corpse. It's time to attack. Now, I'm going to ask you, are you coming or not?" "Of course I'm going. Of course I'm going to join in." Attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area? Upon hearing this, Lin Fei was startled. A demon monarch would die too? The conversation between the Emperor Lu Meng and the Supreme Demon Monarch did not last long. When Lin Fei took a look again, the man had already left. "Are you shocked?" The Supreme Demon Monarch approached him. "Yes, I am." The Supreme Devil Emperor sighed. "The Devil Emperor is not the end. The only difference was that he lived longer than us." This demon monarch Fei Yang's strength was unparalleled in the past, yet he still couldn't escape from the Forbidden Zone. It's a pity that it's been taken by someone else, to the extent that even the corpse has been refined. What a pity. Rest well. In 3 days, you'll come with me. Lin Fei was surprised. "I have to go too?" "Yes, you must go," said the Supreme Devil Emperor. "Do you think that Lu Ming would casually invite me? In fact, this is the time for you agents to reveal yourselves." "Those agents will go too." "Yes, they will all go." God Emperor Six Depths returned to his own forbidden area. "You have an opponent." On a mountain peak, God Emperor Lu Ming said to a woman in red. A fiery aura revolved around the red-robed woman's body, instantly burning the mountain rocks into nothingness. However, God Emperor Hades was completely fine and stood there quietly. "Who is it?" "The new representative of the Supreme Devil Emperor. He has mastered a type of invincible defense power that is flawless." "It's flawless," the Six Depths Deity Emperor said. "It's not the power of the heavenly Tao," the red-robed woman said. "There's no such power in the heavenly Tao. There are only absolute defense, absolute protection, invincible protection, etc." God Emperor Six Depths was not surprised. In terms of understanding the power of the heavenly Tao, apart from the godsons, no one was comparable to him. Well said. It doesn't matter if it's the power of the heavenly Tao, he's still your opponent. You'll meet him in 3 days. Attacking Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area? Yes, Demon Monarch Fei Yang has something that belongs to you. Destiny. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Passing through layers of rift, the Supreme Devil Emperor brought Lin Fei to a huge forbidden area and landed on a platform. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area is right ahead, the Supreme Devil Emperor said to Lin Fei with a calm expression. Lin Fei stood on the platform and saw a huge forbidden area in the distance. Around the platform, more platforms appeared. There were people standing on the platforms. There were even young people standing on the platforms. It's them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and recognized a few of them. They were all godsons. Did the leader of the forbidden area and the godsons come to an agreement? There's nothing strange about it. The Supreme Devil Emperor said, the godsons are born under the will of the heavens and earth. Thus they have a lot more potential than you humans. As for why we're working together, you'll find out sooner or later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, a few icy glints were fired from afar, each filled with hostility. The Supreme Devil Emperor was an old leader of a forbidden area. It was hard for them not to recognize him. Many people glanced in his direction when he appeared. Everyone present was a leader of a forbidden area. It's that kid. On a platform a distance away, the godson, Tianlong, was sitting on the divine beast Fire Qilin with a hint of surprise on his prideful face. I didn't expect him to be the representative of the leader of a forbidden area too. Tianlong, do you know him? A leader of a forbidden area asked. I do. That kid has mastered the greater success stage of the force of space and time. Even the 8 god emperors suffered a great loss against him. They had no choice but to give him a great gift to appease his anger. If you don't fuse with a top-notch bloodline, it will forever be a superficial thing. The leader of a forbidden area said disdainfully, it's still your godsons who have a limitless future. Profound sky worlds Dtion. The red-clothed woman with deity Emperor 6 depths also noticed the person brought by the Supreme Devil Emperor. Looks like you know this person, deity Emperor 6 depths said with a smile. A notorious guy. The red-clothed woman sat cross-legged on Huofeng Phoenix, blazing flames burning the void. I didn't expect him to actually master invincible defense. Interesting. Lin Fei's understanding of the godsons came from the news outside. For example, almost all the leaders of the forbidden area had brought the godsons. There was almost no pure human like him. Godson, Tianlong. Goddess daughter, 9 heavens phoenix maiden. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about the leader of the forbidden area. What was their purpose in cooperating with the godsons? The Supreme Devil Emperor's reputation in the forbidden area was resounding. Hence, when he arrived on the platform, many leaders of the forbidden area took the initiative to greet him. Their attitude towards Lin Fei was average. Lin Fei didn't have much to care about. These leaders of the forbidden area were all top-notch powerhouses whose names shook the world back then. To be able to open up a forbidden area, there were even top-notch existences among top-notch powerhouses. Because they survived, those who couldn't open up a forbidden area all died. This was where their strength lay. Very soon, everyone arrived. There were a total of 18 lords of the forbidden area. Their strength was almost on par. Chapter 1989. 18 restricted region lords. Their momentum was tremendous. These fellows were all old monsters who had lived for endless years. In the end, all of them opened up restricted areas and survived. The lords of the 18 forbidden lands were all present. 5 of them stood out from the middle, including the Supreme Demon Emperor and the 6 Underworlds Divine Emperor. The other 3 were the Xianxia Divine Emperor, the Abyss Demon Emperor, and Emperor Tatian. They were all supreme figures back then. The 5 of them were the initiators of this event. At the same time, they were also the 5 strongest people. With the 5 of them taking the lead, the other restricted zone lords were all very convinced. Be it in terms of reputation or strength, they couldn't compare to the 5 of them. Supreme, you're the most familiar with Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Now that everyone is here, how are we going to attack? The one who spoke was the Xianxia Divine Emperor. He was not a god emperor, but his strength could contend against a god emperor. Back then, he was also an awe-inspiring figure. The other 3 looked over. The Supreme Demon Emperor said calmly, I've calculated it. 3 days later is the best time to attack Emperor God Fei Yang. By then, the forbidden area will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The 5 of us should be able to defeat Emperor God Fei Yang. No one doubted the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Back then, the Supreme Demon Emperor had fought with Emperor God Fei Yang, and they were evenly matched. At the same time, He knew Emperor God Fei Yang's background the best. I wonder if the 6 undefeatable god emperors of monarch god Fei Yang are still around. The Abyss Devil Emperor said. Rumor has it that when God Emperor Fei Yang conquered the world, these 6 generals were the vanguard and unified the world. Emperor Tatian smiled and said, "So what if he's an invincible divine emperor? The 18 lords of the Forbidden Lands will attack together. Just blow them all up. Divine Sun Tianlong is here." While the 5 restricted zone masters were discussing with the other 13 restricted zone masters, the divine Sun Sky Dragon, who was sitting on the fire Qilin, headed in one direction. That was where Lin Fei was. The fire Qilin released a torrential wave of qi. The void was burning as the divine Sun Sky Dragon arrived not far from Lin Fei. The divine might was vast and mighty. Ditian, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. You haven't died yet. The other agents looked over. Among the 108 god princes, the god prince Sky Dragon was the strongest. With the divine beast fire Qilin, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei laughed. My life is very tough. I won't die so easily. The Son of Heaven raised his eyelids and shot out 2 beams of cold light. I don't like your tone. 2 beams of cold light turned into 2 beams of sword light. The will of the heavenly path rumbled, and the power of the heavenly path was boosted. Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. Actually, I don't like you either. Lin Fei laughed. Divine child, you're nothing. 2 sword gleams were banished. Divine Sun Sky Dragon suddenly laughed and said, Not bad. You have improved a lot. That would be more interesting. No. Rather than killing you, it would be better to refine you into a heavenly law puppet. Be the vanguard in my conquest of the world. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Are all divine sons so arrogant? Everyone only knows how to brag. Be careful not to blow your own trumpet. Why don't you follow my soul? I guarantee that you'll have a good life. Hairball roared as well. Fellow covered in flames, obediently come over and be my little brother. Otherwise, I'll be the first to eat you. Now that Hairball had become a divine beast, her every move was filled with ferocity. Fire Qilin was also a divine beast. It was also untamed and could breathe fire. You country bumpkin, you think you can eat me? When I was mighty, you didn't even know how to hide in a corner. Hairball became even more unhappy. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. See if I don't eat you. The divine son's representative in the distance could hear the two's tit for tat. He couldn't help but admire Tion's unyielding attitude. Fire Qilin and Hairball started to quarrel. Divine Sun Sky Dragon suggested, Everyone in the world says that divine beasts are the most powerful, especially the extinct divine beasts. As for the primordial evil dragon, I have also heard of it. I wonder if you can let your divine beast come out and give me some pointers? Lin Fei thought to himself, this divine Sun Sky Dragon is really scheming. He is not someone that those profligate sons can compare to. Even his words are much more profound. Lin Fei did not dare to belittle such a person. Actually, I'm also curious about which divine beast is the most powerful divine beast in the world. Lin Fei said with a smile. Divine Sun Sky Dragon patted Fire Qilin. Didn't you say that you wanted to exchange pointers with the primordial evil dragon? Now that the opportunity is here, go and perform well. Country bumpkin, come up quickly. The noble divine beast Fire Qilin looked down on the lowly bloodline of the primordial evil dragon. Such a person should not exist among the divine beasts. Roar. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hairball glared at him fiercely. To avoid alarming the restricted area, we have to set up an array restriction. Do you have any objections? Divine Sun Sky Dragon took the initiative to say. How could Lin Fei not know what Divine Sun Sky Dragon was thinking? It was to restrict Hairball's movement and put him at a disadvantage. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. You can scheme, but I can't. I agreed to set up an array restriction to avoid alarming the big shots in the restricted area. Divine Sun Sky Dragon quickly set up an array and patted Fire Qilin's head to let it go up. Master, don't worry. I will eat it in one bite. Everyone was very interested in the battle between the divine beast Fire Qilin and the primordial evil dragon. It was not easy to see a battle between divine beasts. Fire Qilin went up first, followed by Hairball. The array restriction was activated as soon as the two went inside. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fire Qilin was the first to attack. The entire array was engulfed in flames. A scorching sun appeared above the flames and released a terrifying attack. As expected of the divine beast Fire Qilin. This move is terrifying. It is dozens of times stronger than before. I wonder how the primordial evil dragon will resist it. Many people exclaimed. The strength of the divine beast Fire Qilin still shocked the divine princes. There were also some divine princes whose expressions didn't change. They looked very calm. Xiaofeng, who do you think will win? Phoenix Maiden of the Nine Heavens sat on the back of Huofeng Phoenix with a transcendent aura. The flames around her turned into a burning kingdom. She asked calmly. It should be Fire Qilin. Xiaofeng was the name of Huofeng Phoenix. It has followed divine Sun Sky Dragon and obtained endless benefits. The flames just now contained a trace of the Heavenly Way's power. Its lethality is very terrifying. Continue. The primordial evil dragon is rumored to be able to eat anything in the world. I don't know much about it, but I do know that it's good at traveling through space. If it's in an open space, the primordial evil dragon will have the upper hand. However, in a space isolated by an array, it won't have any advantage. The other divine sons were also discussing. The bets are open. Place your bets before the outcome is decided. Suddenly, everyone heard Di Tian's voice. Chapter 1990. No one expected Di Tian to say such a thing during the battle between the divine beasts. Opening the bet? It's already starting, okay. As the Fire Qilin continued to spit out fierce flames, the void crackled and crackled. The primordial evil dragon's huge body was constantly stained by the fierce flames. It started to weaken. As time went on, the power of the flames would seep into its flesh. It was not something that the primordial evil dragon could resist. However, under such circumstances, Di Tian was actually the banker and the dealer. Wasn't he a little too confident? Before they could digest it, Lin Fei opened his mouth again. You heard it right. That's right, opening the bet. Lin Fei said with a smile. Don't you think it's interesting? What? What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm the banker now. I bet that my hairball will win. Lin Fei said. You only need to bet on the Fire Qilin. The odds are 2-1. Don't miss such a good opportunity. 2-1? Where else could one find such a good opportunity? Di Tian, you actually dare to accept our bets. A burly young man walked over and stared at Lin Fei as he spoke. Lin Fei knew that the godson was called Tianhu. He had a bad temper and was famous among the godsons. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it. Lin Fei added, the premise is that I only want the divine pulse and nothing else. As for the fear that I can't afford it, you can rest assured that I, Lin Fei, have a high social status. Hua, hua, hua. 3 saint-level divine pulses appeared behind him. How about it? Don't worry now. God's son Tianhu touched his bald head. Direct enough. I'll bet 3,000 divine pulses. A storage ring containing 3,000 heaven-rank divine veins was tossed over. I'll take it. Lin Fei kept the divine pulses without hesitation. I'll bet 1,000 divine pulses too. 2,000. 3,000. The godsons were eager to try. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? In the array, the primordial evil dragon's huge body dodged to and fro while roaring in pain. More people placed their bets. You have 1,000, I have 2,000, and some even have 4,000 to 5,000. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of Di Tian. Lin Fei's face was expressionless. He snickered in his heart. Damn it, these guys are really rich. They can easily get thousands of them. This time, we can earn a small fortune. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had collected a total of 530,000 heaven-ranked divine veins. Some divine princes had yet to place their bets. Supreme, your brother's agent, is quite interesting. The Abyss Devil Emperor laughed. He's quite daring. He's not afraid of losing his underwear. The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at it. I think it's quite interesting. The Three-Stone God Emperor had an ordinary relationship with the Supreme Devil Emperor. He sneered, "A person who doesn't know what's good for him. There's nothing to see." The Arch-Tatian smiled and said, "Everyone should support young people when they have ideas. Even I want to bet on him. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting kid." The Six Depths Deity Emperor said, "Supreme, I heard you still have a million-year-old deity brew. Why don't you take it out and add to the bet?" The Supreme Devil Emperor smiled and said, "I know you want my deity brew. I'm quite interested after hearing what you said. Fine, I'll take out a bottle of deity brew to add to the bet. However, you have to take out the azure gourd you got last time. Are you willing to do that?" The Six Depths Deity Emperor agreed right away. He took out an azure gourd. The gourd was glowing and looked quite extraordinary. "Supreme, I'm also tempted. Why don't you count me in as well?" The Abyss Devil Emperor smiled and said, "I also miss the Supreme Deity Brew. I'm willing to use a bottle of Abyss Dead Water as the bet." The Supreme Devil Emperor thought, "If you want to give me something, then I won't hold back." The number of divine veins in Lin Fei's hands kept increasing. It went from 500,000 to 1 million. If Hairball lost, Lin Fei would have to pay 500,000 heaven-ranked divine veins. Normal people would really go bankrupt. Divine Prince Tianlong, you want to bet too? Lin Fei raised his eyes and looked at Divine Prince Tianlong in front of him. Divine Prince Tianlong smiled and said, "Why not? I know you're very wealthy. It's just whether you dare to accept it or not." Lin Fei smiled and said, "I'll take as many as you want." "All right." Divine Prince Tianlong sneered his heart. "I can't kill you now. I don't mind making you bankrupt first. Without the support of divine veins, let's see how you can display your strength." Divine veins were Di Tian's lifeblood. Someone had researched it a long time ago. Divine Prince Tianlong was only attacking from the weak point. Boom, boom, boom. Divine veins flew out one after another, shaking heaven and earth. How generous! Saint-rank divine veins. 1, 2, 3. Damn, 16 saint-rank divine veins. Seeing the long lines of divine veins, some god's sons exclaimed. Those were all saint-rank divine veins, not heaven-rank divine veins. There were 16 of them. That was definitely generous. Divine Prince Tianlong said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I don't have any heaven-rank divine veins. I only have saint-rank divine veins. I'm really sorry. Do you want me to take them back?" Divine Prince Tianlong said it casually, but in reality, he was here to attack Lin Fei. If he lost, 8 saint-rank divine veins were enough to make Lin Fei bankrupt. This was a vicious move. Who was Lin Fei? He had expected that Divine Prince Tianlong would not give up on this opportunity to attack him. Lin Fei was not surprised that Divine Prince Tianlong had placed such a heavy bet. "Divine Son, Sky Dragon, you are really generous." Lin Fei sighed. "Compared to you, my wealth is far inferior. However, I want your saint-rank divine veins." Divine Prince Tianlong thought that Lin Fei would reject him first. He did not expect Lin Fei to agree immediately. "All right, you are the best." Divine Prince Tianlong laughed. "Just don't look too bad when you lose." Lin Fei was not worried about losing at all. "Don't worry, I won't cry even if I lose." Now that he had 16 saint-rank divine veins, Lin Fei was very happy. This kind of good thing was not so easy to obtain. With this, he could use his ultimate moves continuously. He was confident and did not need to worry about anything. To Lin Fei, ordinary heaven-ranked divine veins were not worth his attention. They were consumed too quickly and might not be able to withstand it. Only saint-ranked divine veins could withstand it. Originally, he was still worried about where he could get them. Now that they came to him, Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them all. In the array, the fire Qilin's attacks were even faster. It was moving in the flames. It seemed like it could move continuously as long as there were flames. Such an ability was very terrifying. On the other hand, the primordial evil dragon was covered in flames and was fleeing back and forth. Chapter 1991. The fire Kirin kept showing off its power. The people who placed the bets laughed. Damn it, I should have placed more bets. Someone regretted. You're so stupid. I placed 3,600 bets. I'll make a fortune then. 3,600 bets are nothing. I bet 6,000 bets. I want DT on to lose so badly that he can't even put on his pants. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen someone give me money. Exactly. The ancient evil dragon almost went extinct back then. Its power is unimaginable. How could it be a match for the Fire Kirin? Everyone had the same opinion. The Fire Kirin was much more famous than the ancient evil dragon since it was able to survive. The result of the battle between the divine beasts was already decided. Supreme, your divine beast isn't doing well. It's losing. The three sure divine emperor chuckled. I can have a sip of your wine now. Anything they cared about was good stuff. The supreme demon emperor smiled. You're too impatient. You can't say anything before the result is decided. The three sure divine emperor was annoyed. I don't think so. The ancient evil dragon doesn't have any natural advantages. How strong can it be? The abyss demon emperor and Emperor Tatian remained silent. The primordial evil dragon was renowned throughout the world back then. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. From the start until now, the primordial evil dragon hasn't used any offensive methods. Do you think this is normal? The supreme devil emperor said unhurriedly. The three-stone divine emperor's expression suddenly turned ugly. That seemed to be the case. Hairball kept dodging. The surging fire waves came and the air crackled, creating many black holes. Surrender. The Fire Kirin was even more proud. Hairball thought, it's time to fight back. Heaven swallowing. Hairball had reached the mature stage after entering the divine beast state. Her power was terrifying. She had been at a disadvantage just now because her master had taken advantage of her. Now that it was about time, Furball naturally had no need to keep up the act, and it opened its bloody mouth wide. She opened her mouth and performed a powerful talon attack, Heaven swallowing. This move was too futile. The Fire Kirin didn't expect the ancient evil dragon to be pretending and was caught off guard. Crack! It bit the Fire Qilin, and blood splattered everywhere. Delicious. He swallowed the divine beast's flesh in one gulp. Hairball was overjoyed. The Fire Qilin was unable to move. Weren't you very impressive just now? Hairball said disdainfully as she bit off another piece of divine beast meat. Now, let's continue to show off. Another mouthful. Call me a country bumpkin. Who do you think you are? Hairball roared and bit off a large chunk of flesh. The Fire Qilin was about to go crazy. Its body was indeed surrounded by a type of power, unable to break free. What kind of trick did you use? Why can't I move? Hairball smirked and said, This is the innate ability of our primordial evil dragon tribe. It's an innate ability that can fight against heaven. You're just a little divine beast. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? I'll eat. He took another bite. To Hairball, the flesh and blood of divine beasts were simply too delicious. In less than a moment, the Fire Qilin was badly mutilated. His white bones were exposed, making one's scalp go numb. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The Fire Qilin lost. What was going on? Wasn't the Fire Qilin very impressive just now? Why wasn't he fighting back after being bitten? Everyone was momentarily confused. In their eyes, no matter how fierce the primordial evil dragon was, it would lose to the Fire Qilin today. They could also earn a small fortune from DT and look down on him afterwards. Now, they were the ones who lost. Seeing the primordial evil dragon tearing the Fire Qilin apart, the godsons outside could not help but shiver. Even the Fire Qilin's tough defense was torn apart, let alone them. Sorry, it seems that I won. The Supreme Devil Emperor was all smiles, but he was secretly shocked as well. He thought, the primordial evil dragon is indeed the overlord of the food chain. It dares to eat anything. The Fire Qilin is really unlucky. The three-stone god emperor and the other three were quite surprised. The primordial evil dragon was actually so terrifying. You win. The three-stone god emperor was unwilling. The item was still given to the supreme demon emperor. The abyss demon emperor, Tatian, and the six darkness god emperor were the same. We were wrong. I didn't expect the primordial evil dragon to be so powerful. It can freeze the world and completely suppress the fire Qilin. The 6 Darkness God Emperor's eyes lit up. We've all been tricked by Tion. Emperor Tatian soon realized. After they realized it, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were the lords of the forbidden areas, so they wouldn't cause trouble for a junior. Besides, Tion was on the Supreme Demon Emperor's side, so they wouldn't offend the Supreme Demon Emperor. Open. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon removed the array and slashed at the primordial evil dragon with his hand. Your master is so shameless. Furball snorted in dissatisfaction and rammed his head into the Fire Qilin Divine Beast. The Fire Qilin flew backward and crashed into the Divine Sun Sky Dragon's attack. Another large chunk of flesh fell off, and Furball came out and swallowed it. The Fire Qilin let out a cry of agony. Master, you should have seen it clearly before you attacked. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon turned pale. His heart was bleeding after the slash landed on the Fire Qilin's body. He took out a large number of elixirs and fed them to the Fire Qilin. You're good. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon knew he had been tricked. He secretly cursed Chun Fan for being shameless and cunning. He had lost 16 small sacred-grade divine meridians. Hairball dodged and returned to Lin Fei. Master, the meat of a divine beast tastes really good. Lin Fei had known what these people were thinking from the beginning. They wouldn't miss out on anything that could benefit them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the Divine Prince Sky Dragon would place such a heavy bet and gain a lot. Hee, how could I have won your things if I wasn't powerful? Lin Fei smiled and said, Anyway, a dozen sacred-grade divine meridians are nothing to a rich man like you. The other divine princes rolled their eyes. Do you really think we don't care? They despised Tion. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon comforted the Fire Qilin and said coldly, You have too many things. Be careful. Among the 108 godchildren, the ones at the top were all proud and arrogant. None of them were willing to submit to anyone. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's words pulled Lin Fei to the opposite side. Subconsciously, he was saying that if you have a divine meridian, you need to have a life to enjoy it. The gazes of the divine princes became very unfriendly. Clearly, they were provoked by these words. Lin Fei scratched his ear and said, I have a huge appetite. I won't be able to eat too much. With the Lord of the Restricted Area here, no one would make a move for the time being. They had a powerful background, and there was still a gap between them and the Lord of the Restricted Area. Chapter 1992. You are really ruthless. After the Supreme Demon Emperor returned, he smiled and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, I am poor. If I can make a small profit, I will. Who asked them to be greedy? The Supreme Demon Emperor agreed with this sentence. Everyone can't avoid the word greed. Brat, you also know how to scheme. You got over a dozen sacred god veins. That should be enough for you. Hee, who asked them to be greedy? Serve them right. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't ask them to bet. This is for you. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a bottle of Immortal Brew and threw it to Lin Fei. Immortal Brew. Lin Fei caught it. There were too many of them. The Supreme Demon Emperor seemed to know what Lin Fei was thinking. Don't look down on my Immortal Brew. This is a million-year-old Immortal Brew. A million-year-old Immortal Brew? Lin Fei's eyeballs almost popped out. Lin Fei had Immortal Brews in his storage ring. Those were over a dozen years old. The oldest was a few 100,000 years old. However, there were not many that were a few million years old. Most importantly, this Immortal Brew came from the Supreme Demon Emperor. Its quality was definitely not ordinary. This bottle of Immortal Brew is something that can't be found in the entire immortal world. The ingredients are all gone. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. Just drink it sparingly. Lin Fei immediately treated it as a treasure. Something personally refined by the Supreme Demon Emperor was definitely good stuff. Thank you, Senior. Even though Lin Fei did not drink it, it was definitely an exceptional brew. Sky Dragon, we will be attacking the Forbidden Zone tomorrow. I have a task for you. At the camp outside the Forbidden Zone, the Three Stones Divine Emperor said to the Sky Dragon in front of him, We are partners. Speak your mind. The Sky Dragon said, The Three Stones Divine Emperor thought highly of the Sky Dragon. Not bad. I thought you would still be immersed in your anger towards Tian. Tian Long said calmly. Tian? Ha! I'm never taken Tian seriously. He's not fit to compete with me. If I want to kill him, I'll kill him within 10 moves. The Three-Stone Divine Emperor was very satisfied. Now listen carefully. After we attack the Forbidden Zone, the 18 leaders of the Forbidden Zones will work together to drive Demon Monarch Fei Yang out. Your job is to suppress the 6 undefeatable God Emperor Generals under Demon Monarch Fei Yang. You only need to suppress one of them. The Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, knew more things. My strength has improved greatly, and I have not fought against the Paragon God Emperor yet. I am very interested in this. Godson Tian Long said with a smile. You need a protector, one of the 6 undefeatable God Emperors under Demon Monarch Fei Yang. With an invincible deity emperor among them, you will have the capital to contend against them. The Xianxia Celestial Emperor said smilingly. Once you've defeated one of the undefeatable God Emperors, you'll be able to bring him to the treasure vault left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang and obtain the Destiny Stone. Divine Prince Tian Long suddenly said, one invincible Divine Emperor is not enough. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Restricted Region summoned his representative over. Tell me what to do tomorrow. Some of the lords of the Restricted Regions chose to form an alliance. Lin Fei was also summoned by the Supreme Demon Monarch. At the same time, he met the other lord of the Restricted Region, the 6 Underworld's Celestial Emperor, and a beautiful lady. The lady, Lin Fei recognized her. The goddess, the 9 Heavens Phoenix. The one who tamed the godly beast-hoofing phoenix. Come in, the Supreme Demon Monarch said to Lin Fei. The 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor glanced at Lin Fei as soon as he came in. Kid, you're not bad. Just SOSO. Lin Fei said politely. The 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor said smilingly. Don't be so humble. You've earned a fortune recently and made me lose an item. Not everyone can do that. The Supreme Demon Monarch asked Lin Fei to stand beside him. Tian is here. You can tell me now. The 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor said, we're going to attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang tomorrow. I hope that the 9 Heavens Phoenix and Tian can take down a general together. Lin Fei had no idea what would happen after they attacked Demon Monarch Fei Yang's Forbidden Zone. But the generals knew. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had 6 generals with the cultivation of undefeatable God Emperors. Even though Demon Monarch Fei Yang was dead, the invincible Divine Emperor had also died. He had retained his original attack, and his strength had not been affected at all. Lin Fei was surprised when he heard that the 9 Heavens Phoenix was going to take down one of the invincible God Emperors. An invincible God Emperor was quite impressive. After all, it was equivalent to the peak invincible God Emperor's strength. It was comparable to a God Emperor's strength. Otherwise, they would not be given the title of Invincible God Emperor. The title of Invincible God Emperor was proven by their strength. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had 6 invincible God Emperors under his command. One could easily imagine how powerful Demon Monarch Fei Yang was in the past. The Supreme Demon Monarch was not surprised. An invincible God Emperor is not bad, but how are we going to split it? Lin Fei listened in silence. His gaze would occasionally land on the 9 Heavens Phoenix. The woman was extraordinary. Her body was emitting a powerful aura that was on par with the God Sun, Tian Long. Maybe this 9 Heavens Phoenix is on par with the God Sun, Tian Long. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. He could sense a dangerous aura coming from her. He could not help but have a hunch. If we can take down one of the invincible God Emperors and give it to us, I'll let Tian have the first pick of the 3 treasures when we enter the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The Supreme Demon Monarch shook his head. The price of a path protector of an invincible God Emperor is way more than that. Lin Fei came to a realization. He was still curious why the Supreme Demon Monarch was interested in an invincible God Emperor, but it seemed like it was because of the path protector. Every expert would have a path protector around them when they were competing for the heavenly will. Their purpose was to protect them, which was equivalent to having a powerful bodyguard. The reason why Demon Monarch Fei Yang was able to secure the heavenly will in the end was because he had 6 invincible god emperors as his path protectors. The Nine Heavens Phoenix said coldly, "It's unnecessary for us to work together. I can easily take down an invincible god emperor on my own." F***K, this woman sure is arrogant. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. The Supreme Demon Monarch glanced at the Nine Heavens Phoenix and said, "If Phoenix has the same thought, there's no need for us to work together. Dition, what do you think?" Lin Fei was quite interested in having an invincible god emperor as his path protector. He could only summon god emperors for now. No matter how many god emperors there were, they would not stand a chance against an invincible god emperor. "Let's see who's capable enough," Lin Fei said. "Whoever is capable enough will be able to take down an invincible god emperor." Work together? Lin Fei was not interested in it either. He had brought over 10 million ultimate gods with him. He could use the ultimate gods as cannon fodder to buy himself some time. Work together? There was no need for that. Lin Fei was planning to take a look at the invincible god emperors. Demon Monarch Fei Yang was the path protector of 6 invincible god emperors. "You should be stronger than him," the Supreme Demon Monarch said with a smile. "It seems like young people have their own ideas. It's not appropriate for us to interfere. Let them do it themselves." Chapter 1993. It seems like I'm going to have another opponent. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said as soon as the Nine Heavens Phoenix and Emperor Lu Ming left. Lin Fei knew the Nine Heavens Phoenix was treating him as an opponent, judging from the look in her eyes when she left. Working together? Lin Fei was indeed not interested. There were only 6 Dao protectors. He might as well do it himself instead of working together. Lin Fei's thoughts were as simple as that. Therefore, he rejected the offer. "I thought you would choose to work with the Phoenix." The Supreme Demon Monarch was surprised. "There's no benefit in working together. Why would I?" Lin Fei said smilingly. "Even though I'm not interested in being a Dao protector, I'm not willing to give it to someone else. I might as well take one myself." No matter what, Lin Fei's attitude was resolute. The Supreme Demon Monarch nodded. "You're right, but you're the first one who doesn't care about being a Dao protector." After chatting for a while, the Supreme Demon Monarch went straight to the point. "Lin Fei, when we attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang, you will go and suppress the undefeatable God Emperors. It's best if you can suppress one of them, and you'll be able to enter Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The treasure vault contains the destiny left by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's up to you if you have the chance to acquire it." Lin Fei said, "I will." 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. The crowd gathered in front of the Forbidden Zone once again. The 18 masters of the Forbidden Zones were all present. More than 10 god princes and god emperors stood behind the masters of the Forbidden Zones. Lin Fei was one of them too. However, as soon as Lin Fei arrived, he immediately sensed their hostility. On second thought, he realized the reason why they were treating him as an opponent was because of the 6 undefeatable god emperors. There were too many of them. Thus, it was impossible for each of them to have one Dao protector. They had to keep their guard up against the strongest person. Without a doubt, he had become one of them. Lin Fei would never doubt his intuition. "Dition, you won the last time. I wonder if you're interested in a rematch with me." The God Sun Sky Dragon stared at him. Lin Fei did not know much about the God Sun Sky Dragon, but he knew the God Sun Sky Dragon was a lot more difficult to deal with than ordinary opponents. "Get back some face." Lin Fei sneered in his heart. It wouldn't be normal if you didn't stand up and make trouble. From the beginning, Lin Fei had guessed what the Sky Dragon was thinking. "I'm actually very interested in gambling." Lin Fei greeted him. "What do you want to play? Just say it." Divine Son Tianlong laughed. "You should know about the Dao Protectors. Why don't we compete to see who can suppress an invincible God Emperor? Become a Dao Protector. I like this. If you lose, you have to take out 30 small, sacred divine ranges. How about that?" Sky Dragon said confidently. Lin Fei thought, this guy is really ruthless. This time, he want me to go back to before liberation. Lin Fei's entire fortune didn't even reach 30 saint rank divine veins. If he really fell asleep, he would lose everything he had. Sir, you've spoken. If I don't agree, you might think that I'm afraid of you. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I accept your wager. If you lose, it'll be 30 Saint rank divine ranges. No problem, right? No problem. Sky Dragon looked at Lin Fei. The matter was settled. Lin Fei looked at the other godsons and said with a smile, I wonder if everyone is interested in making a bet. It's still 2-1. The 18 restricted zone lords couldn't help but shake their heads. This DTon was really worry-free. They had gambled previously. They didn't expect to be stuck again. I'll bet 10,000 heaven divine ranges. It was still that straightforward godson Tianhu. I don't believe that you can win again. I'm placing this bet. Tianhu was a forthright person. He was able to accept Sky Dragon's challenge. Tianhu had a good impression of Lin Fei since he could agree so readily. The godsons who had lost previously did not hesitate and made another bet. To them, divine veins weren't something that they cared too much about. Therefore, they placed a lot of bets this time. They didn't believe that Lin Fei would continue to win. Moreover, they were very confident against the 6 invincible god emperors this time. DTon definitely couldn't suppress them alone. In less than a moment, he obtained another 3 to 400,000 divine ranges. Lin Fei smiled happily. We can attack now. As the Supreme Demon Emperor's voice fell, his aura soared into the sky. He threw a punch at the restricted zone. The huge restricted zone shook and was opened. Dust flew everywhere in the huge restricted zone. The other 4 restricted zone lords also attacked one after another. The 5 restricted zone lords were the first to make a move. Their aura was shocking. The godsons behind secretly revealed a trace of fear. The strength of these 5 restricted zone lords is really not an ordinary kind of powerful. Lin Fei, who was standing at the back, secretly marveled at the powerful strength of the restricted zone lords. No wonder they could open up a restricted zone. As the 5 restricted zone lords took the lead to make a move, a huge wave was set off in the entire restricted zone. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't see the figures of the 5 restricted zone lords. It turned out that they had charged into the innermost zone. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying torrent rose in the restricted zone. From inside to outside, it crushed everything in its path. With a thought from Lin Fei, a black hole appeared. Even though he was still in his original position, he was actually separated by layers of space. The black torrent surged over and disappeared into the black hole. Lin Fei focused his gaze. The godsons were all resisting the torrent. What a terrifying attack! Lin Fei could clearly sense the power of the torrent. This must be the work of the 5 strongest restricted zone lords. Demon Monarch Fei Yang, you've been dead for so long. It's time to contribute your restricted zone. The Supreme Demon Emperor's voice came from above the restricted zone. Following this, the 5 restricted zone lords appeared one after another. At this moment, they were attacking an expressionless corpse. Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that it was a corpse dressed in luxurious clothing. Even though he was dead, his flesh and blood remained the same. His body still contained a terrifyingly powerful qi and blood. Once he turned into a corpse, his qi and blood would disappear. In the end, the corpse would decay and turn into a skeleton. The corpse before him was completely different from the corpses he usually saw. The terrifying qi and blood were incredibly powerful. A few gusts of wind swept across the place. The 5 restricted zone lords were knocked flying. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is still so strong, even after his death. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was his first time seeing a god monarch, even though it was just a corpse. The corpse was too extraordinary. Even from a distance away, Lin Fei could still sense the powerful qi and blood coming at him. If it weren't for the black hole, the qi and blood would suffocate him to death. All of you deserve to die. The expressionless demon monarch Fei Yang fought with his bare hands. He fully displayed his undefeatable aura. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting against the 5 restricted zone lords on his own. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Attack! As the 5 restricted zone lords were attacking Demon Monarch Fei Yang, the other 15 restricted zone lords made their moves too, bringing the god emperors with them. The restricted zone, where demon monarch Fei Yang was incredibly powerful. Chapter 1994. Every forbidden zone had a huge number of experts. They had already merged with the lords of the forbidden zones. In order to attack a forbidden zone, they had to eliminate all the experts. Luckily, the experts maintained their attacks and lost their consciousness. The 15 lords of the forbidden zones were the first to charge forward. As soon as they made their move, they activated the force of the heavens and earth and destroyed a group of guards. The god princes began to make their moves. They controlled the force of the heavens and earth and killed their way forward. Lin Fei was among them too. He controlled the force of space and turned it into spears, shattering the incoming guards. He could kill a huge number of guards within a breath's time. Even so, the guards of the forbidden zones were still densely packed. Fortunately, they were the strongest among them. They were able to withstand the consumption. 6 invincible god emperors. Are they the last ones to show up? Lin Fei did not stand out too much. Lin Fei learned from the Supreme Demon Monarch that there were a lot of good stuff in the forbidden zones of Demon Monarch Feiyang. Lin Fei was not worried about the 15 main vanguards of the forbidden zones. The invincible god emperors would show up anyway, so there was no need to rush. The main vanguards of the forbidden zones. The battle went on very quickly. It was easy for Lin Fei to kill the guards since they maintained their basic attacks. The group continued to push forward. Large numbers of guards were shattered into pieces. Lin Fei clearly knew that without the help of the lords of the forbidden zones, they would not be able to make it in so easily. The Dao Guardian tombs. As they pushed forward, Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw 6 tombs outside a mountain. The god princes were the most excited when they saw the 6 tombs. Those must be the tombs of the invincible god emperors. According to the Supreme Demon Monarch Feiyang had relied on the protection of the Dao Guardians to rise into the sky and become a god monarch. The 6 Dao Guardians had contributed a lot. The mountain must be the palace of Demon Monarch Feiyang. Lin Fei analyzed. 6 tombs. I'll choose the outermost one. Lin Fei set his eyes on one of the tombs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei would not hold back now that the tombs had appeared. He sprinted toward the tombs. The other divine princes were not to be trifled with. They all rushed towards the tomb. Vanish! Lin Fei released a large amount of spatial energy, enveloping the entire tomb. Hairball also rushed out, her huge body moving back and forth. Colliding with the divine suns forced them to be cautious. Without a doubt, Lin Fei had seized the initiative. World Cage. When they were about to get close, a divine sun threw out a heaven and earth cage, which was enveloped by the boundless will of heaven and earth. He stopped Lin Fei from entering. It can isolate the power of space. Lin Fei was actually trapped. Normally, this would be inconceivable. Now, the one who had appeared was a divine son of the human race. Lin Fei had never thought of the godchildren as simple as they were. This was especially so when he heard from the Supreme Devil Emperor that the powerful godchildren had grasped the power of the heavenly Tao. Their strength had increased tremendously and were extremely terrifying. For example, the cage of heaven and earth was clearly the power of the heavenly Tao. Open! Lin Fei used his hand as a knife and attacked the cage of heaven and earth. The huge cage kept shaking, and he broke it with 3 consecutive slashes. The spatial energy that Lin Fei had set up didn't let them have a good time. They didn't have it easy either. Quite a few divine princes were transferred out. So fast. They actually went in. Lin Fei glanced and saw the divine, sun heavenly dragon riding the fire Qilin, breaking open the tomb and rushing in. On the other side, the 9 heavens phoenix didn't hesitate either. She also successfully rushed in with raging flames. I have to speed up too. Lin Fei waved his hand, and millions of divine venerables descended. They stood in front of everyone. The appearance of this wave of divine venerables caught everyone off guard. Lin Fei rushed in. Boom! Boom! As soon as he entered, an invincible aura hit him head-on. Lin Fei's body shook slightly as he saw the inside of the tomb. An invincible divine emperor in armor. holding a Xianxia axe, was fighting with 8 divine princes. The invincible aura, when he first came in, was released from the armor of the invincible divine emperor. Those who were slightly weaker would definitely be crushed to death by the invincible aura. The aura of an invincible divine emperor was that terrifying. Also, the entire tomb was filled with the oppressive energy of the invincible divine emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lin Fei came in, the 8 divine princes gave up on attacking and all retreated. They flashed with cold light and charged at Lin Fei. Heavenly Tao slow. Suddenly, a wave of energy attacked. The Heavenly Tao seemed to have a hint of pressure. Damn it, I'm cheating. Lin Fei dodged very quickly, but he was still hit and slowed down. Ha ha! Tian, you didn't expect us to deal with you first, did you? Divine Prince Xianxia laughed. This move of the Heavenly Tao was his doing. When a person's speed slowed down, all advantages were gone. In particular, the slowing power on his opponent was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of the Heavenly Tao, and Lin Fei couldn't get rid of it right away. Heavenly Tao numb. Another divine prince, Xianxia, snickered and displayed the terrifying power of the Heavenly Tao. Lin Fei knew why the Supreme Demon Emperor told him to be careful of the divine princes. As expected, the strength of these divine princes had increased greatly. The power of the Heavenly Tao they controlled was really insane. F***CK. First it was the slowing, now it's numbing. Those geniuses outside are furious. Lin Fei cursed in his mind. He had no choice. This power was too strong. Luckily, Lin Fei wasn't that easy to deal with. Even though he'd been hit by the slowing power and was being suppressed by the Heavenly Tao, Lin Fei's spatial power was still unimpeded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei dodged the attacks of the 8 divine princes. He was still a bit slow. He immediately activated his invincible defense. Damn it, come on. Even though he was hit by all kinds of Heavenly Tao power, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. He went straight to the invincible divine emperor. Get in here. To subdue the invincible divine emperor in the shortest time, Lin Fei could only use the system space to forcibly take the invincible divine emperor, lest he fall into the hands of others. There were 6 invincible divine emperors. Lin Fei couldn't waste time here. He used the system to take away the invincible divine emperor as soon as he arrived. Rushing to the front of the invincible divine emperor, Lin Fei suffered an attack and consumed a lot of divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care. He opened the system space, and the invincible divine emperor struggled a little and was taken in. Ding! The creature is too powerful. Needs to be suppressed. Ding! The creature is too powerful. Needs to be suppressed. As soon as the invincible divine emperor was taken in, the system issued a warning. Lin Fei took a look and saw the invincible divine emperor attacking the system space. Each of his punches carried invincible power, and the system space was also temporarily unstable. Suppress it with force. Whoosh! Whoosh! A huge amount of divinity points were instantly used up. Refine it again. Lin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't come out on the spot, he could suppress it with a huge amount of divinity points. While he was distracted, the sky was full of attacks. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1995. When the invincible divine emperor was forcibly taken in by the system, the 8 divine princes were shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Tian had taken in an invincible divine emperor. What kind of joke was this? That was an invincible divine emperor. They had never heard of any treasure that could take in an invincible divine emperor. However, the most unbelievable thing happened right in front of them. They had to believe it. Quick, kill Tian. Divine Prince Xianxia was furious. It wasn't easy to make Tian fall into the trap, but he could still take away the invincible divine emperor. This was unforgivable. The invincible god emperor must be suppressed by the treasure. Tian needs divine power to suppress it, and his strength must be greatly affected. Everyone, let's kill him together. The godson Xianxia shouted loudly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. They all knew how powerful Tian was. Now that they had a chance to injure him, they were all happy to attack. Most of Lin Fei's divine power was used to suppress and refine the invincible divine emperor, while the rest was used to support the invincible defense. His divinity points evaporated like water. Everyone felt sorry for him. Lin Fei had no choice. Fortunately, he had a lot of divine meridians, so he could withstand it. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 heavenly laws were repelled by the invincible defense. Of course, Lin Fei had to pay a lot of divinity points for this. Wanma Pagoda. Lin Fei took out the Emperor treasure and smashed it on Divine Prince Xianxia, sending him flying. The power of an Emperor treasure was terrifying. He injured Divine Prince Xianxia with one attack. No one expected that Lin Fei could withstand the attack and be completely unharmed. The Wanma Pagoda smashed towards Divine Prince Xianxia. He went in front of another Divine Prince and punched him. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He kicked again, sending the Divine Prince flying and smashing him into a stone pillar. The entire tomb moved with him. With the invincible defense activated, Lin Fei turned into an invincible existence. No attack could hurt him at all. Time elapsed. Lin Fei once again unleashed a powerful move. The time elapse swept over them like the wind. The 8 divine princes' expressions changed drastically. Get out. With a single sweep, thousands of years had been taken away. The 8 divine princes weren't fools. They knew that Tian wasn't easy to deal with. In fact, he was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. To think that Tian could withstand the power of the heavenly Daos and wasn't affected at all. Their heavenly Daos were being suppressed limitlessly. That was a very bad sign. Several divine princes left. Xianxia, the divine son. The divine sons and the heavenly ferocious beasts left as well. Invincible defense is still the best. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the divine son was also afraid of death. Taking away a few thousand years of his lifespan was not a small loss. In the system space, the divinity points were consumed even faster. The invincible divine emperor's retaliation grew stronger and stronger. Burn! 100,000 heaven-rank divine veins instantly ignited and turned into a huge amount of divinity points. During this time, 20% of the divinity points were wasted, leaving only 80%. 80% of the divinity points were used up in one go. The invincible God Emperor's reaction was much slower, and the system's refinement of the invincible God Emperor had improved a lot. Not enough. Still not enough. The power of 100,000 heaven-ranked divine veins could only last for a short while. Lin Fei ignited 100,000 divine veins again and used it 5 times in one go. He used 500,000 heaven-ranked divine veins, but he still couldn't stop the invincible God Emperor's resistance. Small saint-rank divine veins burn. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. To subdue the invincible God Emperor, he had to use a small, saint-rank divine veins to suppress him in one go. Only then could the system take the opportunity to complete the refinement. The huge amount of divinity points was pressed down again. This time, the invincible God Emperor's resistance slowed down. The refinement data flew up. Saint-rank divine veins are still the best. Although Lin Fei felt a heartache, he was still very satisfied with using them to suppress the invincible God Emperor. He didn't mind using a single saint-rank divine vein to let the system refine the invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei activated another saint-rank divine vein. After suppressing the invincible God Emperor's final resistance, the refinement was close to 100. It's finally done. When the system finally showed 100, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, if they had stopped me just now, it wouldn't have been easy for me to refine the invincible God Emperor so quickly. Now that they came in again, they would probably be dumbfounded. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the invincible God Emperor appeared in front of him. The invincible God Emperor was expressionless. That kind of invincible might was enough to make one's heart tremble. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't plan to rely on force to suppress the invincible God Emperor. What a joke! This kind of invincible God Emperor basically couldn't be suppressed with force. If he really used force, it would definitely be a big problem. Later, after the system studied it, it found another way to refine it. The premise was that there must be enough divine veins. There was no doubt that Lin Fei was very rich, but he also paid a high price to refine the invincible God Emperor, and this was under the condition that the invincible God Emperor was unconscious. I think I'm the first person to refine an invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei was very happy. They're coming in again. Suddenly, Lin Fei smiled. He had mastered the power of space and was most sensitive to spatial fluctuations. For example, now, more than 20 people came in from outside. Tian, you're really shameless. How dare you use this method to fool us? Divine Prince Xianxia rushed in. Now, don't think you can fool us. The Divine Prince had just gone out, but on second thought, he realized that he had been tricked, so he came back again. No matter what, he couldn't let Tian succeed. That was an invincible God Emperor, and also the best path protector. As soon as they came in, they cursed at Lin Fei and didn't notice the invincible God Emperor next to him. After all, they didn't think that Tian could refine the invincible God Emperor in a short time. You're too late. Lin Fei shook his head. Path Protector, kill him. The invincible God Emperor's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Godchild Xianxia with a single hand. With a speed so fast that it was impossible to detect, he punched Godchild Xianxia's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The invincible God Emperor is really fierce. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this attack. After blowing up Divine Prince Xianxia's head with one move, the invincible God Emperor quickly went in front of another Divine Prince and punched a big hole from which blood gushed out. After all, they were all standing together. At such a close distance, the Divine Princes became punching bags. The Divine Princes were dumbfounded. In such a short time, Tian had suppressed the invincible God Emperor and obtained the ability to control him. Then, everyone's hearts sank. Run! The invincible God Emperor kept coming in and out, blood spilling everywhere. No one could stop the attacks of the invincible God Emperor. However, every time they were about to kill the Divine Princes, they would be teleported away by some kind of power, so they missed the opportunity. Could it be the work of the heavenly law? Lin Fei touched his chin. If it was like this for one Divine Prince, 2 Divine Princes, and 3 Divine Princes, then it would be abnormal. Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect this. Chapter 1996. Lin Fei felt that it must be the work of the heavenly Tao. The God Princes were lucky enough to escape, but the God Emperors who came down were not so lucky. They were like lambs in front of the invincible God Emperors and were slaughtered. The Path Protector is really powerful. It's a pity that his current strength is probably less than 30% of his former strength. Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. An invincible God Emperor at his peak was even more terrifying. He could kill a God Emperor in a single move. But now he was far from it. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity, but he was still very satisfied. An invincible God Emperor. With an invincible God Emperor, Lin Fei planned to use the system to research on invincible God Emperors and see if he could create an invincible God Emperor. Everyone went out. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go out. He was the safest down here. Let's search first. Lin Fei searched the tomb. He couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. You're an invincible God Emperor, after all. You should have some wealth. Could it be that someone robbed you? Lin Fei thought that it was unlikely. An invincible God Emperor, even if he only had 30% of his strength left, it wasn't something that anyone could take away. His worth was undeniable. A storage ring. Unwilling to give up, he searched again and really found a blood-colored storage ring in a stone coffin. Lin Fei broke the seal in a few moves and obtained control of the blood-colored storage ring. Good stuff. Looking at it with his divine sense, Lin Fei was overjoyed. The price of refining and suppressing the invincible God Emperor has been paid back, and it's a big one. Lin Fei's face was full of joy. It couldn't be helped. He had gained too much. The pile of God veins made Lin Fei's eyes green with envy. There are a total of 20 medium-sized saint-level God veins. What a tycoon! Lin Fei stared at the God veins like a crouching dragon and drooled. He felt the pinch when he used up 2 small-sized saint-level God veins. He didn't expect to get 20 medium-sized God veins in the blink of an eye. How could Lin Fei not be happy? Emperor Artifact? In the storage ring, Lin Fei also found a blood-colored saber. The Emperor's might flowing around him was even better than the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. The sharp aura caused people's hearts to turn cold. A monarch weapon used by a God Emperor. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he took it out. The blood-red Imperial weapon fell into his hand. He raised his saber intent and cut through the void. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and was injured. What a sharp monarch weapon. It is even more powerful than an Emperor treasure. It just so happens that I lack a sharp weapon on hand, and this Emperor weapon is the most suitable. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood-colored Imperial weapon was extremely tyrannical as it sliced through the void. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the saber hilt. Saber intent filled the air as the blood-colored sovereign armament tried to struggle free. Refine. He refined 200,000 divine veins and suppressed the blood-red sovereign armament. You still want to resist? Follow me, and I guarantee that your name will spread all over the world. Lin Fei continued to burn his divine veins. He was very clear on how to deal with an Emperor weapon. It was nothing more than consuming a large number of divinity points. Now that he obtained an invincible God Emperor's treasure, Lin Fei went from a small tycoon to a big tycoon. He could afford it. After a moment of stalemate, consuming 1,000,000 divine veins and a saint divine vein, Lin Fei finally subdued this Emperor weapon. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei knew the terror of an Emperor weapon from a long time ago. To be called an Emperor weapon, it was a weapon that had followed a God Emperor all the way. It was truly the #1 weapon. An Emperor treasure was slightly inferior. It never crossed Lin Fei's mind that this invincible divine Emperor would possess a monarch weapon. Think about the identity of an invincible God Emperor. It was nothing more than being unable to cross the final step to become a God Emperor. However, their battle prowess could contend against a God Emperor. After all, a God Emperor was not invincible. They were also the strongest. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that a God Emperor was only the peak of this era. However, among the God Emperors, there was still a terrifying existence, and that was an invincible God Emperor. They were truly invincible. This was the peak of an era. An invincible God Emperor's battle prowess was comparable to a God Emperor's. Inside the storage ring of the invincible God Emperor, Lin Fei was not surprised to find an Emperor weapon. Blood Fiend. After refining it, the Monarch weapon sent him a message. The Monarch weapon had a name, Blood Fiend. Nice name. Lin Fei liked it even more. Lin Fei happened to be in need of a weapon. An Emperor weapon. It was definitely the best. With this Emperor weapon, who would dare to fight me in close combat? Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary weapons, even God Emperor weapons, as it was not convenient for him to use them. The Blood Fiend Monarch weapon was definitely suitable for him. After putting the storage ring away, Lin Fei was more interested in the 5 tombs, as there might be something good inside. Lin Fei came out from the tombs. The 5 masters of the forbidden areas were nowhere to be seen, and so was Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Lin Fei took a quick glance. He was not surprised at all. Their battle was not something ordinary people could participate in. The battle in the forbidden areas was still ongoing. A master of the forbidden areas glanced over and immediately exclaimed, "Guardian!" Everyone turned to look at him, and their faces darkened. Everyone could sense the aura. They did not expect Di Tian to refine the invincible God Emperor in such a short period of time and bring him along with him. Wasn't that too fast? No one believed Di Tian was able to suppress an invincible God Emperor. For a split second, everyone wondered if the invincible God Emperor was just a facade. Otherwise, how could he be refined so easily? Lin Fei was too lazy to look at their expressions. He brought his best fighter and went into another tomb. Lin Fei did not think the title Guardian sounded better than best fighter. Lin Fei went into the tomb. The battle inside was not over yet. Over 20 experts surrounded the invincible God Emperor, and there were a lot of corpses left behind by the invincible God Emperor. No one noticed Lin Fei bringing the invincible God Emperor in. After all, they could not afford to be distracted when dealing with the guardian of the invincible God Emperor. I'm sorry, but this invincible God Emperor is mine. Lin Fei coughed dryly, and his voice echoed in the tomb. The invincible God Emperor, the Golden Fighter, controlled a powerful force and punched out. Caught off guard, the 20-odd experts surrounding him were all sent flying, vomiting blood nonstop. A few weaker God Emperors were smashed to pieces on the spot. They probably died sullenly and died without an intact corpse. Lin Fei came in front of the invincible God Emperor, activated the system, and kept the invincible God Emperor inside. He refined 3 saint-grade divine veins in one fell swoop and forcefully suppressed the invincible God Emperor. This time, Lin Fei did not give the other party a chance to resist. Isn't it just 3 saint-grade divine veins? It's nothing. Lin Fei did not care anymore. In a few breaths' time, the siege ended, and Lin Fei took the lead. The god princes who were sent flying came back to their senses and were surprised to see Tian, especially when they saw the invincible God Emperor standing next to him. They all revealed a look of disbelief. That was the Guardian. How could Tian suppress and control him? What the hell? Chapter 1997. Lin Fei threw down this sentence. Either get lost or die. It was that simple. Lin Fei really wanted this invincible divine emperor's Tao protector. No matter who it was, they could forget about stopping him from getting it. Moreover, now that the invincible divine emperor had been taken away by his system, there was a huge amount of divinity points to suppress him. The invincible divine emperor was his. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone came back to their senses. They were all furious. What are you afraid of? The invincible divine emperor is not someone you can suppress. A divine son said sternly. Everyone attacked together and killed Tian. The divine sons were all arrogant, but they wouldn't throw away their lives. With the invincible divine emperor in charge, it wasn't that easy to kill Tian. Kill him, Lin Fei ordered. The invincible divine emperor attacked. His fists were like rainbows as he charged into the enemy's group like a wolf or tiger. Without the attacks of the divine sons, it will be much easier to suppress and refine them. Lin Fei thought to himself. The invincible divine emperor killed several divine emperors in a moment. The corpses fell. Only then did the divine sons realize that Tian was bragging. He really controlled the invincible divine emperor. They ran out one by one. They had no choice but to run. The invincible divine emperor was here. They couldn't win at all. They were all beaten until they vomited blood. Got it. Lin Fei smiled in satisfaction when he saw the divine sons leave. Just as I guessed, the divine sons are protected by the heavenly Tao. If you want to kill them, you have to do it in the shortest time possible before the heavenly Tao returns. Lin Fei stared at them. He finally gained something. His observation wasn't in vain. He knew some clues about the divine sons. Lin Fei understood. The next time he dealt with the divine sons, he definitely wouldn't let them leave. With a huge amount of divinity points, the invincible divine emperor couldn't resist. Soon, it was subdued by Lin Fei. The second Tao protector was in his hands. Come out. The invincible divine emperor appeared beside Lin Fei. One on the left and one on the right, like a guardian general. Although it's only 30% of its strength. But it can also leave countless people in the dust. Lin Fei really wanted to see what divine child Tianlong's expression would be like. Aren't you awesome? Let's see how many protectors you can get. After a moment of reverie, Lin Fei began to search. What a treasure. As usual, he found another storage ring in the stone coffin. Another monarch weapon. This is great. It was a black axe, completely black in color. It was suffused with luster, and at the same time, its killing intent was chilly. This was a vicious axe that drank blood. Suppress him. As soon as he took it out, the black axe resisted. With the previous Blood Fiend incident, this time, Lin Fei easily suppressed it and smoothly took control of it. Purgatory. Good name. This black axe was called Purgatory. With the two monarch weapons in hand, Lin Fei's mood became even better. What? It's over. In the third tomb, the invincible Divine Emperor had not been suppressed yet. He was suppressed by Tian Song, who was ranked in the top 10. Hearing the words of the other divine children, Tian Song was very surprised. That guy was the first to subdue the invincible Divine Emperor. What kind of joke was this? In the third tomb, Tian Song defeated his opponent and successfully occupied the tomb. He was refining the invincible Divine Emperor and was naturally very unhappy when he heard the news. That guy has successfully taken the lead again. Hearing this, Tian Song was angry. He was a powerful existence among the divine children. Why was there a D. Tian who was even more famous than him? It was simply unreasonable. Not good. D. Tian will come in. Tian Song reacted quickly. The expressions of the other divine children changed drastically. If he came in at this time, their efforts to refine the invincible Divine Emperor would be in vain. It was definitely not a good thing. I don't think D. Tian will come now. Subduing the invincible Divine Emperor is not a matter of beauty. Subduing the first one. He's lucky that he wants to subdue continuously. He won't be able to do so. The divine children who used their divine power snorted and said. In fact, they were jealous in their hearts. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Anything that happened to D. Tian wasn't a good thing. If possible, they didn't want to run into D. Tian at all. Lin Fei led the two invincible divine emperors into the third tomb. He saw the group of divine children refining the invincible divine emperor together. He was very happy. Hee, everyone is busy. Lin Fei greeted them with a smile as soon as he arrived. However, in their eyes, this smile was equivalent to the smile of a demon. It was definitely not a smile. F*CK. He really refined it. How did he refine it? The guardians of two invincible divine emperors. Is there any justice in this world? One had to admit that Lin Fei was very eye-catching with two invincible divine emperors guardians by his side. It was hard not to notice him. Tian Song smiled bitterly. He didn't want D. Tian to come, but he didn't expect him to really come. Could it be that he had to give up the guardians of the invincible divine emperors? The divine son, Tian Song, was unwilling to accept this. Immediately, a divine child shouted, D. Tian, what are you doing here? This place doesn't welcome you. Lin Fei had an impression of the divine child who shouted. He had lost a lot of divine veins to him in the bet. Every time, he didn't have a good expression. That's right. D. Tian, you better leave this place immediately. This place is not for you. They were all refining the invincible divine emperor. At this time, they couldn't attack and could only shout. The few powerful divine emperors were also frightened by the invincible divine emperors. They didn't have the courage to fight back. Lin Fei laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to leave? I think the ones who should leave should be you. Everyone was furious. Tian Song stared at Lin Fei and said, D. Tian, I have my eyes on this invincible divine emperor. Please don't interfere. This isn't a good thing for you. At this time, Tian Song's hands were sweating. The two invincible divine emperors were under a lot of pressure. If they attacked, all their efforts would be in vain. They wouldn't get anything and would have wasted their efforts. Lin Fei shook his head. You are mistaken. I am also very interested in this invincible divine emperor. As for whether he is good or not, that is my own business. I don't need you to tell me. Now get out of my way. The two Dao protectors on the left and right charged forward. One of them held the Blood Fiend, while the other held the Purgatory. Once the Emperor weapons were out, who could fight against them? The divine child exclaimed, Dodge. It's the Emperor weapons. When the two Emperor weapons were out, it was very eye-catching. It made people's scalps go numb. The invincible divine Emperor in the middle rushed out. The divine child was sent flying, including Tian Song. His face turned green. Tian, I'm not done with you. Lin Fei didn't care. The two Dao protectors were already powerful. Now that they had Emperor weapons in their hands, they were about to break down. Capture Divine, Sun, Song Tian. Lin Fei didn't find the storage ring, so he ordered the invincible Divine Emperors to kill Tian Song. The entire tomb space was instantly sealed by Lin Fei. Chapter 1998. Divine Sun Tian Song was very powerful, but under the suppression of the Imperial weapon, he was quickly defeated. The path protector of an invincible Divine Emperor was already very powerful. Now that he had the Imperial weapon, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He had no choice but to be awe-inspiring. Lin Fei wasn't going to keep it. After all, it was very powerful. A single Imperial weapon could suppress someone. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei simply gave the Imperial weapon to the Path Protector to increase his strength. With the weapon, his original 30% of combat power became 70%. He was even more powerful than before. He suppressed them all the way without being able to fight back. After resisting 2 attacks from the invincible Divine Emperor, Lin Fei waved his hand and put the invincible Divine Emperor away. Divine Sun Tian Song was dumbfounded. That was possible. That was an invincible Divine Emperor. Wasn't he afraid that the invincible Divine Emperor would escape? But after the invincible Divine Emperor went in, there was no more movement. After a while, the invincible Divine Emperor appeared and stood behind him obediently. Divine Sun Tian Song vomited blood. How could this be? That was the path protector of an invincible Divine Emperor, but he had been subdued in a few moves. Divine Sun Tian Song felt that this was too unbelievable. After all, invincible Divine Emperors weren't nobodies. The truth was right in front of him. Divine Sun Tian Song had no choice but to believe it. Previously, Divine Sun Tian Song had always thought that Lin Fei was just a lucky guy. Now, it seemed that it wasn't luck at all. It was proof of his strength. As a Divine Sun, he had no pride at all. This Tian was like his nemesis. Divine Sun Tian Song had thought that he would be in the limelight this time. It would be great if he could suppress Divine Sun Tian Long. But the blow in front of him made Divine Sun Tian Song feel helpless. How is it? How's my ability compared to yours? Lin Fei smiled. Divine Sun Tian Song said bitterly, "You're stronger than us. We all underestimated you." He had obtained the 3rd invincible Divine Emperor. Lin Fei was very satisfied. You Divine Sons have high standards and look down on this. In fact, you don't have anything to be smug about. I'm in a good mood right now. Hand over the storage ring you got from the stone coffin, and I'll let you go. You're not going to kill me. Divine Sun Tian Song was being suppressed by the invincible Divine Emperor. How boring would it be to kill you all? Lin Fei laughed. Moreover, even if I wanted to kill you, the heavenly Tao behind you wouldn't agree. Divine Prince Tian Song had a strange look in his eyes. So you know something? No wonder you don't dare to kill him. Tian Song said, however, I'd advise you not to go against us divines, because you're bound to suffer a crushing defeat. Lin Fei shook his head. Your godson only knows how to threaten people. It's really boring. Let me ask you, are you giving it to me or not? Under Lin Fei's sharp gaze, Divine Sun Tian Song did not dare to refuse. 2 invincible Divine Emperors with sovereign weapons. It was definitely unbearable. Then, Divine Sun Tian Song threw out a storage ring of the same quality as before. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine sense. There was indeed a sovereign weapon inside. You're quite honest. I like it. Lin Fei laughed. Divine Sun Tian Song thought to himself, if it weren't for the invincible Divine Emperors, do you think a Divine Son like me would be so obedient? Lin Fei kept his word. The invincible Divine Emperor returned to his side. All right, you can leave now. Divine Sun Tian Song looked at Di Tian. You've been in the limelight this time, but you'll soon become a public enemy. Public enemy? Lin Fei chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just kill you. Lin Fei was very clear. This time, he had ruined the Divine Son's plan. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of people who would dislike him, especially with the sovereign weapon in hand. Those old monsters hiding behind the scenes would most likely make a move. Lin Fei sneered. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now that I have 3 invincible divine emperors and 3 sovereign weapons, my combat power can be restored to about 70%. If I get the system to find a way to restore 100% of my combat power, no matter how many people come, they'll just be sending themselves to death. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about against the Divine Sun's threat. After packing his things, he came out of the tomb again. This time, Lin Fei entered the 4th tomb with the invincible Divine Emperor. However, it was disappointing this time. The invincible Divine Emperor had been taken away. Could it be Divine Sun Tianlong? That was the first person he thought of. Among the many Divine Suns, Divine Sun Tianlong had the most trump cards, so it was normal for him to subdue invincible Divine Emperors. What a pity! Lin Fei ran to the 5th and 6th tombs again. Unfortunately, the invincible Divine Emperors were gone, and he didn't see any Divine Suns. He searched the place thoroughly, but he still couldn't find anyone. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. I've missed 3 invincible Divine Emperors. However, Lin Fei had returned to normal. There was nothing for him to be unhappy about since he had earned the most. The Divine Suns must be the ones that were unhappy, especially the Divine Suns who were ranked in the top 10. They must be having a hard time, as they had missed a great opportunity. By the way, could they have gone to the treasure vault? Lin Fei suddenly recalled something. He could go to the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang after subduing an invincible Divine Emperor. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How did he forget about it? Lin Fei had gone to 3 tombs in a row after subduing the first invincible Divine Emperor. He had the urge to subdue all the invincible Divine Emperors and forget about something important. Lin Fei turned around and left. Demon Monarch Fei Yang was deep inside the forbidden area. The 3 invincible Divine Emperors cleared a path for him. Lin Fei swaggered forward. How nice it was to have a top-notch fighter. He didn't have to worry about anything. Lin Fei was left speechless by the sharpness of the Monarch weapons. This was simply a deadly weapon. His powerful divine body was destroyed with a single attack. Lin Fei was relieved. If the invincible Divine Emperors were holding the Monarch weapons, he would have to spend a lot more God points. It would not be as easy as it was now. To Lin Fei, this distance was no longer a distance. Lin Fei went deeper into the treasure vault. He saw a huge stone door from afar. In front of the door were 6 statues. They were the 6 invincible Divine Emperors holding their weapons. Meanwhile, a lot of people had gathered in front of the stone door. Lin Fei was amused. They were all familiar faces. They all had unpleasant looks on their faces as they glanced at him with sharp eyes, as if they were going to kill him. It seems like they're holding a grudge against me for robbing their invincible Divine Emperors. Lin Fei thought, but he wasn't too bothered. They were just a bunch of Divine Suns. Hee. As a matter of fact, the Divine Suns were not in a good mood. When they heard that Di Tian had subdued 3 invincible Divine Emperors as his protectors, they did not believe it at first. Di Tian? However, they had no choice but to believe it when they heard the news. There was no reason for the Divine Suns to lie. Chapter 1999. Many of these divine princes were divine princes who had been defeated previously. Looking at them now, Lin Fei could not help but be secretly surprised. Mother Asterisker, the damned heavenly Tao, is indeed shameless to think that it would recover so quickly. Under the attacks of the invincible deity emperors, all of them were injured. Although the invincible deity emperors could not kill them, they could not easily recover their strength. But now, the powers of these remnants had all been restored. They didn't look injured at all. This was especially so for Divine Sun Tiansong, who was standing at the front. His injuries had not been light, but he was now back to normal. Lin Fei naturally suspected that it was the heavenly Tao's doing. Is everyone welcoming me? Lin Fei stopped and smiled. Apart from the Divine Sun, there was also the Lord of the restricted area. Of course, it wasn't the 5 lords of the top restricted areas, but rather the other 15. Right now, they were all gathered here, looking at Lin Fei with rather unusual gazes. Di Tian, you snatched the invincible divine emperor, and you still have the cheek to come here. The first to jump out was the divine child, Tian Qi, who was in the first tomb. Previously, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but now, he was alive and kicking again. Heaven's son Tian Qi stared at Lin Fei with a venomous gaze. He originally had a chance to snatch Lin Fei away, but it was ruined by Lin Fei just like that. How could he be willing to accept this? Hey, weren't you beaten until you vomited blood? You recovered quite quickly. I just don't know if you can still jump around this time. Lin Fei said. Divine son Tian Qi's face fell. How could you expose someone else's shortcomings like that? Lin Fei did it on purpose. Aren't you awesome? That's what I said. Let's see what you can do to me. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. If you don't want to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood, then stand aside. Since when is it your turn to speak here? Lin Fei snorted. Look at the others. You're much better than them. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Tian Qi was furious. Di Tian, I'm going to kill you. Lin Fei hooked his finger. Come on, I haven't killed anyone in a long time. A godson immediately pulled God's son Tian Qi back. Godson Tian Qi suddenly understood. I almost fell for it. You wanted to lure me into attacking so that you could kill yourself. You really are vicious. Godson Tian Qi was arrogant, but he also knew that killing Di Tian was very difficult, especially the 3 invincible divine emperors in front of him. It was as if there were 3 huge mountains pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Now that someone was pulling him up, Godson Tian Qi found a way out. Don't pull me, I'll definitely kill you. Although he shouted, he didn't dare to come out. Lin Fei couldn't see through Tian Qi's thoughts. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a lord of a restricted area coughed dryly. Congratulations, Dao, friend Di Tian. You have 3 Dao protectors now. This lord of the restricted area, Lin Fei had an impression. His name was Void Emperor, and he had greeted him before. What's the matter? Lin Fei lifted his eyelids. Even the Void Emperor felt goosebumps from the gaze. After all, in their imagination, the invincible divine emperors would definitely fall into the hands of the god's son, but they never thought that there would be a bunch of dark horses appearing in the meantime. They were the biggest dark horses, snatching food from the tiger's mouth and robbing 3 invincible divine emperors. Most terrifyingly, they could even refine it. It was hard for them to not be convinced now. The 3 invincible divine emperors were not easy to deal with, especially when they were wielding monarch weapons. They all regretted having a slight chance of winning. Why didn't they help Di Tian earlier? They might have been able to stop Di Tian. Now that Di Tian had 3 invincible divine emperors as his Dao protectors, he was unstoppable. They were slightly weaker in front of Di Tian. After all, the invincible divine emperors were not to be trifled with. Since Dao friend Di Tian is here, let's open Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault together. Void Emperor said with a smile. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no rush. We'll talk about it after I'm done with my business. A few lords of the restricted areas were unhappy. They were all supporters of the god's son, and they had their own representatives, yet they had all lost to Di Tian. Thus, they were extremely unhappy. Lin Fei's lips curled upward. What's wrong? The lords of the restricted areas might be strong, but Lin Fei was not afraid of them. Besides, he still had the invincible defense. He could just stand there and watch them helplessly. Di Tian, you're quite arrogant. Do you really think we won't dare to do anything to you just because you have 3 invincible divine emperors? Bang! One of the lords of the restricted areas made his move. A formidable energy surged toward Di Tian. It was the power of the lords of the restricted areas that came crashing down like a mountain. I don't think you're blind either. Another lord of the restricted areas made his move. To the lords of the restricted areas that had lived for a long time, Lin Fei was still a junior. Now that a junior dared to act so presumptuously, the lords of the restricted areas felt extremely uncomfortable. If it did not teach Di Tian a lesson now, What would happen in the future? Tion might even climb over their heads. They would be fools if they did not make their move now that they had an excuse. In a moment, 6 lords of the restricted areas made their moves. 3 invincible divine emperors wielding imperial weapons broke through their attacks with just one attack, showing their invincible might. They had no choice but to look down on them. Let's join forces to attack the invincible divine emperors. 5 of the lords of the restricted areas suppressed the invincible divine emperors, while the other lord charged toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei also knew this lord of the restricted area. He was called Divine Emperor Destroying Star, and he did not have a good attitude toward him from the beginning. Quake! Divine Emperor Destroying Star was a veteran lord of the restricted areas. The power of this finger was very terrifying. Space was shattered layer by layer. This was already the power of the heavenly Tao, and it was at a very high level with terrifying destructive power. This move of yours won't work. Lin Fei stood still and let the attack land on him. You're old. I'm standing still, and you can't hurt me at all. You can wash up and go home to sleep. Lin Fei said disdainfully. The scene in front of them left everyone dumbfounded. After all, few people knew about the invincible defense. These lords of the restricted areas naturally did not know. In the past, when they fought, those people did not pay much attention to it. At most, they thought that he used some kind of treasure and did not understand it at a deeper level. Divine Emperor Destroying Star's face did not look good. Don't be cocky. Failing in one move, Divine Emperor Destroying Star attacked again. One move after another. The power of the restricted areas was constantly mobilized, and the attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei was attacking calmly. However, any attack was blocked by the invincible defense. No matter how Divine Emperor Destroying Star attacked, it was useless. I'm old. Lin Fei shook his head. At this moment, the 3 invincible divine emperors forced back the 5 lords of the restricted areas and turned around to attack. Their imperial weapons smashed onto the star, destroying Divine Emperor's body. Who asked this fellow to be so focused on Tion that he didn't notice what happened? Divine Emperor Destroying Star was overjoyed. His powerful divine body was broken by the invincible defense, and his whole body instantly exploded into pieces. The Lord of the Restricted Area represented the restricted areas, and he would not die so easily. He was revived again. Kill until he has no strength to recover. Lin Fei ordered. Chapter 2000. Boom, boom. 3 invincible god emperors wielding emperor weapons were ferocious and domineering. One could only say that Star Extermination God Emperor was unlucky. Caught off guard, his body was blasted apart by 3 invincible god emperors working together. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone was very strong, but that was only in his own Forbidden Zone. Outside, his strength was greatly affected, not to mention that he was in front of 3 invincible god emperors wielding emperor weapons. In the blink of an eye, this powerful Lord of the Forbidden Zone was blasted apart thousands of times. His recovery speed slowed down. Tion, stop. Star Extermination God Emperor wailed. Hurry and tell them to stop. From now on, I won't go against you anymore. Faced with being blasted apart again and again, Star Extermination God Emperor lost all his face. In front of 3 invincible God Emperors, Star Extermination God Emperor had no chance of escaping. As long as he recovered, he would be blasted apart. But after thousands of times, he had exhausted a large amount of God power, causing the Lord of the Forbidden Zone to feel heartache. He was not like other God Emperors. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone's body was blasted apart. To recover, he would need a large amount of God power, which was definitely a terrifying number. Lin Fei sneered. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone now knows how to beg for mercy. Who said that he would teach me a lesson? I have never been polite to those who go against me. Let you go? I won't be so kind. He was secretly pleased. Fortunately, there were 3 invincible God Emperors. Lin Fei was clear about how powerful the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was. Just now, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had tried to escape several times, but he was blasted apart by the invincible God Emperors. Everything was under control. This feeling was too good. The difference between an invincible god emperor with 30% battle strength and 70% battle strength was too great. Lin Fei even dared to guarantee that if the three invincible god emperors only had 30% battle strength, the other party would definitely escape. There was no need to think about blasting apart thousands of times. Star Extermination God Emperor was blasted apart once again. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone in the distance revealed a trace of fear. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Fellow Taoist Ditian, this is just a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Star Extermination did not deliberately find trouble with you. Void Emperor was forced to come out. Void Emperor became the mediator. Why don't we just let it go? Fellow Taoist Star Extermination has already suffered anyway. If not for everyone's pleading, Void Emperor really did not want to come out. What was he? The master of a restricted area? He didn't care about the lord of the restricted area at all. The Void Emperor, as the master of the Forbidden Land, did not really care about such a junior. Juniors would always be juniors. If he wanted to grow to his level, he would need a very long time. But now, that was what the Void Emperor Protector thought. Beating up the lords of the Forbidden Zones in public, smashing them again and again, this was no different from rubbing salt in the faces of the lords of the Forbidden Zones. No one expected that Lin Fei would have this type of defensive ability, not even the lord of the restricted region able to break through his defenses, instead suffering a calamity, exploding over 1,000 times. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei shook his head. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Star Extermination, who had recovered once more, hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding. I only wanted to spar with you. I'm not trying to deal with you. Actually, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor had a lot of unspeakable bitterness in his heart. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Even Star Extermination himself had forgotten about it. But this time, he had suffered so much at the hands of Junior, exploding his body over 1,000 times in public. In order to not lose face, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor could only choose to lower his head for now. Exploding over 1,000 times was not a big problem, but what if it was 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or 1,000,000 times? Even if he was the Lord of the Forbidden Land, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei had beaten up the Lord of the Forbidden Land in public, in fact, to prevent the Lord of the Forbidden Land from acting rashly. Now that a chicken had jumped out, it was a good opportunity to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let's see if you still dare to use your seniority to speak nonsense. Actually, I also feel that this is a misunderstanding. Lin Fei suddenly realized. However, I am not a person who is scared. If you want to compensate me, just barely, 20 small saint-ranked divine veins per person will do. Asking Lin Fei to let them off so easily, Lin Fei felt that he was letting them off too easily. He had to ruthlessly make them vomit blood. The Lord of the Forbidden Land. Would he still care about the divine veins? Void Emperor scolded Ditian for being so shameless. His appetite was so big, asking for small saint-ranked divine veins the moment he opened his mouth. I'll give. Star Extermination Celestial Emperor was the first to agree. Lin Fei suddenly said to the 5 lords of the Forbidden Land just now, You alone won't do. The other 5 must also agree to hand over. Otherwise, I won't agree to stop. The 5 lords of the Forbidden Land's expressions changed. In their hearts, they really did not want to hand over, so they did not speak. Now that Lin Fei had named them, even if they had to tell them, they had to hand it over. Why should we? One of the lords of the Forbidden Land said unhappily. Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor scolded. Old thing, if you don't hand it over, I will not let you have peace. Who instigated you to attack just now? To think that you have the cheek to say such words. The other 4 lords of the Forbidden Land's expressions changed drastically. This Ditian was too shameless. With just one sentence, it was as if they had become enemies. This was forcing them to hand over 20 saint-ranked divine veins. Left with no choice, they could only hand it over. This was really lifting a rock to smash their own feet. If possible, they really did not want to make a move. Who knew that Dtion would be so cunning? Without making a move, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor took a big tumble, especially when the six of them had conflicts. Star Extermination Celestial Emperor blamed them for not reminding him. The five lords of the Forbidden Land indeed did not expect this. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Lin Fei obtained 120 saint-ranked divine veins at once, and he was overjoyed. The divinity points he spent previously were not wasted, and he also buried a thorn between them. If the lords of the Forbidden Land wanted to make a move again, it would not be so easy. Even if they lost, they had to think about the consequences. Lin Fei was relieved. Void Sovereign had to admit that this Dtion was really amazing. With one matter, he planted a seed among the 15 lords of the Forbidden Land. If they really wanted to deal with Dtion, they would not do so casually. To the lords of the Forbidden Land, 20 small saint-ranked divine veins were still very important. If they gave it away just like that, it would be a lie if they did not feel heartache. The Forbidden Land's consumption was huge. With the things in hand, Lin Fei let Star Extermination Celestial Emperor go. This guy would not stay for long and would directly leave. He already had no face to continue staying here. Lin Fei turned around. Godson Tianlong, you should be the one who lost the bet between us, right? There was still a debt that had not been collected yet. Lin Fei would not give up so easily. The previous scene was a huge blow to the Godson. They saw very clearly that Dtion grasped a terrifying Heaven Dao power. Could it be absolute defense? Absolute defense? This was not going to be easy. The Godson's understanding of Dtion stopped at the space and time bloodlines. Now that Dtion grasped a Heaven Dao power that was not inferior to absolute defense, it was even more difficult to deal with him. Chapter 2001. Sky Dragon wasn't in a good mood at the moment. That guy actually won again, and he won so easily too. This even made God Sky Dragon's eyes turn red with envy. He was a god, but there was a huge gap between him and Dtion now. 120 small-sized Saint-class Divine Meridians were enough to create a terrifying force. Even he couldn't take out so many Saint-class Divine Meridians at the moment. Another reason was that Dtion had 3 Dao Protectors to clear the way. 3 invincible God Emperors as Dao Protectors. That was extravagant. Sky Dragon wished that he was one of the 3 Dao Protectors. He was a dignified god, but he didn't have that fate. This was a very unpleasant thing. This guy had embarrassed him time and time again. Sky Dragon didn't want to admit that he had lost. Sky Dragon sneered. You said that you were the first to refine a Dao Protector. Who knows if it's true? I didn't see it with my own eyes. Everyone, don't you think so? If it was in the past, everyone might agree with Sky Dragon. But it was different now. Just as God's son Tianlong finished speaking, Lin Fei looked at the crowd indifferently. No one dared to speak. The 3 Dao Protectors were staring at them like tigers watching their prey. They did not want to be beaten up just like that. No one supported the divine Sun Sky Dragon's words. In fact, Xianxia really wanted to support Sky Dragon, even though he didn't like Sky Dragon. After all, Sky Dragon was the #1 divine son. No god was willing to see that. Compared to Sky Dragon's strength, Sky Dragon was more concerned about Lin Fei. This guy was unrestrained and lawless. Who knew if he would let the 3 Dao Protectors kill him? See, no one believes you. Lin Fei smiled. You still have something to say. Sky Dragon scolded them for being cowardly. You win. At this stage, even if Sky Dragon was thick-skinned, he couldn't say anything. Dtion had 3 Dao Protectors while he only had 1. He wasn't a match for Lin Fei. He could only swallow his anger and hand over the Saint-class Divine Meridians. Dtion, you can go now, right? This time, it was not Divine Prince Sky Dragon who spoke. It was neither the Illusory Emperor nor the Star-Destroying Emperor, but a Divine Son. The 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden. One of the Dao Protectors was on top of the 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden. The 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden said coldly. Lin Fei had no interest in the cold Phoenix Maiden of the 9 Heavens. Wait, Lin Fei wasn't someone who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. I think there's something. You have to make it clear. Now, Lin Fei was qualified to speak. With 3 invincible divine emperors in their hands, everyone had no choice but to take them seriously. What is it? The Phoenix Maiden of the Ninth Heavens was still as cold as ever. I think that after we enter the treasury, I should get 70% of the treasures, Lin Fei said with a smile. By suppressing the Lord of the Restricted Region, Lin Fei's appetite also grew. If he didn't use it himself, he could leave it for the sex people to use. He would definitely get the biggest share. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. After all, Lin Fei had the upper hand now. The 3 invincible divine emperors were the ones who had the upper hand. No, the divine prince Sky Dragon refused. Why? You should get 70%. That's right, I don't agree either. The other divine prince, Wu Huan, also shook his head. He was the owner of another Dao protector and had an arrogant expression. The Lord of the Restricted Region was stunned. Only Divine Emperor Star, Destroying, and the others had a hint of joy in their eyes. Tian was playing with fire. Lin Fei said lazily, because I have 3 invincible Dao protectors. No one had seen such a smug person. However, they had to admit that Lin Fei had the upper hand on this point. Your appetite is really big. The Nine Heavens Phoenix stared at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei patted his stomach. My appetite is indeed big. Who asked me to have 3 invincible Dao protectors and have the upper hand? Don't you think so? The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's killing intent flickered. You're really shameless. Do you think I will agree? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't need your agreement. You just need to know that I have 3 Dao protectors. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's expression turned ugly. After all, this was the main point. The Divine Prince, Wu Huan, wore a white robe and had an unnatural expression on his arrogant face. 70% is definitely not possible. Lin Fei turned around and was about to leave. I don't mind. Anyway, I gain a lot today. It doesn't matter whether I enter or not. Everyone agrees. The Divine Emperor Star Destroying and the others' expressions turned ugly. The Illusory Emperor had to admit that Tian played this trick too well, forcing everyone to agree. Tian was the strongest now. With 3 invincible God Emperors in his hands, no one dared to underestimate him. The scariest thing was that Tian had mastered some kind of defense that prevented him from being killed. 70% of the benefits? The Illusory Emperor was also impressed by Tian. His appetite was really big. You can't leave. Divine Emperor Star Destroying clenched his teeth. You want me to stay? Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Divine Emperor Star Destroying trembled in discomfort. He squeezed out an ugly smile. Cultivator Tian, you must be joking. Of course not. I just wanted to say that since everyone has finally come here, we should at least go in and take a look. Divine Emperor Star Destroying had no choice but to lower his voice. He was afraid of Tian. He couldn't defeat Tian, nor could he kill him. What was there left to do? Lin Fei said with a smile. I like what you said. Who doesn't want to take a look at Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault? I've spent so much effort to get 3 Dao protectors, but I'm not willing to go in just like that. I've sacrificed too much, and there's no way to make up for it. That's why I feel the need to make things clear. The leader of the restricted area frowned slightly. He was not willing to do so. If it wasn't the last resort, they really did not want to deal with Tian. After all, Tian was not easy to deal with, and they would always be the unlucky ones in the end. They could not accept 70% of the loot. In the end, they would still be working for Tian. Tian's words made them even more displeased. This was a typical case of taking advantage of others. With 3 Dao protectors in his hands, what else did he want? He really did not know how to be satisfied. However, they did not say it out loud. How about this? The 4 of you will each take 20%, and the remaining 20% will belong to us. The Illusionary Emperor said, trying to be the peacemaker again. It was the most suitable way to distribute the loot. Every single item in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault was good stuff. 20% was also an endless amount of benefits. In the eyes of the Illusionary Emperor, Tian simply wanted more benefits. 20% was more than enough. It was also giving him face. Lin Fei would not let them get what they wanted. Hee 20%. Lin Fei said, I think I'll go home. Everyone can do whatever you want. He turned around and was about to leave. The illusionary emperor was startled. 20% of the loot? And you're still not satisfied? How much do you want? Cultivator D. Tian, wait. The illusionary emperor blocked in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can discuss this. Don't you guys think so? Their replies were weak and feeble. Chapter 2002. No one here was an idiot. How could they not tell the difference? So what even if they could tell the difference? The treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang required 6 protectors to open it. It was impossible to open it without any of them. The Supreme Demon Monarchs and the others were impressive. They were utterly helpless against Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. They could not even open the door. Lin Fei had the most authority now. If they wanted to enter, they would have to listen to Lin Fei's attitude. If he said no, they could only watch helplessly. Kill him? Who could kill Di Tian? No one could. If they had the ability, they would have done it long ago. Who wouldn't be willing to kill the shameless guy? It was impossible now. The only way left was to negotiate with Lin Fei. They would try their best to fight for it. They had to enter Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The 5 leaders of the Forbidden Zones had lured Demon Monarch Fei Yang's corpse away. If they ended up empty-handed, they would be the unlucky ones. As they cursed Di Tian in their hearts for being shameless, they had no choice but to discuss the distribution of the loot. Lin Fei remained calm. It felt great to have the upper hand. Every leader of the Forbidden Zones was extremely powerful, yet they had to listen to his opinion. How awesome! Lin Fei had insisted on 70% of the loot since the beginning of the negotiation. Either way, it was the same sentence. I have 3 protectors. These words did not anger them half to death. What was the most lethal sentence? It was undoubtedly this sentence, especially to the Lord of the Forbidden Area. They could not find any reason to refute the sentence. Every time, Lin Fei would say the same sentence to push them back. Left with no choice, the leaders of the Forbidden Zones discussed with the gods, Tianlong, and the others. After all, they had to enter the treasure vault. They had to get Lin Fei's consent. After all, he had the upper hand. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to it. Lin Fei finally got 70% of the loot. He must be up to no good by agreeing so quickly. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as he agreed, there was nothing to worry about. Tricks? Lin Fei was not afraid at all. If you all agree, I'll agree to go in. Lin Fei readily agreed. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy or not, Lin Fei had the confidence to face it. The lords of the restricted region heaved a sigh of relief. For the first time, they felt so powerless. A junior. It could be said that their surveillance was very powerful. If the 6 Dao protectors were all in Di Tian's hands, they would truly be dumbfounded. Even now, it was as good as helping someone. Based on what he had thought, it would be best if a divine son could have a Dao protector. The benefits would be shared, and everyone would be happy. Now, Di Tian had broken them. There were some restricted region lords who wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Their losses were great. All right, let's begin. The Void Emperor wiped the sweat off his forehead. Luckily, Di Tian had agreed and didn't mention anything else. This bastard. Does he really think that he can monopolize 70% of the profits? Dream on. Tianlong sneered in his heart. He contacted God Sun Wuhuan. Wait, let's work together. How about that? God Sun Wuhuan was someone who had just risen up. He was very arrogant towards Tianlong. I am quite surprised that Tianlong would choose to work together. Tianlong's expression was normal. If you don't work together, are you willing to let Di Tian take away 70%? I don't think anyone would be willing, much less you. I don't believe that even if we work together, along with the Lord of the restricted region, we won't be able to kill Di Tian. We have to chase him away. Godson Wu Huan wanted to mock Tianlong. It wasn't that he didn't want to work together. Just like what he had said, how could he be willing to let someone else take away 70%? Even 10% would make one's heart bleed, let alone 70%. You're right. I'm not happy with Di Tian. This person is a huge threat to us. It's necessary to get rid of him. Godson Wu Huan replied. We have to discuss how to get rid of Tian. The two of them started to discuss in private. To enter the treasury, they needed the 6 Dao protectors to open the path. First was to activate the statues. The statues in front of them were the 6 Dao protectors. In order to open the treasury, they had to activate the statues in order to enter. I'll go first. The Dao protector of Tianlong was the first to activate the statue. The Dao protector of an invincible celestial emperor was able to activate the statues easily. 5 of the 6 statues suddenly disappeared. The first statue seemed to have come to life. It slashed the space apart and opened up a black hole, which turned into a black light door. Rumor has it that the treasury of Demon Monarch Fei Yang is hidden in the boundless space. It seems like it's true. The illusionary emperor exclaimed. The Lord of the Restricted Region could clearly see the statue slashing the space apart. It had actually split the space apart and activated one of the hidden spaces. This was the brilliance of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. No one else would be able to open the black light door, as it was connected to the statues. Only the statues could open the door, not even a spatial controller. Let's go in. The Lord of the Restricted Region immediately went in. Only the Lord of the Restricted Region, the 3 godsons, and Lin Fei entered the treasury. The others were too embarrassed to stay outside. As soon as they entered, the black light door closed. There was no way out, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Look, it's another statue. Another statue appeared in the middle of the space. It was the statue that had left before. Everyone could see the mystery behind it. They were connected to one another. One statue opened up space. The second statue was God's son Wu Huan. Just like before, another space was opened up. The group entered the treasury one by one. The third statue, the fourth statue, the fifth statue, the sixth statue appeared in front of them too. Everyone became even more excited. Lin Fei remained calm, while secretly observing the Lord of the Restricted Region and the 3 godsons. He was quite impressed by Demon Monarch Fei Yang for being able to open up such a treasury. The rounds were indeed mysterious. Defeating Demon Monarch Fei Yang was a difficult task. Outside were 3 invincible deity emperors, who were even more difficult to deal with. Lin Fei could tell that whether it was God Sun Tianlong, God Sun Wu Huan, or even the 9 Heavens Phoenix, they had to go through a fierce battle to capture the invincible deity emperors. The invincible celestial emperors only had 30% of their strength left. The last statue. Lin Fei asked an invincible celestial emperor to activate the statue. Whoosh! Once it was activated, the statue did not split open the space like before. Instead, it formed a space inside its body and sucked the people outside into it. There's a space inside. Everyone was startled. After all, no one had thought about it that way. They all thought that it would be in another dimension. Chapter 2003. The statue in the space turned into dust, as if it was never there. After the statue turned into dust and disappeared, a few figures suddenly appeared in the space, exactly at the position where the statue had been. Open. The middle-aged man leading the group blasted the space apart with his finger and swiftly stabilized the path. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault is pretty deep. Of course, if it weren't for the Supreme Demon Monarch and the others luring Demon Monarch Fei Yang away, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance of finding this place. The 2 God Emperors said. The man leading the group wore a calm expression. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is a thing of the past. I will surely acquire the Destiny Stone left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The middle-aged man said calmly. Big Brother will surely acquire the Destiny Stone and the Destiny Weapon left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's just those few little fellows. In the end, it's all for us, haha. The 3 enter the path. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei teleported into the space through the statue. Is this a palace? They initially thought they would be in the space, but they ended up in a huge palace instead. The majestic aura of the palace was accompanied by a sense of superiority. Why is this here? The illusionary emperor was shocked as he stared at the enormous palace. It's really that thing. Didn't they say that it disappeared after Demon Monarch Fei Yang died? Another leader of the Forbidden Zone stared with his eyes open wide in disbelief. Ha ha! So Demon Monarch Fei Yang had kept it and treated it like a treasure vault. The leader of the Forbidden Zone was the first to exclaim. Beside him were the three god princes. Only Lin Fei was clueless about the details of the palace. F***K. Isn't it just a palace? Is there a need to do this? Lin Fei was confused. He felt that the palace was rather ordinary. There are plenty of palaces like this outside. The god prince Tianlong, who had been holding his breath, let out a hollow laugh after hearing Di Tian's words. What do you know? This isn't an ordinary palace. It's the palace of Demon Monarch Fei Yang's god court. Lin Fei glanced at it. The palace of the god court? He had no idea. How would Lin Fei know that this palace was the palace of the divine court? This thing was actually a palace built by a god emperor after he obtained the mandate of heaven. It was the symbol of a god emperor, no matter which god emperor ascended to the throne. The palace of the divine court was indispensable. The Void Emperor said, "Yes, this is the palace of the divine court, the temporary residence of Demon Emperor Fei Yang. I didn't expect him to be hidden in such a place after his death. It seems like Demon Emperor Fei Yang had placed all the good stuff in his palace." The restricted region lord was very excited. A temporary imperial residence. The god emperor's temporary imperial residence. Who wouldn't be excited? Lin Fei was also a little excited. The temporary imperial residence of the god emperor was the most powerful place in the world, even if it was in the past. No one could change the glory of the past. The group suppressed the excitement in their hearts. He entered through one of the gates of the temporary imperial residence. After closing the door, it was pushed open again, and a group of people filed in. This is the garden of the palace. Soon, everyone arrived at a place filled with flowers and birds. Despite the passage of time, the garden of the palace was still in full bloom, maintaining its vitality. The people present were all wealthy people, but after coming to the garden, they suddenly felt like beggars. There was nothing to compare to. This is the extinct willow leaf lotus. Inside a pond, a six-colored lotus was in full bloom. It was dazzling. One of the restricted region lords exclaimed. Before everyone could react, someone else said, "Isn't that a heaven-grade stone? To actually use it to make a fake mountain, this is too rich." And this water, it seems to be called 9 heaven glass water. The lords of the restricted zone were all dumbfounded. These are almost extinct things. If placed in the present, any one of them would set off a bloody storm. I want this 6-colored lotus. 9 Heavens Phoenix was the first to move, collecting Lord Lu's lotus in the pond. I'm very interested in this fake mountain. Godchild Wu Huan grabbed with his hand. He grabbed the rockery, which was something that money couldn't buy. Wait. The 3 invincible god emperors interrupted 9 Heavens Phoenix and Godchild Wu Huan's actions. Everyone seems to have forgotten something. 70% of the things here belong to me. Now that I see something good, I should be the one to choose first. Did everyone forget? Lin Fei didn't care what they would think. 70% of the benefits. This was the advantage. First choice. Godchild Wu Huan's eyes spewed fire. You're so shameless. Lin Fei shook his head. Wrong. The word shameless should be used elsewhere, and it's not suitable for me. I'm just stating a fact. I like this fake mountain very much. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, snatching the fake mountain and putting it in his storage space. I like this too. I want that too. Lin Fei moved again, taking the good things. 9 Heavens Phoenix did not take the 6-colored lotus. A treasured sword matches a hero. This beautiful 6-colored lotus naturally matches a beauty, so I don't want it. I'll give it to the goddess. Godchild Tianlong and Godchild Wu Huan were very unhappy. Damn it. Using this to rope in the 9 Heavens Phoenix, and he still dared to say that he wasn't shameless. All right. Take your time to choose the remaining things, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Lin Fei swept away all the good things in the garden. The lord of the restricted area didn't care much, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. After Lin Fei did that, everyone had no interest in plundering the things in the garden. They reluctantly took a few things and prepared to go forward. You don't want it? Then I'll take it. Lin Fei was happy, letting the three invincible god emperors take action, tearing down the entire garden and collecting it all together. In a short while, the garden was riddled with holes. Even a mouse that came in would cry and run out. It was really too empty. Shameless. Too shameless. Shameless. The lord of the restricted area cursed in his heart. He had never seen such a shameless person, taking advantage of the fact that they didn't want anything and plundering the rest. Almost all the good things were in the other party's hands. With the things in his hands, he could set up a garden. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and swept everything clean. The palace was huge. This group of people was very relaxed. The treasure vault set up by Demon Monarch Fei Yang was not something that outsiders could enter. The group passed through many areas, sweeping away all the good things. Unknowingly, they passed through many places and arrived at a huge herb mountain. Seeing the herbs that still retained their vitality after so many years, everyone was overjoyed. Ancient herbs, especially some ancient herbs, even the lord of the restricted area was tempted. It was impossible to see them outside. Chapter 2004. A huge herb mountain. Anyone would be tempted, especially when there were some extinct ancient herbs. The effects of the herbs were terrifying to be able to be called ancient. The lords of the Forbidden Lands rushed out in excitement. They had forgotten about their previous words and were attacked by the golem hiding in the herb mountain. The golem's strength was terrifying. Even though it was not as strong as an invincible celestial emperor, it was enough to give the lords of the Forbidden Lands a headache. They could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei smirked. When he came here, he had discovered through the system that there was an unknown danger at the bottom of the herb mountain. Hence, he was cautious and did not rush up. There's so many herbs here, take whatever you like. Lin Fei brought the three invincible celestial emperors into the herb mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The invincible celestial emperors with monarch weapons perfectly countered the golem's attacks. Lin Fei was shocked. This demon monarch Fei Yang was really good at scheming. It was really one ring after another. Who would have thought a monarch weapon could break through the golem's defense? After the three invincible celestial emperors held the golem back, Lin Fei collected the herbs at a steady pace. These herbs were aged for a long time and could almost take the form of a human. Unfortunately, this place was sealed by a force. The herbs could only remain in their original form. They could not take the form of a human and wield greater power. Lin Fei easily suppressed them, sweeping up all the medicinal herbs. As for what those people's expressions were, he was not interested in watching. After sweeping through the entire medicinal mountain, Lin Fei sprinted to the next location. His movements were extraordinarily fast, causing the lord of the restricted region to grind his teeth. This D. Tian was too despicable. Would he die if he was a little slower? In the beginning, Lin Fei only swept through the herbs, but he felt that he was too slow, so he asked Hairball to do it. Hairball opened and closed her mouth, swallowing the entire herb mountain. After leaving the palace, the golem stopped moving, allowing Lin Fei to heave a sigh of relief. However, to the lords of the Forbidden Lands, it was not a good thing. They were slow at first, but when Hairball showed up and unleashed her innate ability, they were dumbfounded. No one could be so shameless. Tell Lin Fei to stop? They couldn't find a reason to stop Lin Fei. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei swept through 70% of the herb mountain before finally stopping. These are yours. I'm very disciplined. Lin Fei chuckled as he stopped and pointed at the herb mountain in the distance. Compared to the medicinal mountains he had collected, these medicinal mountains were far inferior. All the good stuff had been swept away. The lord of the restricted area wanted to cry, but had no tears. Now that I provoke you like this, I believe you're going to make a move. Not far away, Lin Fei was waiting for the lord of the restricted region, thinking to himself. Lin Fei wanted to provoke them. It didn't matter if he was the divine son. It was still the restricted region lord who was the best. Even now, he wasn't being honest. Who knows, he might be looking for a chance to deal with him. D. Tian is a bastard. A restricted region lord snorted coldly. The good immemorial medicinal herbs have all been collected. The ones left behind are all the worst. From the start, we shouldn't have agreed to Tion's request. Some lords of the restricted regions felt regret. If we didn't agree, we could forget about coming in now, even though the medicinal herbs on the Herb Mountain were very good. But in the eyes of the lords of the restricted region, these were just that. Compared to the Herb Mountain in Tion's hands, there was a huge difference. Now, they were very jealous of the Herb Mountain that Tion had collected, the immemorial medicinal herbs in the Herb Mountain. Even the lords of the restricted region would be tempted. They were of great help to them. Void Emperor, are you willing to let that kid Tion continue being so arrogant? God Emperor, Star Destruction, transmitted to Void Emperor. He was more jealous than anyone else. Just like the few immemorial medicinal herbs just now, they were of great help to us. Now that they have all been taken by Tion, I'm not willing. Although Void Emperor was the peacemaker previously, it didn't mean that he was convinced by Tion. Especially the immemorial medicinal herbs that were collected previously, some of them were things that Void Emperor cared a lot about. When God Emperor Star Destruction said that, he was a little unhappy in his heart, and his expression darkened. What do you want to do? Void Emperor said. God Emperor Star Destruction said in a low voice, I can't stand Tion. He's just a junior. Why should he want 70% of the benefits? Now that we have entered, why don't we chase Tion out? Void Emperor glanced at God Emperor Star Destruction, and he was a little tempted. Are you confident? As the old lords of the restricted region, they had always been high and mighty. Now that they had suffered a loss in the hands of a junior, they were definitely not willing. Previously, they had no choice but to agree because of the other party's threats. Without the statue, they could forget about entering. Now that they had entered, they had another idea. Tion had snatched away the good things that had appeared continuously, which made them even more uncomfortable. Originally, a large portion of the benefits were supposed to belong to them. God Emperor Star Destruction laughed. I've already contacted them, and they don't like Tion to continue staying here. Now, you're the only one left. We fought our way in, so why should we give the majority of the benefits to Tion? Tion has a large success spatial bloodline. Are you sure you can chase Tion out? Void Emperor said worriedly. If we don't chase Tion out, with just a few of us, we will definitely suffer a great loss. I brought a treasure left behind by a God Emperor back then. That God Emperor was a spatial controller back then, and he became an emperor. God Emperor Star Destruction chuckled. I agree. Void Emperor's eyes lit up. Very soon, they swept away the remaining 30% of the medicinal herbs on the Herb Mountain. At this moment, Lin Fei had waited for a while. We can go to the next place. Void Emperor walked at the front. A few lords of the restricted region appeared on both sides of Void Emperor. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, turned around, and walked forward, purposely revealing his back, just in case they attacked him. At the instant he turned around, Void Emperor and the lords of the restricted region beside him took out their God Emperor treasures and attacked him. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks landed on Lin Fei's back. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei turned around and snorted. I know you guys are regretting, but can you kill me with just this? Void Emperor had nothing to regret. You've taken too much, Void Emperor said. Even if we can't kill you, we have achieved our goal by sending you out. God Emperor Star Destruction and the lords of the restricted region worked together to activate a golden talisman, which flickered with radiance, and an irresistible pressure swept over. Emperor's might. Tion, you've been tricked. The golden talisman released a radiance, which swept towards Lin Fei's body, and the void was torn apart, and Lin Fei disappeared from the desolate Herb Mountain. Success. God Emperor Star Destruction had a hint of fatigue on his forehead, and when he saw Jingguang bringing Tion into the void, he laughed loudly. Haha, this is great. Tion has finally been sent away. Chapter 2005. In order to send Tion away, Celestial Emperor Star Destruction had to use a treasure. Now that Tion had disappeared, the Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was relieved. Without the detestable Tion around, the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang would eventually belong to them. I thought DTon had some tricks up his sleeves. So what if his space bloodline has reached the greater success stage? He was still sent out when we were least expecting it. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was elated. The other lords of restricted areas were elated too. After all, no one was willing to let others take 70% of the loot. Moreover, this person had nothing to do with them. It was a relief to send him away. They didn't have to worry about the treasures in Demon Emperor Fei Yang's treasure vault. Now, it would be divided among the three of them. As for whether the Supreme Demon Monarch would be enraged after this, it was another matter. Anyway, if they didn't say it, who would know? Even if DTon said it, would anyone believe it? Godson Tian Long and Godson Wuwan smiled. It was the first time the high and mighty Godson couldn't do anything to DTon. The unknown defense was too annoying. It was like an annoying fly. Now that he couldn't see DTon, his mood became better. Without DTon, we can't continue. Illusionary Emperor was also in a good mood. As a veteran lord of restricted area, he didn't like DTon. It was good that he left. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, a few more people appeared in the sky above her mountain. The leader applauded. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction's mood immediately sank. It's you. The Lord of Restricted Area turned around and recognized the person. They had been paying attention to the news outside. They knew who the person in front of them was, including his background. Celestial Emperor Dream 1. How did you get in? Illusionary Emperor was shocked. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get in. Now that Celestial Emperor Dream 1 had come in silently, they couldn't believe it was real. A tail appeared behind them, and they thought about Celestial Emperor Dream 1's background. The Lord of Restricted Areas' expression darkened. The leader was Celestial Emperor Dream 1. He had always been in the top 5 on the Destiny list. He was an incredible expert. It's all thanks to you guys leading the way, Celestial Emperor Dream 1 said with a smile. How would I know that Demon Monarch Fei Yang had come up with such a way to come in? The faces of Divine Emperor Star Destruction and the others became even more unsightly as they were able to enter right under their noses. The plan to attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang's Forbidden Land had been planned a long time ago, thus not many people knew about it. He did not expect God Emperor Meng Yi to target him and follow him in. This was a powerful enemy. Divine Emperor Dream 1, what are you trying to do? Divine Emperor Star Destruction stared at Divine Emperor Dream 1. Initially, he was in a good mood, but now, his mood was ruined by God Emperor Dream 1. God Emperor Star Destruction was in a terrible mood. You want the treasures of Demon Monarch Fei Yang, but I want the Destiny Weapon and Destiny Stone left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's that simple. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said calmly. The Void Emperor's heart tightened. You also know about the Heavens Will Weapon? You're really not simple. I thought only old things like us would know about the Heavens Will Weapon. In a small dust cloud on her mountain, Lin Fei was hiding among them. In fact, it was in the system space. Borrowing the other party's brilliance, Lin Fei hid in the system space and turned into a small dust cloud, right in front of everyone's eyes. Damn it, God Emperor Meng Yi is so cunning. Lin Fei cursed. However, no matter how cunning you are, you still fell into my trap. Let me be the fisherman. From the beginning, Lin Fei knew that someone had sneaked in. The system scan was not an exaggeration. Thus, Lin Fei made a move to make them attack. Heavens Will Weapon? There's such a thing? Lin Fei really did not know about it. It sounded like it was a very impressive name. God Emperor Meng Yi was very imposing, as if everything was under his control. Seniors know about the Heavens Will Weapon. Why can't I know about it? God Emperor Meng Yi said with a smile. The Heavens Will Weapon is the strongest weapon of a God Emperor. There can only be one in each era. Its power surpasses the Monarch Weapon. There was a saying that once the Heavens Will Weapon appears, no one can compete against it. Void Emperor said in a deep voice, Taoist Meng Yi, you might not be aware of one thing. Demon Emperor Fei Yang's Heavens Will Weapon is not complete. Currently, the Heavens Will Weapons exist in fragments. It is impossible for the Heavens Will Weapon to be complete in Demon Emperor Fei Yang's treasure vault. Whether there is or not is another matter. Don't you agree, Void Emperor? God Emperor Meng, he was not angry. As long as you agree to hand over the heavens will weapon and the heavens will stone, I don't want the rest. God Sun Sky Dragon said coldly. God Emperor Ming, who do you think you are? You want the heavens will weapon and the heavens will stone, just like that? Do you really think we don't exist? Di Tian had finally left, and now God Emperor Ming, an expert on the heavens will ranking, made God Sun Sky Dragon even more unhappy. He was the #1 God's son, but now he seemed like a passerby. God Emperor Ming, he looked at God Sun Sky Dragon with a smile. So it's the #1 God Sun Sky Dragon. That means you don't agree. God Sun Sky Dragon is in trouble. In the system space, Lin Fei laughed. God Emperor Ming, he seemed to be gentle on the surface, but Lin Fei didn't think so. This God Emperor Ming, he had a strong background, and it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. How could he be an ordinary person who rose up the heavens while ranking like a rocket? God Sun Sky Dragon's eyes flickered as he faced God Emperor Ming. That's right, the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang isn't something you can take away with just a few words. Win against me first. I've long heard about the #1 God Sun Sky Dragon. Your strength is incredible, and you have the will of the heavens and earth. I'm very interested. God Emperor Ming, he did not have any hint of anger on him, and he was still as gentle as before. I would like to see the strength of a genius ranked in the top 10 of the heavens will ranking. Bang, bang, bang. The will of the heavens and earth surrounded God Emperor Ming, The invisible will of the heavens and earth penetrated deep into God Emperor Meng Yi's divine sense. The divine sense was the place that experts valued the most, and the will of the heavens and earth could easily enter it, destroying everything it passed through. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would not be able to withstand it. Even the rulers of the forbidden areas were shocked by the will of the heavens and earth. God Sun Sky Dragon initially planned to use this move against Di Tian, but was unable to penetrate through Di Tian's strong defense. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on God Emperor Ming. What a great attack from the will of the heavens and earth. God Emperor Ming, he squinted his eyes and shattered the will of the heavens and earth. He then pointed his finger at God Sun Sky Dragon. What a pity, it's not enough. Bang! God Emperor Ming, he pointed his finger at God Sun Sky Dragon's forehead. All his defenses were useless now. Crack, 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 crack. God Sun Sky Dragon's body exploded, and a wave of will of the heavens and earth struck him, causing him to disappear. You two can leave now. God Emperor Ming, he pointed at God Sun Wu Huan and the 9 Heavens Phoenix. Bang, bang. Chapter 2006. Damn, it's over. Lin Fei blinked. This was completely beyond his imagination. Lin Fei was well aware of the strength of Divine Sun Sky Dragon and Divine Sun Wu Huan. It would be difficult to kill them, and it would also be difficult to defeat them. But now, it was too fast, too easy. No, the power he used just now doesn't seem to be ordinary divine power. Lin Fei calmed down and thought back to First God Emperor Dream's attack. He could see that this was not an ordinary divine power attack. Even though he didn't have a deep understanding of the God Sons, Lin Fei knew that they were protected by the heavenly Tao. God Emperor Ming, he was able to easily break his physical body, so the power he displayed was definitely not simple. No wonder this guy can come up so fast, and his strength is so overbearing. If he were to bombard me with this finger, perhaps I would have to consume 20 to 30% of my divinity points. Lin Fei listed God Emperor Ming as one of the key opponents to defend against. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed it. This is the power of heaven's will. The illusionary emperor's body began to tremble. His face was filled with disbelief. This was a power that he hadn't seen for a very long time. Only an old man like him had seen the power of heaven's will. Impossible. How could you grasp heaven's will's power so quickly? God Emperor Ming, he said indifferently, nothing is impossible because the destiny of the future will belong to me. A few mere divine sons are unable to unleash 100% of the will of the heavenly way. They are no match for me at all. If it wasn't for the protection of the damned heavenly way, I would have completely annihilated them. After the lords of the restricted areas recovered from their shock, their eyes revealed deep fear, and not just a trace of fear. Divine Emperor Meng Yi's strength exceeded their imagination. Even if they joined hands, they were not Divine Emperor Meng Yi's match. Since you have the power of heaven's will, why do you need to ask us about the things in the treasury? The Void Emperor sighed. Just a tiny bit of this legendary power was enough to give him the upper hand. It was not what the dozen or so lords of the restricted area, could contend against. It wasn't easy for him to trick Lin Fei. He didn't expect an even more ferocious tiger to appear. He had also grasped the power of heaven's will. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi smilingly said, "Both the Destiny Stone and the fragment of the Destiny Weapon are sealed away by Demon Monarch Fei Yang's power. I would like to ask for your help. I wonder if everyone is willing to grant this Emperor my wish." At this time, who would dare to say the word no? The Divine Sun is awesome, right? In the end, it was still destroyed by a single finger of yours. The most unbelievable thing is that you have the power of the heaven's will. Even a trace of it is not something we can resist. Heaven's will power, Lin Fei pondered. He had figured something out from the conversation just now. It seemed that this power that could shatter the Son of God was called the mandate of heaven. Don't tell me. Did the God Emperor control this kind of heaven's will power? A power that completely surpasses divine power. Lin Fei's mind went blank. Can my system's divinity points raise the power to the level of heavenly mandate? Lin Fei had always been used to the divinity points. However, after hearing about the heaven's will power, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. It seemed like his divinity points could be upgraded to produce a stronger power. Celestial Emperor Meng, he has to ask for my permission to take the Destiny Weapon and the Destiny Stone. Lin Fei had his eyes on it too. If I can get the fragment of the Destiny Weapon or even the Destiny Stone and peek at the power of the Destiny Stone, will I be able to increase the power of my God Force? Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Celestial Emperor Meng easily suppressed the three God Sons. He banished them from Demon Monarch Fei Yang's palace. At the same time, he made the Lord of the Forbidden Area agree to help him break the seal left by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The situation was instantly under Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's control. Let's go. The Lord of the Forbidden Area led the way, while Celestial Emperor Meng Yi followed behind. Suddenly, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi came to a stop. He glanced at the herb mountain and frowned. "Master, what's wrong?" Celestial Emperor Meng Yi withdrew his gaze. His eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. "Nothing. It feels like someone is peeking at me. But I can't find anything." "Master, is there a mistake?" "Maybe there's a mistake." Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said, "I have a trace of the heavens will power. With this trace of the heavens will power, I was able to peek into Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, and I don't believe anyone has snuck in." Meanwhile, Lin Fei was chuckling close to Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. Such sharp reflexes. Lin Fei did not purposely observe Celestial Emperor Meng Yi. To be honest, he was quite shocked that Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was aware of it. It was the first time someone had noticed it. Even though Celestial Emperor Meng Yi did not find him, Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's palace was huge. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi seemed to be familiar with the general location of the palace. He brought the group to the center of the palace, which was the biggest palace. Along the way, they were attacked by the statues a few times. They were easily defeated. This is the place. The illusionary emperor glanced at the enormous palace not far away. There were 2 words on the palace: Treasure Palace. Anyone who was not an idiot would know that the palace was where Demon Monarch Fei Yang stored his treasures. The Heavens Will Weapon and the Heavens Will Stone might be inside. If Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was not here, the Lord of the Forbidden Area would be even happier. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi wore a smile as he glanced at the treasure palace. "Everyone, follow me inside. Let's take a look at the treasures left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi blasted the door of the treasure palace open with his finger. The door, made of unique materials, shattered into pieces. Lin Fei secretly followed behind. As soon as they entered the treasure palace, it was not empty or filled with treasures as they imagined, but they were in the middle of a starry sky. In the starry sky, the treasures were surrounded by blinding lights that kept on moving. Roar, roar, roar. Far away, a giant dragon was circling in the starry sky. Its sharp eyes were staring at them, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Even a sacred rank god range has transformed. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was not surprised at all. Roar, roar, roar. Another giant golden dragon appeared from afar. Compared to the previous giant dragon, this one was more imperious. Its terrifying aura caused the starry sky to tremble. Is this the legendary ultimate form of the sacred rank god range, the sacred emperor divine range? The illusionary emperor stared at the giant golden dragon and thought of something that he had not seen for a long time. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said smilingly, "You have a good eye. This is indeed the ultimate form of the sacred rank god range, the sacred emperor divine range. There are only a few of them in the world. I did not expect Demon Monarch Fei Yang to find one." Lin Fei's eyes flickered as he followed behind. The ultimate form? Are you kidding me? Even a small sacred rank god range was not easy to come by, let alone a sacred emperor divine range. Lin Fei had the urge to suppress it in the system. Chapter 2007. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He was considered a tycoon. He was nothing compared to Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The latter was 100 times more impressive than him. He even had the ultimate form of a sacred meridian. This was not something that just anyone could have. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's status as a god monarch was incomparable to ordinary people. Lin Fei forced himself to calm down. If Emperor God Meng Yi did not show up, he would have killed him and taken all the treasures. Don't worry, don't worry. Emperor God Meng Yi was only slightly surprised. It was obvious that the god monarch came from a formidable faction. As everyone's gaze landed on the sacred meridians, Emperor God Meng Yi continued forward. Even though the leaders of the Forbidden Zones were tempted, they had no choice but to stop. Don't worry, as long as I get the Destiny weapons and Destiny stones, I don't need the rest. They are all yours. Emperor God Meng Yi said. It was obvious that his words were quite useful to the leaders of the Forbidden Zones. The leaders of the Forbidden Zones looked better. A bunch of idiots. Lin Fei, who was following behind, let out a hollow laugh. He did not believe Emperor God Meng Yi's words. A sacred meridian that could transform into a sacred meridian was the pinnacle among the sacred meridians. Any sacred meridian was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei had the urge to take everything, not to mention someone like Emperor God Meng Yi. They passed through the giant dragon formed by the sacred meridian. Statues appeared in front of them once again, each suppressing a treasure. There were sabers, swords, and all kinds of weapons. Some of the leaders of the Forbidden Zones exclaimed when they saw the statues. That's God Emperor Zhu Chun, an experienced, invincible God Emperor. He was killed by Demon Monarch Fei Yang, who had just achieved the God Emperor realm. This is his weapon, the Willow Leaf Sword. It was the name of a leader of a Forbidden Zone. He had made a name for himself a long time ago. They did not expect him to be killed by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. His corpse was refined and placed here to be suppressed. Immediately, the other leaders of the Forbidden Zones shifted their attention to the statues. 3 Origin God Emperor, Goddess Luo Xin. One name after another popped up. Some were powerful, some were skilled in formations. Demon Emperor Fei Yang had managed to gather all of them together. Each and every one of them was a treasure that was being suppressed. It was also very moving. Compared to the sacred, rank divine range, this was just a little exciting for everyone. Which famous person would not create such a spoils of war like this? Not only did it give him a sense of accomplishment, but it also gave him a sense of accomplishment. In the eyes of outsiders, it was extremely shocking. The group continued to observe as they advanced. God Emperor Ming, you did not speak much. After passing through the loot areas set up by Demon Monarch Fei Yang, immediately, mountains appeared one after another. These mountains were all piled up with all kinds of materials. No matter who it was, as long as they looked at it, they would have the urge to take it down. Because the temporary imperial residence was the most powerful place in the world, as time went on, these top-grade materials all developed their own sentience and began to move back and forth, possessing a life form. This would require a long period of time. When everyone came in, the top-grade materials all quieted down. It returned to its original state. After all, the auras of deity Emperor Meng and the others were so powerful that they could be sensed from afar. This time, he was much less shocked. It was not surprising that some of the forbidden areas had some life forms too, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still shocking. It seemed like he was trying to collect all the good stuff in the world at once. The group proceeded forward again. This time, nothing could be seen in the starry sky. As the group thought they were about to arrive, under the starry sky, a spring of yin and yang appeared, vaguely visible under the starry sky. Wisps of light were emitted from it, causing its aura to fluctuate. A ripple was formed. The masters of the forbidden areas instinctively stopped in their tracks. Even God, Emperor Meng, did the same. His eyes were fixed onto the spring with a look of disbelief. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is so generous to be able to summon a unique life form. Is he planning to use the treasures here to nurture this unique life form? God Emperor Meng, said, "This is a unique life form?" The illusionary emperor could not believe it. Didn't they say that there are only a handful of unique life forms in this world, and none of them are easy to suppress? Could this spring water be a unique life form? God Emperor Meng, explained, "The current unique life forms are indeed extremely domineering, but they can't transform into a human form and can only maintain their original form. They will also have some spiritual intelligence, making it very easy to deal with them. For example, this unique life form in front of us is a terrifying form of water. Don't be fooled by its harmless appearance, but anyone who approaches it will be swallowed without leaving a corpse behind." God Emperor Destruction waved his hand, and a peak ultimate god appeared next to him, allowing him to get close to the spring water. A trace of energy landed on the peak ultimate god and turned him into a pool of blood without leaving a corpse behind. What a terrifying power! The masters of the forbidden areas were very surprised and frowned. They did not notice the energy fluctuation just now. Not just any power could corrode a peak ultimate god in an instant and do it so quickly. Even if we, the masters of the forbidden areas, take action, we might not be able to gain any benefits from this thing. The masters of the forbidden areas had terrifying eyesight. This kind of thing would continue to grow and its strength would surpass them in the future. However, the premise was that it would take a long time. Can I take this special life form back? Lin Fei stared at the special life form and drooled. Others might not be able to subdue it, but as long as he had enough divinity points, he might really be able to subdue it. If he could make this guy transform through the system, wouldn't that mean he would have another thug by his side? Hairball was a powerful thug. The special life form was also very famous and was very suitable as a thug. Emperor Ming, if you don't like this special life form, I'm very interested in it. Can you let me have it? A master of the forbidden areas said as he grabbed with his big hand and was about to suppress the special life form. Emperor Ming, he did not speak and only had a disdainful look on his face as he let the other party do it without stopping him. How can an old thing like you subdue a special life form? The master of the forbidden area grabbed with his big hand. Before he got close to the special life form, a fierce aura blasted straight at him and crushed his arm on the spot. Drops of blood fell. In a moment, he lost his left hand. The master of the forbidden area was furious as he actually lost to his special life form. Before he could attack, the special life form attacked again. It was as fierce as a tiger and made the master of the forbidden area very embarrassed. Chapter 2008. Although the Lord of the Restricted Region was furious, he also knew that compared to special life forms, there was still a huge disparity between his own strength and special life forms. After cursing for a while, he stopped attacking. The other lords of the restricted zone were all secretly fearful of the special life forms. To be able to corrode the restricted region lord's arm clean, it was indeed very terrifying. And this was only his current strength. The future was the most terrifying. Special life forms are unique existences in the world. They have lived longer than us, so it's normal that you're not a match for them. God Emperor Meng Yi said, even if we make a move, we might not be able to gain any advantage. We might even suffer a small loss. Only a God Emperor can subdue such a unique life form. Everyone nodded. Everyone agreed with God Emperor Meng Yi's words. If it weren't for the fact that the special life form's counterattack wasn't very powerful, they definitely wouldn't have been as relaxed as they were now. He would definitely be tormented for a while. All right, now that I've heard about this unique life form, I'm not far away from the heavenly fate weapon left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. God Emperor Meng Wan's words undoubtedly stirred up everyone's emotions. The group moved forward again. Lin Fei controlled the system space and silently arrived above the special life form. I truly didn't expect the strength of a special life form to be this terrifying, destroying an arm of the restricted region lord with a raise of a hand. If this matures, then it would be even more terrifying. Lin Fei sized up the special life form. When I return, I must take it away. I can't let God Emperor First Dream take it away. Just now, in the darkness, Lin Fei had clearly seen First Dream God Sovereign's lust flash. Even though First Dream God Sovereign hit it well, Lin Fei had seen it all. This guy also wanted a special life form. Lin Fei really wanted to take it away now. It would be troublesome to suppress it later. In order not to alert the enemy, he could only leave it for later. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei chased after him. A loud rumbling sound came from the starry sky ahead. In the resplendent starry sky, a war chariot moved through the air, taking action against the restricted region lord. Then a sky-reaching great tree appeared, its leaves like blades. He swept his gaze across the crowd. In the starry sky, one weapon after another drilled out, carrying the edge of an unrivaled weapon, fiercely attacking everyone. The lord of the restricted region and God Emperor Meng Yi were surrounded and attacked by the weapons. F***CK, this is the chaos caused by the weapons. Seeing the lord of the restricted region being besieged, Lin Fei secretly frowned. The first weapons that appeared were all extremely powerful, and each of them had their own consciousness. He was not inferior to an adult. This is Demon Monarch Fei Yang's territory. How dare you intrude? Kill, kill, kill. My big saber is broken again. The weapon let out a cold sound, and the cold edge swept across the crowd. The restricted region lords were also quite formidable, continuously sending weapons flying. There were even some restricted region lords who chose to subdue weapons. This is the last place left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's called the Weapon Vault, which houses the supreme weapons of the vast world. As time goes by, they will accumulate spiritual value points and occupy the Weapon Vault. God Emperor Meng Yi attacked repeatedly. One of the long sabers was shattered on the spot, and the other long sword, seeing that the situation was not good, turned around and was also shattered on the spot. If you continue to cultivate for tens of thousands of years, you might really be able to become the strongest in the world. But now you can't. God Emperor Meng Yi charged in with a towering aura, sending all the weapons flying. No one could get close to God Emperor Meng Yi, suppressing all the weapons in the sky. Progenitor, this guy is very strong. We won't be able to kill him. Progenitor, the weapons were constantly being pushed back. Among the weapons, many of them were monarch weapons. Each of them possessed an extraordinary power. Any of them will be highly sought after in the outside world. Meanwhile, they were just a collection here. Bang, bang, bang. Deep in the starry sky, 3 terrifying auras could be felt. Die. A black spear turned into a ray of light and appeared out of nowhere, coiling around God Emperor Meng Yi's body. At the same time, a giant black axe descended from the sky. The axe landed on God Emperor Meng Yi's head. Following this, a golden arrow was fired at God Emperor Meng Yi's chest with a flicker, leaving a hole the size of a fist. His sturdy body was severely injured by the arrow. At that instant, everyone felt their scalp going numb. The restricted region, lords who were wary of God Emperor Meng, he suspected that they were seeing things. God Emperor Meng Yi was severely injured. The combination of attacks was too powerful. First was the encirclement, then the attack of the giant axe, and most importantly, the golden arrow came out of nowhere, containing the space door. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An arrow penetrated God Emperor Meng Yi's body. The golden arrows continued to attack, penetrating God Emperor Meng Yi's body one after another, riddling it with holes in an instant. Crack! God Emperor Meng Yi's body shattered. What a good impression of the weapons. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. This was a perfect combination. It was almost impossible to block. The attack of the golden arrows was even more terrifying. God Emperor Meng Yi is so strong. He won't be killed on the spot. In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy had an extraordinary background. He would not be killed by the three weapons. As expected of the top-tier weapons that Demon Monarch Feiyong found in the ancient ruins, they can kill all attacks from Ascended God Emperors and even Invincible God Emperors. All of a sudden, God Emperor Meng Yi's body was reconstructed, unaffected by the previous attacks, perfectly recovering. The three weapons turned into three figures in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. They were all shocked. To be able to withstand our combined attacks, you're impressive. The one who spoke was the one who fired the arrows. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand our attacks. The black giant axe turned into a bulky man, glaring at God Emperor Meng Yi fiercely. Big brother, why are you wasting time with him? Tie him up. God Emperor Meng Yi said calmly, just now I wanted to see your attack, so I allowed you to attack. However, if you take the initiative to retreat, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying your true forms. The bulky man harumphed and returned to his true form, slashing across the sky. Come at me if you dare. The slash was extremely terrifying. Everyone only had eyes for the axe. Although the slash was not earth-shattering, it was still terrifying. You're courting death. God Emperor Meng Yi's eyes flickered as he took out an item. It was a broken saber tip, black in color, with runes on its surface. As soon as the item was taken out, the bulky man's expression changed greatly, as if he had encountered the most terrifying existence in his life. Slash! The saber tip struck out. The black axe was split in half. It let out a cry. Chapter 2009. The tip of the saber was filled with a dreadful aura. The black great axe was the first to receive heavy damage. The restricted zone lords were shocked as they stared at the shard in Meng Yi God Emperor's hand. Among them, there were a few knowledgeable people who revealed expressions of disbelief. A weapon of destiny. The number of weapons of destiny left behind by the God Emperors could be counted on one hand. Even if one managed to obtain a fragment of a weapon, the might of the fragment would be extremely frightening, surpassing that of an imperial armament. Everything in the world could be cut down. Now that God King Meng Yi had a fragment of the Heaven's Will weapon, it was equivalent to holding a great terror in his hands. The Lord of the restricted region, who was previously unconvinced, was now convinced. Even the divine princes wouldn't be able to compete with Emperor Meng Yi for a while. God Emperor Meng Yi activated the blade fragment again. The spear and bow were fatally attacked. The shards at the tip of the saber were extremely terrifying. Just one of the shards was enough to suppress the bow and the black spear, forcing them to retreat. This emperor still lacks a few powerful emperor weapons. If you don't want to be smashed into pieces, then follow this emperor. God Emperor Meng Yi stopped, the tip of his blade hovering above his head. The bow, the black axe, and the spear were all injured. He clasped his fist and said, "Losing to the weapon of heavens is something we accept wholeheartedly. Do you know the name of this weapon?" God Emperor Meng Yi laughed. "There's no harm in telling you. This is the 5th generation God Emperor's Devil Essence Slash. I believe your master should have heard of it." The three weapons were shocked, but they were once again convinced. This guy is really cunning. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from the side. Those three weapons are so cowardly. Can't they see that God King Meng Yi is just bluffing? He doesn't have the strength to activate the Destiny weapon fragment. Others couldn't see through God Emperor Dream One's background. Lin Fei saw it clearly. Others were wary of God King Meng Yi, so they naturally wouldn't pay attention to his details, especially after he took out the weapon fragment. No, we can't let God Emperor Meng Yi pick up a huge bargain for nothing. Lin Fei did not want the three monarch weapons to fall into the hands of God Emperor Meng Yi. This place was filled with weapons, all of which were the spoils of demon monarch Fei Yang. If the three strongest monarch weapons ended up in celestial Emperor Meng Yi's hands, the strength of God Emperor Meng Yi's faction would definitely increase greatly. He had to destroy God Emperor Meng Yi's dream. Lin Fei transmitted his divine sense over. Among the three emperor weapons, the longbow was the strongest. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the great imperial bow. You're one of the strongest imperial weapons, yet you're already frightened by the Destiny's armament fragment. I have no choice but to look down on you. The great bow monarch weapon was indeed stunned. The strongest sovereign weapon was still a sovereign weapon. The heavenly mandate weapons were of a higher grade. They were not on the same level at all. Suddenly, he heard the sound. The great bow imperial weapon was quite surprised. Even someone as powerful as he was unable to detect the other party's tracks. The great bow reacted quickly. You're saying that they're trying to scare us? That's right. I'm just scaring you. Lin Fei said, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want you to be controlled by others, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. You're an insult to the existence of an emperor armament. The great bow imperial weapon felt wronged. He was the Destiny's armament fragment and was naturally countered. His combat strength was affected. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to numb them and then attack together to catch them off guard. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to you. God Emperor Meng Yi kept the Destiny's armament fragment. God Emperor Meng Yi was satisfied that he would be able to use the three emperor weapons, to be able to become the strongest three out of all the weapons. At the same time, they would have the ability to rally supporters. Subduing these three emperor weapons was the same as subduing all the weapons here. Such a huge temptation was something that even God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't resist. Now, he just had to wait for them to open their origins. Allowing him to leave a mark was equivalent to controlling three emperor weapons. I'm willing to worship you as my master. The great bow imperial weapon opened its origin. The black spear and black axe also opened their origin gates. God Emperor Meng Yi was prepared to leave a mark to prevent any accidents from happening. The moment God Emperor Meng Yi relaxed, the three peak-grade monarch weapons attacked again, catching God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. His body was pierced once more. The Destiny's armament fragment was taken out. The three emperor weapons didn't retreat and attacked fiercely. God Emperor Meng Yi's expression instantly became ugly. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, they actually tricked me. Ha ha, you aren't a Destiny God Emperor. How many times can you use the Destiny's armament fragment? The great bow imperial weapon attacked again and again. The three emperor weapons attacked fiercely. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't gain the upper hand and revealed a tired expression. The Destiny's armament wasn't something that he could continuously use as it consumed too much energy. He was prepared to scare the three emperor weapons. As long as he left a mark, even if they reacted, it would be useless. He could control their life and death. Now, no matter how good God Emperor Meng Yi's temper was, he had a curse. Everything was fine, so how did it change? God Emperor Meng Yi saw it clearly. They were frightened by the Destiny's armament fragment, especially the fame of the demon essence slash. In the blink of an eye, they chose to counterattack. Demon essence slash the world. God Emperor Meng Yi activated the demon essence slash again. Groans could be heard as the three emperor weapons retreated into the rift. I still can't injure them. God Emperor Meng Yi shook his head and kept the demon essence slash. His heart was bleeding. The Lord of the Forbidden Area was overjoyed. They were not willing to see God Emperor Meng eluding the monarch weapons left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang, as it would greatly improve his strength. Even though he had no idea what happened, the Lord of the Forbidden Area was happy to see it happen. Following this, the group didn't have the time to relax. They were constantly being attacked by the monarch weapons. It was quite troublesome. The three monarch weapons would attack in the dark and no longer confront God Emperor Meng to stop the group from advancing. Both God Emperor Meng and the Lord of the Forbidden Area were powerful presences. Therefore, after a few days, they finally made it through the weapon vault. It's right ahead. God Emperor Meng Yi's gaze landed on the starry sky ahead. A platform appeared in the starry sky with a box on it. On top of the box was a black item without any aura. However, when everyone's gaze landed on the item, their eyes were filled with greed. Fragment of the Destiny's armament. Could the Destiny Stone be inside the box? Damn, it really is the fragment of the Destiny weapon. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the box too. Lin Fei had witnessed the power of the fragment of the Destiny weapon. It was terrifying, far more terrifying than the monarch weapons. The three monarch weapons were powerful, but they were still no match against the fragment.